Also our sponsors, Live In by Bank Mandiri, Intudo Ventures, Bank BNI, Henley and Partners, Georgetown University, ITC. A special thanks to a couple individuals because, without you guys, this summit will not be possible. Udirja Nining and also Ainsley. Special thanks for you both. Lastly, I also want to thank people behind GIPA. An amazing global team. We're spread across, I think, last count, 9 countries. That's powering the Secretariat, GIPA Council, and our GIPA management team that has been working tireless to put this summit together. Now, that's the end. Now I hand it over back to Diva and Dinyu for the remainder of opening plenary. We have fantastic things coming to you for the rest of the day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Bapak Stephen. So that is such a very remarkable journey of GIPA has been outlined by Pak Stephen. But ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into today's discussion, we have a special highlight video that captures the essence of GIPA's groundbreaking initiatives. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me. GIPA is proud to present you to our 5-year journey in catalyzing diaspora as Indonesia's secret weapon. The Global Indonesia Professionals Association is a global secretariat of Indonesian professionals and executives across the G20 and ASEAN countries. GIPA represents Indonesian professionals and executives working abroad in 8 key industry groups. And over the past 5 years, GIPA has experienced significant growth. We have reached more than 6,000 Indonesian professionals and executives in our events and initiatives, engaged with more than 20 independent overseas professional hubs, and hosted more than 50 global events and initiatives. Since its inception in 2019, we have actively supported the Indonesian government and business leaders through various cross-sector global dialogues. Driven by our vision of harnessing the Indonesian diaspora, we come with 3 main pillars as we facilitate Indonesian diaspora returning home. We commit to create an ecosystem for Indonesian professionals through the establishment of GIPA's Indonesia Hub in 2023. In less than a year, we have hosted 4 Global Connect series, engaged more than 250 attendees, and representing more than 100 institutions across the private and public sector. We have also launched the GIPA's Diaspora Doctor Point of View. It's our point of view to advancing the advocacy of overseas qualified Indonesian doctors for a more streamlined adaptation process. We are also dedicated to supporting Indonesians to go global, serving as a bridge to support Indonesians abroad and building a network of communities connecting the independent overseas professional hubs. Leveraging expertise from Indonesian professionals in strategic industries, we create platforms that aid the transition from students to professionals and professionals to executives. So far, we have hosted 6 Going Global series, engaged more than 1,500 students and professionals from across more than 25 countries. GIPA partners with institutions to create opportunities for more young Indonesians to have more global exposure. And we also recognize the role of diaspora as key assets to Indonesia. In 2023, we have launched our point of view on diaspora strategy to support the Golden Indonesia 2045 mission through promoting the interests of Indonesian diaspora and advancing Indonesia's human capital. GIPA has also been working with key government ministries to promote the role of diaspora as key assets, enhancing global mobility, and attracting talent. These initiatives cannot be done without the support of our key partners. The Global Alliance of GIPA is powered by 3 centers of excellences as the engine behind our mission, each focusing on the critical aspects of advocacy, partnerships, and supporting human capital development. The Public Advocacy COE champions the interests and aspirations of Indonesian professionals and executives abroad by creating white papers, creating policy recommendations, and engaging with the relevant stakeholders. While the Professional Development COE supports the transition of students to professionals and professionals to executives through numerous initiatives as our engine for Indonesia's human capital. We also serve as partner to Indonesia's economic diplomacy and promoting business and investment links through our ecosystem of partnerships. Discover more opportunities by connecting with the independent overseas professional associations who are in fact flying from different countries to join us today at the GHC Summit. Let us welcome our overseas professional representatives from all across the world. Since 2022, the summit serves as a platform to gather thought leaders and senior representatives from independent overseas professional hubs to drive innovation across various sectors and accelerating Indonesia's human capital development. Let's give a round of applause to all of us and especially our very respected overseas professional hub leaders. And I would like to hand over this session to our Secretary General of GIPA, Mr. Hans Topril.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hans Topril, and I'm Secretary General of GIPA. And I work as International Tax Consultant at EY Amsterdam. And today we are very glad to welcome our overseas professional hubs.
Thank you, Hans. My name is Christy. I'm a climate risk specialist and I live in London as part of GIPA UK.
Sabah Al-Hera Al-Jamiai. It's me, Wilbert Angrendo. I'm the lead for IPA in Middle East, covering Dubai, Riyadh, and the Middle East region in general.
Hi everyone, Steven. I lead a sporting goods business out of San Francisco. I'm pleased to meet all of you.
Goedemorgen allemaal. My name is Vanessa. I'm the Executive Director of IPA, the Netherlands.
안녕하세요. 저는 비키라고 합니다. 서울에서 살고 있고요. 제안 인도네시아 전문가 협회 오퍼레이션 다이렉터입니다. 감사합니다.
Hi, I'm Daryl. I run economic diplomacy for GIPA, and I live in Canberra, Australia.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. My name is Dini Hernanda. I'm based in Berlin, working as learning and development professional.
What a remarkable journey. Let us really appreciate the presence of our overseas professional hubs representatives today. And thank you very much for everyone who's been joining us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've all been waiting has arrived. We are privileged to have with us the distinguished leader and key figure shaping the future of Indonesia's diaspora. And it is our great honor to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver her opening keynote address, who is unfortunately couldn't join us today in person, but let us welcome Her Excellency Retno Marsudi.
A very good morning, afternoon, and evening to our participants, particularly our diaspora joining us virtually from around the world. My apologies for not being able to attend in person, but rest assured that this event is high on my agenda. I would like to congratulate the Global Indonesia Professional Association, GIPA, for the successful organization of the Global Human Capital Summit 2024. I'm very proud to speak to you today at a distinguished gathering of one of our nation's greatest assets, our diaspora, particularly the young professionals in the prime of your careers. I would like to emphasize that you are not merely individuals living abroad, but part of the 8 million strong Indonesian diaspora, a very crucial part of our nation's human capital. And today, I would like to highlight the three most important roles that each of you can undertake as crucial elements of Indonesia's future. First, as agent of change. Colleagues, diasporas are an indispensable part of Indonesia transformation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Bappenas have identified over 690,000 national talents, including members of our diaspora from three priority fields, namely research and innovation, arts and culture, and sport, as part of our effort to synergize the national talent management pool. Each and every one of you are catalysts for change in your respective fields toward a better Indonesia. Second, as navigators of the future. Colleagues, the world is changing at an unprecedented pace with rapid technological advancement, among others in the field of artificial intelligence, clean energy, and quantum computing. You, as the diaspora, are our navigators in identifying potential, finding problems, and generating solutions toward these dynamics. Together, we can achieve what is needed to accelerate our social, technological, and economic transformation toward Indonesia Emas, or Indonesia's golden future by 2045. And third, as bridge builder to the world. President Jokowi has stated that the diaspora holds the role of bridge builders to expand our network globally. Each and every one of you carries our voice and aspiration of a peaceful, prosperous, democratic, and inclusively developed Indonesia. Indonesia and its diaspora must form a synergy and a symbiotic partnership to project a prosperous and inclusive Indonesia for generations to come. I am confident that the outcome of this conference will provide valuable and constructive contribution in identifying and implementing the strategic role of our diaspora. So it is, I wish the conference a great success, and I thank you very much.
We thank you very much, Her Excellency, Indonesian Minister for Foreign Affairs, for delivering such a strong key message highlighting the strategic roles of diaspora as engine for change, navigator of the future, and as Indonesia's bridge builder.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to officially kick off the GHC Summit 2024 with our gong striking ceremony. I would like to invite our distinguished guest and host to join us on stage. Please welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Steven Marcelino, Chairman of GIPA, Her Excellency Ambassador Siti Nugraha Mauludia, Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Horn, Secretary General of ASEAN, Mr. Hilmi Kartasasmita, Chairman of GHC Summit 2024, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Coordinating Vice Chair for Maritime Investment and International Affairs at Kadin and CEO of Sintesa Group, Bapak Ainsley Mann, President Director of Swire Investments Indonesia, Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa, Dean and Managing Director at the Area School of Government, Ibu Ani Nigeriawati, Director for Public Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. We kindly invite Her Excellency Ambassador Siti Nugraha Mauludia to strike the gong 3 times on the count of 3 to mark the official start of the GHC Summit 2024. Allow me to count in 1, 2, 3. Please remain on stage. We would like to capture the moment.
Let's give a big round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for the opening ceremony of the GHC Summit.
With that, we officially begin the summit. Thank you to our distinguished guests for being part of this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now return to the seats. Diva, this is your third summit, right?
I know, and I've never actually imagined that I've been with GIPA for 4 years now, Dinye.
And you've seen like all kinds of summits, activities, discussion. What are you most excited about this year?
This year, I'm very excited with the fact that the GHC Summit 2024 generates more and more collaborations and will launch more interesting initiatives all together with our partners and our team. What about you, Dinye?
This is my second summit. Last year I played many different roles here and there, but I think this year what I'm most excited about is the fact that, from year after year, we're able to increase the engagement of our overseas professional hub leaders. Like this year, I think we have the biggest number of them actually coming today and to not only, deliver what they have experienced abroad, but also share what they can contribute to the future of Indonesia. So that's something to be excited about, and I'm so proud also of the team that is able to always increase the level of professionality every year. So now, following this opening procession, we will go into the next one, which is a morning plenary that will feature a keynote address followed by a fireside chat with a distinguished leader who plays a pivotal role in the region. We are honored to welcome His Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Horn, the Secretary General of ASEAN, who will deliver the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage with a round of applause.
Excellency Retno LP Masudi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, as it stands represented by Excellency Ambassador Siti Nugraha Maludia, Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy, Stephen Marcelino, Chairman of GIPA, Excellency Shinta W. Kamdani, Chairwoman of UPIDO and Coordinating Vice Chair for Maritime Investment and International Affairs at Kadin. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here today at the Global Indonesia Professionals Association of GIPA's Global Human Capital Summit this year, and the privilege to deliver remarks for the second time around at the summit. I commend GIPA for its unwavering commitment to harnessing the potential of the Indonesian diaspora to drive the national development. Indonesia boasts a vast and dynamic population representing a wealth of untapped human capital. With 276 million people, Indonesia is a powerhouse of talent, creativity, and resilience. This immense pool of human resources, coupled with the ingenuity and expertise, I believe this is very important because talent is so critical, and the expertise of diaspora would position Indonesia as a global leader in the making. By investing in its own people and creating an environment that nurtures talents, Indonesia can unlock its full potential as a nation and contribute significantly to ASEAN's progress and prosperity I think the three keys that were just highlighted by former Secretary are very important: the agent of change, the navigator of the future, and of course the bridge builders. That's of course for Indonesia, but I'm sure also would also work for ASEAN as well. Just over a week ago, on August 8, we celebrated the 57th ASEAN anniversary with the theme, Connected and Resilient Community. Achieving this goal hinges on the pivotal role of human capital in shaping our region's future. The ASEAN Community Vision 2045, our strategic long-term compass for the coming decades, aspires to unlock the region's immense growth potential through the power of our people. With a combined population of more than 670 million, ASEAN is very much endowed with a vast reservoir of talents that propels our development. Therefore, investing in human capital is essential for sustaining ASEAN's progress and prosperity. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to acknowledge that the pool of our human capitals is not confined within our borders, as our diasporas around the world play a significant role in enriching our nations and our region. These communities not only make their mark internationally, but also bring back a wealth of resources, knowledge, expertise, skills, and opportunities to their home countries. The Indonesian diaspora, for instance, including professionals across the globe, make significant contribution both to Indonesia and the countries in which they reside, as well within the ASEAN community. Initiatives like GPA exemplify how the talents of Indonesian professionals worldwide are being tapped and facilitated. Remittances, in particular, have become a crucial economic lifeline for many ASEAN member states, including Indonesia. The World Bank estimated that in 2022 alone, Indonesia received approximately $10 billion in personal remittances, which accounted for 0.8% of the country's economy. This underscored the indispensable role of the diaspora in supporting Indonesia's economic growth and development. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN as a whole can also benefit immensely from the finance, knowledge, skills, and networks of the diasporas of its member states. For its purpose, nurturing their deep connections to ASEAN is crucial. A cohesive diaspora grounded in shared ASEAN values can foster technology transfer, knowledge sharing, and innovation in our region. This has been evidenced in Indonesia's net portfolio investment, estimated at $8.47 billion in 2022. We encourage all ASEAN member states to prioritize policy that facilitate the mobility of talents, create conducive environments for diaspora engagement, and leverage their expertise and remittances for regional development. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has established frameworks to promote competitiveness, resilience, and agility of workers, cultivating lifelong learning culture in societies, invest in skills development to adapt to the changing world of work, and progress toward digital transformation. Globally, all ASEAN member states have performed well in the Human Development Index, HDI. In 2022, 3 member states, namely Singapore, Brunei Darussalam, and Malaysia, were in the very high category. Indonesia and the Philippines, as well as Vietnam, saw a notable leap from the medium category pre-pandemic to join Thailand in the high category. Cambodia, Lapidor, and Myanmar were in the medium category. ASEAN has also agreed to strengthen cooperation to better facilitate skills mobility, recognition, and development of migrant workers, to facilitate cross-border portability of their social security benefits, and to promote health, and well-being of our people. These are some of the achievements that ASEAN has a claim for. However, we must do more. The rapid pace of technological advancement and great awareness to adopt eco-friendly technology across the board present both immense challenges and limitless opportunities. We need to equip our people with the right skills and knowledge to thrive and excel in this new era. I see, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to witness the continuing efforts of ASEAN member states, including Indonesia, to improve their education and training to be more responsive to the changing labor market demands. Lifelong learning opportunities for all and a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship should be deeply embedded in our system and mindsets. We should create an enabling environment for the diaspora and businesses to invest in human capital development of the region. Moreover, ASEAN must harness the potential of its youth and young, which comprises approximately a third of the combined population of ASEAN, and is expected to peak at over 220 million by 2038. They are the future leaders of our region, and their energy and creativity must be channeled towards building a more prosperous and sustainable, both, of course, Indonesia and ASEAN. As ASEAN embarks on its journey towards a more integrated and resilient community, human capital development will be the cornerstone of our success. By investing in our people, we are investing in the future of our region. Let me conclude my remarks by commending GPA for its outstanding work in empowering and unifying the Indonesian diaspora. Your efforts contribute to the realization of an inclusive, dynamic, and sustainable ASEAN community. I thank you, and a good morning to all of you.
Thank you for that inspiring keynote address, His Excellency. Now I would like to invite Mr. Steven Marcelino, the chairman of GPA, to share the stage and lead us to the fireside chat.
Check. Let's give a round of applause again to ASEAN Secretary General, Dr. Kao Kim Horn. Please join me on stage. Mrs. Secretary General, it's an honor to have you for the second time around. Last year, during your very busy day, we understand that you were appointed as ASEAN Secretary General early in 2023 during Indonesia ASEAN Chairmanship. And this year, you are leading the way for the ASEAN Chairmanship in the Lao DPDR. So I wish you for every success. Now, Mr. Secretary General, thanks again for your remarks early on to set the agenda for the Global Human Capital Summit. Mr. Secretary General, you spent a lot of time in the US, so you're one of the testament of a successful Southeast Asian diaspora who came back and certainly served the nation and now serve our region, Southeast Asia. Now, we have some questions to you, and I'm hoping that we can have this. Apparently, the team has sort of given a maximum of 2 questions. So allow us to ask a few questions. Now, over your 20 years of public career as Minister Designate of the PM Office in Cambodia, also in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Cambodia, you also co-founded a University of Cambodia. So it's certainly clear over the past 2 decades, you spent a lot of your time and you're investing in human capital. We'd love to hear from you and your reflection, why investing in human capital is important to you. And as a Secretary General, do you see a game plan in the human capital side to unlock ASEAN full potential in this exciting region?
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Steven Marcelino, for this opportunity. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here to join you this morning. I believe what you're doing now is a great contribution, not only to Indonesia, but also to ASEAN as a region as a whole. So congratulations for this tremendous initiative. and great work. We can give a round of applause here. Yeah. When I returned to Cambodia in January 1993, after my 11 years of education in the United States, I think you have to think about what you can do to make contribution to where you were born. I know it's easy to be very selfish, but of course, the best part of us is to give back what you can. And for me, education is more in the blood, because I was born into a teacher's family. So, returned to Cambodia. Initially, I worked in the think tank, trying to make contribution to the policy recommendations. And then later on was invited to join the government. But in my spare time, I set up the University of Cambodia. And I was 21 years old. And to give back as much as possible in terms of training and education to the young people. Because young people, they are very eager to learn. And I think the best that you can give to anyone is to give the right training. So we have to mobilize young people, but of course all the intellectuals. Here, of course, in Indonesia, I'm sure you have a great intellectual society. Part of the diaspora, of course, is to mobilize all the talents that you have around the world. And this is take a lot of efforts, but in my case, of course, is that I believe it was, it was a work of passion, basically, something that I very much enjoy to do. It's not just what I have to do, but what I enjoy very much to do is to train young people and to see how they grow to become successful. So that's something that I had done but since I returned to Cambodia in 1993, working in the think tank sector, provide a lot of training programs, but also later on set up the university. It's a larger scale. But of course, I joined the government. That's another opportunity to give back to society through the government channel. So I think whatever you do, there's always opportunity to give back. And that's something that we should always think about, is how to think of something larger than yourself. Okay, and for ASEAN, of course, you look at the work of ASEAN. This year is the 57 years already since ASEAN was set up. And ASEAN is also, it's not about the government. You see, we talk about people-centered, people-oriented ASEAN community. And among the three key pillars of ASEAN community, we talk about political security, and that's peace. It's peace pillar. Economic, pillar, we talk about prosperity. But the social cultural pillar, we talk about peace. So here, I think it's all about people. What can we do to invest in our people on a long-term basis? And we have to make sure that our people become the asset of our respective communities and societies in ASEAN. But here in Indonesia, I think given the fact that you have more than 270 million Indonesians, including from overseas, I think you have great potentials. There's so much still untapped. And I think your initiative here would go a long way to mobilize and, of course, to bring together all the talents that they are out there around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kao. Let's give a round of applause to our ASEAN Secretary General. So, a few weeks ago, we celebrate ASEAN Day 57th anniversary, as you said. I think that's an exciting moment. Under your leadership, ASEAN will turn 60th anniversary soon. But you're probably going to be one of the most important ASEAN section because you're currently supervising post-2025 vision, post-ASEAN economic blueprint, post-2025. So we're hearing a lot of this post-2025, Mr. Secretary General, Dr. Kao. What would be great is to hear from you. What would in ASEAN 2045 or ASEAN 2050 vision, that ideal that you would like to launch to the world as you're a big believer in human capital and keen to sort of deep dive a little bit on that people pillar, because I'm sure a lot of people would want to see where ASEAN is heading in the next few decades as we achieve ASEAN 2045, 2050. Welcome, your
Well, thank you very much. At the moment, ASEAN is working on a 20-year vision. We call ASEAN Community Vision 2045, and of course, the crafting of 4 new strategic plans. This is to show that ASEAN is not reactive, but instead is very visionary, very bold. We have to look into the future of what ASEAN like to take itself to. So I think the 20-year vision, it is something that ASEAN has not done before. It's for the very first time that we're working on a 20-year vision. This, of course, again, the emphasis is still on the community and the people. We're looking at what we are crafting now. How we will see the future of the region in the next 20 years after ASEAN leaders that will adopt both the Vision 2045 and the 4 strategic plans next year during the Malaysian Championship. And but the starting point already started much earlier. And last year was a big push on the Indonesian Championship. And this year, of course, under Laos, and next year we expect to have both the vision and 4 strategic plans will be in place. But the future, of course, rests entirely within this region, I think the people. I think we should say ASEAN is very fortunate at the moment, being a peaceful region, so that we can use all the energy, right, the investment efforts to build the long-term future. And that's basically to build a community for our people. I think what you should not, what you might not realize in ASEAN today is that this is a region where 671 million people can travel freely in the ASEAN zone. Right? You don't need visa, you can book a flight, go on the plane, go to 1 or 10 countries, visit. Also, there's a lot of mobility. ASEAN today, we work toward become a single market and production base. And now, of course, why last year alone, for example, we were able to tap into the foreign direct investment. Last year alone, we received roughly about almost 230 billion US dollars in terms of foreign direct investment into the region. Because investors, partners, and friends believe in us. And that's why I think for us, the future of ASEAN to continue to build a region where not only on our own people alone, but also friends and partners from around the world believe in the future of this region. And that's why we focus on continue to build, promote, and maintain peace, continue to promote, and of course, prioritize our prosperity. The prosperity agenda is very important, the economy, and of course, continue to invest in our people, and of course, as well to continue building partnership with our friends and partners within this region, but of course, outside the region. That's why today we have 11 dialogue partners, 8 sectoral dialogue partners, and 6 donor partners. These are the former partners we have, but we also have other external partners working with us. In ASEAN here in Jakarta here, we consider Jakarta is a center of regional diplomacy. Because today, include both ASEAN member states and non-ASEAN member states, we have about 106 countries that have their ambassador accredited to ASEAN. So it's really a work on the move. There's a lot of progress. But the next 20 years, I think it's going to be more exciting because, well, there are going to be a lot of challenges, but also there will be a lot of opportunities for ASEAN. So again, I think for Indonesia, I'm sure you have a lot of opportunity for the young people to seize the opportunities that we have. There's a lot of opportunity. A lot of people moving to this region. They believe their future rests entirely within this region. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I've seen some mark, but allow me just to share. GIPA stands ready to support you. And you are a former diaspora. We represent Indonesia diaspora professionals. We want to support you in how you think around ASEAN Vision 2045. Because we think diaspora around Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, can play a role in supporting ASEAN growth in the economy, also people mobility. So I really thank you, your championing people intra-mobility all across ASEAN, because that's what we champion. I also want to give a bit of a shout out to some of our university partners here. There is Georgetown University that's setting up campus in Indonesia. I don't want to steal people's thunder in Indonesia, but also Professor Nobu-san here is believing the same how GIPA sees Jakarta as potential center of bright minds coming together, as the home of ASEAN area, with the headquarters in Jakarta. Will be launching something exciting, but
well, I think, for example, Georgetown University, I'm not promoting you, but I just say you are investing in Indonesia, you invest in ASEAN. Because I think there's going to be a lot of demand for current and future training and education. I think this is the right move that you have made. The same thing for SWI investment. I think it's a good investment because you're going to have a lot of private clients who are going to be very well to do. So good luck to you. The same thing, congratulations to ERA for supporting your work, because ERA is a knowledge partner that you have, but I think it's a strong one. It's also a very good partner for ASEAN. So with Georgetown University's SWI investment, of course, ERA, I think all the best to you. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you, Mr. Chairman, and to GIPA, and for this Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to ASEAN Secretary General, Dr. Kao Kim Horn.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. Please remain on the stage, as we would like to invite GIPA's Leadership Council to hand over a token of appreciation for you. And may we also kindly invite the Secretary General to take a picture with the crowd. Now it's time to take a picture with the crowd for the Secretary General. The photographer will come on stage. We are inviting our guests to smile brightly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please arise as we will all take a crowd photo together. So all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us join in this very joyful event today. We are joined by a very remarkable speakers and also notable speakers. To all of our speakers and VIPs, we kindly ask you to step to the right side a little bit, maybe 2 to 3 steps. Our EO will help you to arrange the photo arrangement. All right, photographers, are we ready? Allow me to count in 1, 2, 3. Smile for a brighter Indonesia's future. Let's give a round of applause for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we are very deeply honored to be joined by a truly remarkable leader who has been our all-time supporter of GIPA over the years. She has never missed our GHC Summit since our first time in the 2022. She's also our advisor. And in fact, she's again willingly to be present and speak at the GHC Summit today with us. So, it is no other than Ibu Shinta Kamdani, the Coordinating Vice Chair for Maritime and Investment and International Affairs at Kadin and CEO of Sintesa Group. Without further ado, let us give a warm welcome to Ibu Shinta.
Good morning to you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. It's so glad to be back. Can't believe it's been 1 year. Time really flies. Yes, I've been standing here for the third time, I think. Thank you, Gipa. You know what really struck me the most is to see how Gipa has flourished more year after year, and what you all have done for Indonesia. You practically will be the ambassadors of Indonesia all over the world. So congratulations to Gipa. And on behalf of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, also the Indonesian Employers Association, I would like to thank Gipa, Steven specifically for supporting us in all our journey, also in supporting Indonesian government in promoting trade and investment all over the world. So I would also give my greetings to Ibu Siti Maulida, fellow Columbia alumni and a good friend, also from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Also, Bapak Tantowi Yahya, who's also, I think we all have to learn from him how to become a real ambassador. And of course, Steven Marciano, the chairman of GIPA, and Pak Hilmi Kartasasmita, the chairman of GHC 2024, business leader, young professionals from all over the world, and you are the real diaspora Indonesia. It is an honor, I think, to again address you today, and I like the inspiring theme. Diaspora as Indonesia's secret weapon toward a sovereign, sustainable, and developed Indonesia. Imagine secret weapon. What does it mean? That means secret weapon, you guys will have all the bullets. If we go into war, you have all the bullets to win a war. And yes, Indonesia in one way is trying to win a war, but it's an economic war that we're trying to win. So I think there are many things that definitely we can do together. And I believe the private sectors is also instrumental in shaping and advancing the human capital in Indonesia. We are all at the forefront of implementing practices that ensure our workforce is skilled, adaptable, and equipped to meet the demands of the future economy. Indonesia has an opportunity now to achieve what is called the Golden Indonesia Vision of 2045. Everybody always say, we want to be a developed nation by 2045. What does it take to be a developed nation? So I think we will, especially with the demographic dividend that will peak in 2030, with 68% of the population being of productive age, we need to understand that to achieve this, definitely we need to focus the high quality human resources. It is mandatory. The huge demographic dividend potential needs to be optimized from two sides, supply and demand. If our human resources are not excellent, or if the industrial sector cannot absorb the workforce, or if the government does not provide with the good labor regulation, this bonus will also become a burden. I always mention that the biggest challenge Indonesia has at the moment is creation of jobs. Every year, we have to provide with new jobs, 2-3 million new jobs every year. And yet, if we see the investment that comes into Indonesia, the absorption of job has diminished. The last 10 years is diminished almost 1/4. So from 1 trillion investment, it used to be able to absorb 4,000 something. Now it's only absorbed 1,000 something. So there's definitely a shift toward from labor intensive to capital intensive. And this is impacting our job creations. So these days, we're not talking about just the link and match. We're not talking about the kind of jobs that needed for the future because of digitalization and automation. The key is how can we create these jobs? So besides the industry, we are now also working towards development of the small, medium enterprises, of creating jobs by its own. And I think in 2045, Indonesia also aspire to become a resilient, prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable country. We in Kadin has what we call the Golden Indonesia Roadmap, and has translated into this 4-pillar, 14 sectoral roadmap. This is to really have the key enablers in ensuring a future-ready workforce by improving access, quality, equity, and relevance of the talent development program. This has also been our priority during our chairmanship in the G20, B20 Indonesia. And throughout of this, we also have collaboration with our labor counterparts of L20. Through our partnership, we acknowledge the commitment and human capital need to start with investing in education and skills. We believe that education transformation involves not only preparing competent graduates, but also ensuring that educators provide the knowledge and skill required by the labor market. Therefore, now we believe, first, that we need to ensure the creation of sustainable jobs that drive the development of future employment opportunity. Second, we should map out education and skills that align with labor productivity to address human resource skill while promoting the lifelong learning. And third, implementing strategic action to engage and include various social layers, including ensuring the link and match between educational institution and future industry needs. With a similar perspective, Kadin also have launched, we call a digital training platform for the workforce called Kadin Fornaker. And it is a collaboration between Kadin and various labor or worker unions, aimed at providing training and skill development that can be accessed by the entire workforce in Indonesia across various sectors and industry. In Apindo, we have also created a special program of vocational training. So we have started developing what we call the special vocational schools in the industrial estate. This is the model that we try to create in all the industrial estate to form clusters. So what we do is we work with different associations in development of schools, vocational school, in which the students can then be absorbed directly to the companies in those industrial states. And we have now already in 4 different provinces in Indonesia, and it has worked successfully. And also what is interesting, we have launched with a program called the Pengusaha Mengajar, which is an effort to address the gap between the inviting entrepreneurs from all provinces in Indonesia to provide insight, motivation, and exemplary value to students and educators. So we are now bringing the entrepreneurs to actually go and teach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is estimated that there are 9 million Indonesia diaspora living abroad. The question is, how could then Indonesia diaspora take part in all this effort that we are doing here? Many of you have become leaders, innovators, and influencers in various sectors worldwide. You bring not just financial capital, but intellectual capital, global network, and diverse perspective that are invaluable to our nation development. These global experiences can be channeled back to Indonesia, fostering more innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that aligns with our national goal. The diaspora has the potential to serve as a bridge connecting Indonesia to global markets, cutting-edge technology, and international best practices. This is where the private sector as the engine of economic growth come into play to leverage the diaspora potential. Through collaboration with the private sector and entrepreneurs across the country, the diaspora can indeed be the key to a sustainable and developed Indonesia. The synergy through knowledge and technology exchange, access to international market facilitation, and investment in local venture can enhance the quality of Indonesia human resources, as well as building a resilient economy that is capable of withstanding global challenges. So I don't want to stop today opening remarks by just saying these words. I want you all, GIPA, as Diaspora Indonesia, to work with us. And this is a homework that Stephen needs to do, because I want to really see that we can come up with concrete projects that we can work together, so that next year, in your next summit, we can actually show some real outcome of our synergy, and of course, supported by our government. So, friends, ladies and gentlemen, let's work together. Let's make the vision of Golden Indonesia 2045 a reality. And we must take bold steps to nurture and develop this. Together, we can build Indonesia that is not only sovereign and sustainable, but also a beacon of progress and prosperity on the global stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Shinta. Please remain on stage, as now we would like to invite our chairman of GIPA, Stephen Marcelino, to give the token of appreciation for Ibu Shinta. All right, thank you very much. It's always been empowering to hear the speech from Ibu Shinta as usual. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there will be more exciting sessions coming forward, right, Dinye?
Yes, so that concludes our opening plenary session. We hope you find each of the keynote speech as well as the fireside chat as inspiring and insightful as we do. And let's carry this excitement and energy throughout the day with us, because we will still have many sessions after this. But what we're gonna have now?
We're going to have a short break for all the ladies and gentlemen today.
Yes.
So
it's 10 minutes. We would like to see you back here in 10 minutes, but now you might have a break, coffee or toilet break, whatever you needed. But we will hope to see you again in 10 minutes here with the rest of the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly join us back in the grand ballroom. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly join us back in the Grand Ballroom as we would like to proceed to our next agenda. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami minta kesediaannya untuk bergabung kembali di Grand Ballroom Pullman Tamrin, Jakarta, Indonesia. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participant, we would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly join us back inside the grand ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the day. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bergabung kembali di grand ballroom Pullman Tamrin, Jakarta, Indonesia. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participant, we would like to ask for your keenness one more time. Please kindly joining us back inside the grand ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the summit. Please kindly be seated. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bergabung kembali di Grand Ballroom Pullman Jakarta, Indonesia. Mohon dipersilakan duduk kembali, kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly be seated. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk duduk kembali. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participant, we would like to ask for your keenness one more time. Please kindly joining us back inside the grand ballroom as we would like to proceed to our next agenda. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami minta kesediaannya untuk kembali duduk. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Thank you very much to Diva and Dinye for presenting the opening plenary segment. What a remarkable opening we just had, seeing how today's summit will bring more amazing session ahead. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, such an honor for me to be delegate again as your next host for the Global Human Capital Summit this year of 2024. Please kindly allow me to introduce myself and my wing lady partner of the day. My name is Melati Dewi.
Hello everyone, my name is Shahla Sabila and I am very happy to be here with all of you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participant. Now let's proceed to the next agenda of the Global Human Capital Summit 2024, which will be our first thematic plenary sessions highlighting the topic of building up strategic talents and productivity to support Indonesia's rise to a developed nation amidst evolving global dynamics. To commence our first thematic plenary sessions, we have the honor to welcome and invite His Excellency Teddy Barata, the Deputy Minister of State-Owned Enterprises for Human Capital and ICT, to deliver a special remarks for the opening the plenary on this thematic plenary session. Your Excellency, please kindly begin to join us on stage to deliver the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This only for Global Human Capital Summit. I will give you pantun. And for the first time, at least for me, it's going to be in English. Ya, kayaknya harus dibalas dengan cakep kayaknya nih. Translate-nya apa nih? Saya belum tahu nih Pak Edi nih. On foreign shores, our roots remain.
Cakep.
SOE and diaspora connect in the morning light.
Cakep.
Our collaboration grows like gentle rain. For Indonesia's pride, we stand upright.
Cakep.
Cakep.
One more. In distant lands, our dreams ignite. GIPA and SOE standing side by side. With strength and skill, we shape the light for Indonesia's progress far and wide. Very good morning to all of you. Yeah, and also my special thanks, my brother, not my friend, my brother, my Stephen. And I can see here Pak Tantowi and all of the distinguished guests and gentlemen. Yeah, and also my little brother and my little sister. Yeah, para diaspora. Who come and also join to this event offsite, and also I heard that's going to be online, yeah, Mas Stephen, yeah. So you're coming here this morning, yeah, to show your face, yeah, to spend your time, yeah, little bit of your time to be together here. Is a show, is showing what? Your concern and care about Indonesia. So I really appreciate that, yeah, and thank you for your at least, yeah, a small contribution to what we are doing. And me, I'm coming from the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises. Yeah, we have very huge responsibility in transforming, yeah, our companies, transforming the state-owned enterprises. we've been transforming for the past 5 years now. And it's not an easy task to do. Our portfolio, yeah, there are hundreds of companies that we have, yeah, and some even have anniversary for more than 100 years. PT Pos Indonesia is even 278. The anniversary, 278. Yeah, it was established long before the independent days of America. There are so many companies with different performance, and we, yeah, the current ministry have a strong will as a mandate from the president, as a mandate from the government, that we need to transform our state-owned enterprises. And, you know, transforming the technology, transforming the business process will not complete without transforming the people. That's why, yeah, Global Human Capital Summit here, yeah, Pak Mas Stephen's event, this today is very important for us, because you will complete the transformation of the state-owned enterprises. Recently, I just came back from New York. Last October in London with Mas Stephen, right? But 2 months ago, I was in New York, Pak Tantowi. We are gathering our diaspora. It's a similar event, yeah, where we bring our director of HR of the state-owned enterprises. We bring them to New York and Vancouver at that time, yeah, to discuss, yeah, to meet up with our diaspora living in US. And it's not just a seminar. It's not just a career seminar. I don't want that, Mas Stephen. Same thing with what we did in London. I want there is a walk-in interview. So, because what? I tell our directors, our KPI is not the event itself. The KPI is how many people, how many diaspora that we can recruit to be the employee of state-owned enterprises. Then alhamdulillah, yeah, in October's, yeah, last October's, yeah, with GIPA event, I really thank you, yeah, Mas Stephen and the team from GIPA. We had many diaspora becoming the employee of state-owned enterprises. In New York, there's even more. And Vancouver, we met with the Dubes, Pak Konjen, the Consul General. Yeah, we work together with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bu Ani. Yeah, we make sure that our events, yeah, have support from all of the stakeholders that we have. Yeah, and very interesting thing happened, Pak Stephen, and I need to share with you, all of the diaspora here, that I asked, yeah, some of my HR directors, because they do the interview, right? What are the common questions from the diaspora? And they say that what? The candidates, the diaspora, always ask about what's the sustainability agenda of the company. What's the ESG programs, whether in Semen, in Pupuk, yeah, in Bank Mandiri, because I bring Bank Mandiri, Bank BRI, Pertamina also bring the HR director there. Everybody, every candidate, every diaspora always mention and ask about the sustainability. So I tell my directors, look, these days, this generation, they really concerned about sustainability. So the push to be more sustainable, to be more ESG, more green is not only about the business, but what? The future talents. Because our diaspora, yeah, our new generations, they look for the job that fit with their vision. The vision of what? Sustainability. So, state-owned enterprises, our companies, they have to be more sustainable. The ESG need to be our new DNA of BUMN, state-owned enterprise. So, this is a new trend that we see, that our business need to be sustainable. And I'm standing here in front of you, I'm telling you, my little sister, my little brother, we are doing it. It's become our shareholder aspiration that any state-owned enterprises that we have, we will look for more new initiative about sustainability. Meaning that if you come up with an idea, if you come up with any ESG initiative, we'll be more than happy to look, yeah, to see and to learn together with you. That's one thing, sustainability. The second one, the new trend that I see, Mas Stephen, yeah, is artificial intelligence. What do I know? What do we know about AI? Very tiny, I must say. But at least we implement that, the AI. In what way? The last one is in our recruitment bersama BUMN, RBB. So for the past 3 years, we have a joint program for recruitment of the state-owned enterprises. It used to be done each and every BUMN sendiri-sendiri. Now we have recruitment bersama, together. With the same program, we increase the standard of the journey, yeah, recruitment journey. And that's what we are doing right now. And the last one, in 2024, we do it with AI help. How and why? It's because we only have 2,000 seats, 2,000 lowongan. And do you know how many people sign up and yang daftar, register for the recruitment? 2 million people. So 2 million people fighting to get 2,000 jobs. Jadi 1:1000. Ya kan ya? 1:1000. So there is 0.1% chance that you get into the BUMN. Acceptance rate of Harvard is 4%. Acceptance rate of BUMN is 0.1%. It's easier to go into Harvard than BUMN. This is a true story, yeah. And along the process we use AI, yeah, because it's online exam, yeah. Thousands of people, we need to check whether they whether there is a fraud in the assessment, ya. Generasi setelah kita ini lebih kreatif. So with the AI help, we can check whether there are 2 persons in the room, ya. And then if there is a difference in the KTP and also with the ID, and there are few frauds that we can protect and prevent, yeah, with the help of AI. So AI is going to be the new terms that we will hear more often, at least in the state-owned enterprises, because we want to implement this in other opportunity. So this is one of the skill, yeah, and also initiative that I hope that all of you can also come up with an idea that we can, you know, we're more than happy to discuss any idea about the AI implementations that we can develop, that we can implement in state-owned enterprises. So today, Mas Stephen, I think it's a very good opportunity, yeah, for us to reiterate our intention that we are transforming our state enterprise. The human capital is an integral part of our transformation. And diaspora, I used to be a diaspora too. Yeah. And it's not easy to become a diaspora. Getting into the university in abroad is half the battle. Bener nggak? Susah banget kan? Untuk bisa pass to university. Yeah. You know, living, studying for 1 or 2 years is not easy in a new culture, in a new country, in a new climate. Yeah. Then, coming back here is not easy too, you know. Because job opportunity might not what you expected. So, we are here, state enterprises. We want to have a long-term relationship. We opened up our door for diaspora to become our part of us, to become our family. So I really thank you, Mas Stephen. This is the event that we've been hoping for, yeah. And I believe we will engage more often, yeah, in the next event. I thank you from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the marvelous remarks. Please kindly return to your seat.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's summit is also part of our highest showcase to present how GIPA and partners strengthens the collaborations. For the next agenda, together, we will tune in to a special segment presented by Livin by Mandiri with a special remark from Ms. Fotivia Mardina, Senior Vice President of PT Bank Mandiri. To Ibu Fotivia Mardina, please kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a sparkling round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please introduce myself. My name is Fotivia Mardina. I send an apology from my director, Pak Aquarius Rudianto, who cannot join this event today. But hopefully, we can share a bit about human capital in Mandiri. And in this event, I would like to say thank you for GIPA for continuously partnering with Bank Mandiri for the living around the world, for the hiring process together with the state-owned ministry, and for today's event. For us to be here is a very humbled and an honored experience for us to be here. And a bit of a story, a bit of behind the scene. Who is Bank Mandiri and what's the story behind this company? I would like to introduce, maybe lots of you know Bank Mandiri is the largest company, largest financial institution in Indonesia. Maybe some of you know that a lot of all-time high achievements this company has experienced and has achieved. But we have this passion that we call passion to deliver beyond expectation. We know our role to contribute to Indonesia, and by having this opportunity in this financial industry, we are committed to every year to a more sustainable, green, and renewable energy financing. We're very concerned for the Indonesia sustainable economy, and today we work with 38,600 employees, organic employees, and another 36,000 for outsourcing. And moreover, we have 12 subsidiaries that employed around 36,000 as well. So we are a huge company with a large employment. And many of you ask, like, what is the secret recipe? We're talking about secret weapon today. What is the secret recipe of Bank Mandiri? One thing that this company experienced is a continuous transformation. Since our merger in 1998, this company never stopped changing. And even lately, in the last 4 years, we even do this transformation by ourselves. Every 5 years, we always invite big brands of consulting, as you may know. But in the last 4 years, we do it for ourselves. We defined what is our future will looks like and how are we going to get there. And one of our biggest achievements that maybe all of you know is our digital products, Livin and Copra. And the special product solutions for our diaspora. And for the first time, this application, this Beyond Super Apps, has served many diaspora in 120 countries. I think it's worth a round of applause. Because I even experienced that my nephew in Australia need to do a transfer from it, and I have to represent him to go to the branches and do some kind of transactions. But even today, everyone around the world can use their own local country's number to actually do the financial transaction, even the wealth transaction if you want to buy a mutual fund and everything. So this is one of our pride moments that we deliver in the financial service industry for diaspora all over around the world. The question is, how did we manage to do that? Because one fun fact around it is, the one who built this Livin and Copra is a 4,000 Indonesian digital talents. We work in-house to develop these two brilliant applications. And how did we manage to do that? There is a theme that we always say that we do a co-creation. It's never been a human capital job to take care of our talents. It's both, it's partnership between the employees, the leaders, and the human capital itself. And I will share a bit of the tips. First, it is our belief. We have a strong belief that what is the reason of Mandirian exists? We believe that we are here to lead Indonesia in prospering the nation. That's an utmost purpose for every Mandirian. We believe in our core values, akhlak, being a trustworthy, being a competent, harmonious, loyal, adaptive, and collaborative individuals that will lead us to get into our purpose. But on top of that, Mandirian need to show a specific unique characteristic that we called our DNA, Mandirian DNA, that make every one of you, if you see Mandirian, you can see how Mandiri run its business, how the individuals achieve its ambition, its aspirations to become the undisputed industrial leaders. And our dream for every Mandirian is we want everyone to be always deliver and always ahead. And a couple of things that maybe we'll share with all of you later on in the panel is around how we did make it happen. So I think I will share a lot about how the leaders is very important to run this and how our programs that enables Mandiri to run the human capital development and how human capital itself be able to run its strategy. So I think as an opening remarks, I say thank you for another thank you for GIPA for inviting Bank Mandiri today, and see you later in the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Voltivia Magna. You may return to the seat in front because we are going to proceed to the next session of the summit.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, to commence our first thematic plenary sessions, which highlighting the topic of building up strategic talents and productivity to support Indonesia's rise to a developed nation amidst evolving global dynamics. This first panel discussions, we will have a profound list of world-level expert panelists from various sectors who will join us as well. This panel discussion sessions will be moderated by Wilbert Angrendo, Head of IPA Middle East. We would like to ask the keenness of Mr. Wilbert Angrendo to kindly lead the panel discussion. Please give a sparkling round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, and also our partners. I'm so excited to moderate this panel here together with our 5 very diverse and esteemed panelists. We've heard from all of them earlier this morning about how important human capital development is for Indonesia in achieving its vision in 2045. So, welcome to Building Up Strategic Talents and Productivity to Support Indonesia's Rise to a Developed Nation Amidst Evolving Global Dynamics panel. So, in an era marked by rapid technological advancements and shifting global dynamics, building a strategically talented and highly productive workforce is very instrumental for our country. And this panel will delve into the multifaceted approaches Indonesia must adopt, not just as a country, but all of its citizens and all of the key stakeholders within the country itself to enhance our global competitiveness in attracting and retaining top talent. The discussion will also focus on how these strategies align with the broader economic goals, such as the Golden Indonesia 2045 vision and the specific actions needed to realize these aspirations. Soon, we will be joined by the remaining 4 panelists, each of whom will provide a brief remarks, and then we will go into a very interactive Q&A sessions, and when we will also leave a couple of minutes to the very end where we will open up the floor to the audience who have questions to some of the panelists here. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Professor Scott Guggenheim. Our first panelist, he is an adjunct professor of the Global Human Development at Georgetown University. He is a renowned anthropologist with 25 years of experience in international development. So I would like to invite Professor Scott to the stage, and let's give out a round of applause. Next up, we have Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa, the Dean and Managing Director of Area School of Government. Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa holds a PhD from Kyoto University. His research focuses on Southeast Asian politics, East Asian international relations, and emerging digital infrastructure. Let's give a round of applause for Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa. Our third panelist is Ambassador Tantowi Yahya. He is an Indonesian representative to the New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga since 2017. Mr. Ambassador is recently appointed as President of United in Diversity, and he is also known for enhancing Indonesia's bilateral relationship, particularly in trade and cultural exchange within the Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Tantowi Yahya. And joining us back on the stage is Mr. Teddy Barata, who is a Deputy Minister for Human Capital and ICT at the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia. Welcome to the stage, Pak Teddy. And last but not least, welcome back again, Ibu Fotivia. It was a very excellent presentation of Bank Mandiri. Ladies and gentlemen, so to start, I will give the opportunity for each panelist here to provide their brief opening remarks. We will start with you, Professor Scott, to brief for your opening remarks.
Can I get my slides?
Can the multimedia present Professor Scott's slides?
Well, thanks everybody for the chance to speak here, especially thanks to Pa Steven, Pa Hilma, and the GIPA team. What I'm going to talk about today is about the Georgetown University Asia Pacific campus that will be opening here in Indonesia in January of 2025. As part of that, I'd like to acknowledge how much this has been a partnership with excellent collaboration from, in particular, Ministry of Education with Pak Nadiem and his team, Kemenlu with Pak Pahala, Pak Koba, and Ibu Retno, and also with Pak Dwi Larso from the Ministry of Finance, without whom we could not have opened this campus. And it really is a very substantive partnership. In addition, I'd also like to convey to the diaspora gathered here that our provost, our dean, and our chair of Asian studies send their regards and their excitement at being the very first American university that will open in Indonesia. And they plan to join us here in Jakarta for the January launch of the program. And finally, we'd also like to say on behalf of Georgetown University how happy we are at being invited to meet Indonesia's remarkable diaspora, who we expect to be key partners in this new venture. Now, in the 5 minutes I have for the opening presentation, I'm going to try to answer 3 questions. They are, why are we doing this now? Why are we doing this here? And what will Georgetown contribute to the development of Indonesia and the Asia-Pacific region at large? Okay, go to the next slide, please. So the big question that's shaping the world right now is that traditional ways of thinking about international relations and development are cracking. Right? We have new questions that have come up that are challenging the world's leaders to find new models and new ways of engaging. We no longer live in a bipolar world. We have multiple crises, whether it's environment, pandemics, economic crises, all happening at the same time. We're in a region that's reshaping the global system, not just the regional system. It's important to keep development inclusive and not speed towards the high levels of inequality that we often see leading to instability in many countries around the world. And of course, we have a problem of environmental sustainability and the threat to our common future that's come up multiple times. Next slide, please. Now, why come to Indonesia, I think, is an interesting question. I could give you the usual reasons: big country, G20 member, multiple islands, lots of tolerance. But I think there's more interesting reasons from a university perspective, which is that Indonesia has a lot to offer the global community in terms of policy development and policy implementation. I've been here 20 years, and I've been floored by the extent to which you see a transformation in levels of well-being and the opportunity that Indonesia has been able to pull off, particularly in the past 10 years, developing systems of social protection, inclusive development, and bottom-up kinds of planning. It's also one of the few countries that successfully navigated a transition from a very centralized, militaristic kind of government to a true decentralized democracy. Indonesia's been the leader in building the House of ASEAN. And again, these are areas that the world needs to learn from, and we need to get more deep analytic research and more analyses going on. And this is the reason why Georgetown, in particular, rejected going to Singapore, which was our first idea, and decided that Indonesia is a much better location to increase our understanding of some remarkable policy leadership in the developing world. Next slide, please. Now, here's what we're going to start relatively small. It's new in Indonesia, where the campus is going to be across the street in the Plaza building on the 37th floor. We have 2 major programs that we're offering. One is the Executive Masters in Diplomacy and International Affairs, and we're beginning with a partnership with Kemenlu on developing that for new diplomats learning how to be involved in international diplomacy. And we have a regular master's degree program. And I want to be clear to people that the degree program that's being offered here in Indonesia is the exact same as the program being offered in Washington, D.C., in our campus in Doha. And in fact, we expect students who get admitted to the program. I admit it's easier to get into Georgetown than to get into a state-owned enterprise. But nevertheless, if you get in, the first year is spent in Washington learning basic university skills in diplomacy, economics, and finance. The second year is spent out here in Indonesia or other parts of the Asia-Pacific region. This is not going to be one of those campuses where they put a bunch of terminals in a room and say, watch television for an education. All classes will be live. We have the benefit of Georgetown type approach is that classes are small. There's a lot of hands-on guidance and engagement with faculty. The first half of the program does give you a lot of exposure in the United States. And one benefit of being in Washington is if people are interested in engaging with organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, UN agencies, Georgetown every year places almost 100 students in those types of organizations. Almost done. Next slide, please. So we have a number of organizing questions that will guide the program, which are about policy options in this very uncertain world. And let me go to the last slide, because I know we're short on time. One more, please. So the question of what role will the diaspora play in this kind of program? And like I said, we really appreciate the chance to engage with you because we see a big role for the diaspora, both as part of the international network. Georgetown has a very large global network as well, but also as resources for teaching, for seminars, and for placements for people who'd like to do research. So we also plan to do research on the diaspora itself. What are the barriers of getting jobs? Where do people go? What's their long-term career development? And how does that fit into the economic transformation? So that's a quick introduction to what Georgetown plans to do here in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much, and sorry for running on a little bit.
Thank you so much, Professor Scott. Next up, I would like to invite Professor Nobuhiro to give your quick opening remarks.
Okay, quick
quick one. Yes,
okay,
please.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for our friends in GIPA for letting us be part of this wonderful event, especially my friends Stephen and Hilmi. Wonderful job to make this grand opening of this event. My name is Aizawa Nobuhiro from AREA, especially AREA School of Government. I'm going to be brief here. I have two missions why I came here today. First, of course, to celebrate GIPA and also to congratulate all this wonderful talent from Indonesia around the world, but also to provoke a little bit. Because two missions I have here. I wanted to, as Dr. Kao was saying for ASEAN Secretariat, we want to make Jakarta as center of government, right? So I know I'm stealing this from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs agenda in the ASEAN chair, epicentrum of growth. Everybody talk about growth, right? But of course it goes tandem to public policy, especially on governance. So I know, like for example, in Southeast Asia, Singapore might be a little ahead for their financial institutions and everything, but I'm very, very sure that Indonesia has the best ecosystem to be leading in the government sector, and especially in being creative and innovative in governance. And we, as an international organization located in Jakarta, together with ASEAN Secretary and everybody here, we want to make Jakarta center of government. So I want you all to help us out to create this ecosystem that create a global narrative in terms of what is exactly a good governance, what exactly is the best practice of governance in Jakarta. So let's create a discussion in this town and make a big splash in this global community. That's number one. Number two, actually, I really like this Global Human Capital Summit. I like the word global human capital, but I didn't really like the second one. The second one says diaspora as the Indonesian secret weapon. I'm sure I may be, a conflict with your view. I want this, talent to be the world's secret weapon, not just Indonesia's secret weapon, right? I need you to share your Indonesian talents to the world, not only for the Indonesian government. Sorry, Pa. Because we see this talent is beyond Indonesia. I think the Indonesian talent can make a huge influence an asset for other countries in the region and other countries in the world. So I'm here to work together with you to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nobuhiro. Yes, next we have Ambassador Tantowi Yahya. Please give your opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks God I'm the only ambassador sitting here on the panel, so I can speak anything I like about diplomacy. No competitions. Yes, I was Indonesian ambassador to New Zealand and some countries in the Pacific, namely Independent State of Samoa, Kingdom of Tonga, Cook Islands, and Norway, and base in Wellington, New Zealand. When I was called up by Mr. President back then in 2016 to get the job, in my imagination is that, oh my God, I have to be posted in a country where cows and sheep are much larger than the people. But then, underlying the message or the mandate given by the presidents and the foreign ministers, I understand that the mission given to me is very large, very mathematical, and a very auspicious, so to say, at the same time. I have to make Indonesia present in the Pacific. You know, ladies and gentlemen, not many people in the world know that Indonesia is the only country in the world, is the only archipelago in the world which is flanked by two big oceans, Indian Oceans at the front and Pacific Oceans at the back. So we belong to two big oceans, which means we belong to two big civilizations, ASEAN civilization and Pacific civilization. We are just like a child born by ASEAN father and Pacific mother. But we never claim our being Pacific. And that started all the problems we have in that region, including the big force that happened in that region that want Papua to be out of Indonesia. Because they think Papua is part of the Pacific and Indonesia does not belong to the Pacific. So what I did for 5 years is to claim that Indonesia is also part of the Pacific. Geographically, we are Pacific because we have 5 provinces then, now more than 5 provinces that situated in the Pacific Oceans. Papua, Maluku, Nusa Tenggara, and then some part of Sulawesi. Look at the map. They are Pacific. And speaking about people, out of 30 million population of the Pacific in the world, more than 50% of which are living in Indonesia. Look at the number of our people that live in Papua, in two Malukus, in Nusa Tenggara, and also in Gorontalo. We are speaking more than 15 million people. Now, compared to 33 million people of the whole Pacific, we have more than 50%. So it is sah in our language that Indonesia is a part of the Pacific. Geographically, we are in the Pacific, and also the people, we also belong to the Pacific. Our culture in the eastern part of Indonesia are those of the Pacific. Now, ending my opening speech, Mr. President called it a success of my job for 5 years. The success of my journey for 5 years was 100% supported by the diaspora that I would like to discuss in the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll like now continue to the panel discussions where we'll hear from each of the panelists here about their experience and about their insights on human capital development topics. Perhaps, Mr. Teddy Baratau, I'd like to start from you. You have recently presented a lot of the achievements, a lot of the initiatives done under your leadership within the ministry, and also all the challenges that lies ahead. I would like to touch on your capacity as the Deputy Minister for Human Capital and ICT, given the importance of technological advancements in the world and also in Indonesia specifically, what do you think the right policy and also the right initiative that government should implement to increase the talent within the ICT field?
Okay, so at the ministry, we are very grateful to have the leaders who care about the transformation agenda as our priority. I talk a little bit about the BUMN part, about the CEO enterprises. Yeah. That the ICT is part of the agenda of transformations. Yeah, the business process, we transform. The human capital, we are transforming. Yeah. But the ICT is a very powerful vehicles to be more transparent, yeah, to be more governance. That's from the ICT implementation. And nowadays, we still need to learn a lot from our foreign friends, countries that have developed ICT even more advanced than we are. We are very convenient with American technology. Do we not? We are very convenient, right? With the technology, with the phone and everything. On the side of the globe, another side of the globe, there is a Chinese rising with the technology. Yeah. I tell my team and also the state-owned enterprises that in the field of technology, we have to improve our competitiveness. Yes, we are convenient, yeah, we are nyaman dengan teknologi US, but look, our own interest, siapa yang care dengan our own interest, which we are. We have to be more careful on what technology that we choose, and also we need to improve, yeah, our competitiveness in technology. There's no other way. So because US will, have their own interests. China, of course, they're improving their technology too. We need to learn from both sides. We need to learn from other technology too, from Korea, from other things. Diaspora, I met a lot of diaspora, yeah, learning technology, yeah, in the America region, in the Europe, yeah, in the Asia. And this is something that we want to see more. Yeah. That American, yeah, we learn from American, we learn from China, we learn from other countries about technology, and we bring them. We bring our diaspora to learn more, yeah, to implement what they have learned, yeah, in the campus, yeah, and also in foreign companies, foreign ICT companies. And we are very open about this, yeah. We want a diaspora in this sector and competence, yeah, and skill to be part of us. You can join BUMN, you can join private sector, you can, have your own startup and technology. I'm very happy, yeah, to be part of your partnership, yeah, with the startup, Indonesian startup. And most of the startup I know, they are created by our diaspora coming back to Indonesia, making the startup, yeah, having the ideas from what they see and what they learn abroad, and coming here. And I'm very, very, excited to join, and also, improving our state-owned enterprise with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insights. I think it's very important as well for all of us, the diaspora and the professionals around the world, to take an active part on realizing that ambition as well, together with the government of Indonesia. Next, I would like to shift to Ibu Fotivia. I think your perspective from the banking sector is really mind-opening about how Bank Mandiri is spearheading the transformation within the human capital for the next generation. My question is more on how all these state-of-the-art initiatives that Bank Mandiri has formulated and also starting to implement can be also replicated within other state-owned enterprises, probably within the banking industry, so that we all as a country can benefit from the policies that you are implementing.
Okay, thank you, Wilbert. Thank you for the questions. Interesting questions, like how Bank Mandiri can influence the human capital transformation beyond Mandiri itself.
Exactly.
I think one of it is working together with Pak Teddy and the team at the state-owned company ministry. We actually together built every bits and pieces around talent management, starting from recruiting, talent development, defining what is talent, creating a panel to filter the top talents around the cluster. So I think this is maybe it's an interesting fact for the diaspora. In state-owned company, every employee is actually monitored and mapped into a talent map, heat map. So every state-owned company will have this burn and breed, the creme de la creme talents that is actually being supervised by the state-owned ministry. It means that the source of talents is actually developed not only for the company itself, but across state-owned companies is actually benefited from this talent pool. So this is one interesting method in human capital where talents is actually not only owned by the company, but is actually the source of leaders for multi companies in the state-owned. And the second interesting fact is for the millennials leaders. So today, we never have to be worried again if I'm being elected or appointed to become a director in other state-owned company, will I lose my employment? What about my future? Because once we lead in the board level, usually we need to detach from our company, the one that develop us. But today, the millennials are actually below 50 BODs, board of directors, is actually still associated by the company who already developed them. So the young talents never have to be worried when this opportunity comes in and you have the opportunity to lead in other companies. So yeah, a lot of things happens in around state-owned companies ecosystem in the human capital and talent management areas.
Very interesting insights that I just learned from you, Ibu Fotifia, today. I think the synergies is very important because we're all part of Indonesia. And it's very important for us to continue working together to achieve the ambition. Next, I would like to move to Professor Scott. From your perspective, throughout the years of experience that you have, especially the materials you just shared with us earlier, and how do you think the academic institutions and also all the research within human capital development from overseas can benefit Indonesia? What are the concrete plans beyond just, let's say, opening universities in Indonesia that will, build the talent in Jakarta and also probably in other cities that are still developing?
Is this thing on?
Yes.
Good. So that's a very complicated question. But as an academic, let me be a little gloomy in some of the discussion. I think under the New Order government, they made a lot of progress, but up to a low level at the university sector, because it was a pretty closed area. And it was hard to get access to international media. Language was a problem. People going overseas compared to China or Chile, it's tiny. So I think Indonesia is now paying a price for that, right? I think there's an awareness, which this seminar is part of, that people really have to up the human capital game. Right? But if you look at the objective numbers, the number of patent applications from Indonesia is one of the lowest in the world. The amount of publications, right? If you take away letters to the editor and you look at original publications, it's also very low. If you look at hiring practices, universities hire their own graduates, but there isn't much competition between them. So I would say treat it almost like we think about a company that's trying to move ahead. If you were a macroeconomic planner, you'd say, what are the problems? There's regulatory problems, there's competition problems, there's globalization problems, and that's what needs to be fixed in the tertiary sector in Indonesia. Right? I think there needs to be more demand for quality, but there also needs to be more supply coming in that people are able to respond to. The last thing I'd say on that is I heard in some of the chit-chat that we had during the coffee break that you're starting to get a diaspora that stays overseas. This could be good, it could also be bad. Right? One of the reasons when we set up the Georgetown program here, why it's limited to a master's program and no PhD, is that the analytics done in DICNAS show that PhDs overseas don't get jobs when they come back. They don't get jobs in what they're trained in. That is a really big problem. Before you invest $50,000 or $100,000 in going to Stanford or Harvard, and you're going to go into working in your father's company because you couldn't get a job that uses that talent, Indonesia has to find a way to change that incentive system, the opportunities and the incentives. So just to sum up, I think there's supply problems and there's demand problems. I think there's an awareness that they have to be fixed, but I wouldn't underestimate how hard it is to fix a sector that's so important and so large. And I don't think Georgetown has much to contribute on that, other in the sense it's small, it's one. This is an Indonesian problem to solve, and it's going to depend a lot on a consensus in the next government and the government after that on making the investments and the kind of reforms that would make a knowledge sector for Indonesia that can respond to markets, not just in Indonesia, but at a global level.
Very interesting, Professor Scott. Thank you for sharing that as well. Next, I would like to, still within the academic field, Professor Nobuhiro, I mean, you are the Dean of Area School of Government, and you also share with us briefly about what you want to achieve through establishing a school here in Indonesia. So probably from your point of view, and also from your experience, how have other nations, or is there any other nations that have successfully implemented, their human capital transformation program, and what can we learn from them also through the Area School of Government? What are the curriculum that probably the students will be able to capture about human capital development?
Wonderful question. Is there an opportunity I can share my slides to you, or?
Yeah, I think we can just pull it up quickly, if that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
So yes, let me
sure.
get on the podium. Yeah. So to answer your question, I think there's a lot of countries who has done in the past of the human capital development and making that into your own development goals. But I think the world has changed. All the preceding examples of modern developments in nation-state building history, I think there were different times of certain human mobility, communication tools. And I think right now what we are seeing is the trend that human capital is developed very multinationally. Sorry, Ambassador, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe nothing is bilateral. Everything is multilateral. Every part of your journey is going to be multinational. It's not just like, say, Indonesia to UK back and forth. No. You will be going to other countries. Your career will be, shaped in many different places. So I want you to form a understanding that your world is bigger than you might think, or your world is larger for you to contribute. So why we are trying to do this, initiative to creating Jakarta as a center of knowledge and making Indonesia as a global asset, or even a global public asset. I hope you could get a sense. But let me just introduce briefly what we are doing. So we are establishing Area School. This is a very brand new. We are not as, have the name as well known as Georgetown. But we are established this year. I'm a rookie in this town. I just started to live here in 2 weeks. So I put my family here, so I think that is a commitment to Jakarta. Can you change the slides, please? One thing, I know the global Indonesians are going from Indonesia to other part of the world. Our job is to bring
the people in the world to Indonesia. So if you are also, like say, LPDP, scholarship awardees, when you are now have to come back to Jakarta, please come to us, our place. We could be your station. And also, I'm sure you will learn so much in the school outside of the region about other regions. But we need a place in Indonesia or in Southeast Asia that everybody should learn from this region and shape what exactly is the interest of this region. And then, of course, we also serve as the kind of an intellectual, institutional memory tank so that whenever you need some cases, you come to Indonesia. I'll just give you an example. Everybody wants to learn from the Aceh peace because everybody is struggling in Mindanao, struggling in Southern Thai, but Indonesia, the Jakarta community was really, really in a very high professionalism in making that happen. And there's a lot of secrets that everybody can learn from. There's so many cases like this. Can you open the next slide, please? So one thing I want to highlight to you is that we are opening up a fellowship. So everybody who's listening online, when you want to come back to Jakarta and join this project, we have a fellowship. And we're going to call for fellowship in the coming 2 months. So I hope you can join. We can articulate that, and I think you have a postcard on your table. So I will get you a lot of information there. But also we have a lot of dialogue, and we try to make as active, the Jakarta dialogue to be active as much as possible. We're going to tap into you. You will be the teacher. You're not just a student, you're going to be the teacher. And so we will have a leadership forum started by former President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. So we have that the highest level of Southeast Asian intellectuals coming to Jakarta and be part of your knowledge development. And I think you will be excited about our relationship here. So I think to respond to you, I think the kind of prescription of developing talent is going to be totally changed. It's no more a national project per se. It's a regional project, global project. And I think I hope you could create a new model in here together with JIPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nobuhiro. Mr. Ambassador, I'd like to turn to you next. All the success that you have achieved in the Pacific, I think there are a lot of things that we can learn here this morning. And I think on the diaspora side, so how do you believe Indonesian diaspora can contribute to enhancing strategic talent development and productivity so that we can all contribute to Indonesia economic development in the future?
Thank you, Wilbert. Yes, like I told you earlier, I was dealing with the medium-sized office of Indonesia or medium-sized embassy. It is only supported by 11 local staff and 7 diplomats. And the job that we have to deal with is a kind of job that needs a big number of employees and big number of support of manpower, so to say. But I love dealing with limitations. That was a challenge. Then I came up with an idea of engaging all the diasporas that we have. When I said diaspora, it's Indonesian that live in New Zealand and countries in the Pacific under my jurisdiction, and also Indonesian people that married to the local people, or even the local people that love Indonesia, and also the Indonesianists. Speaking about the number of Indonesian communities, not big. It's only 7,000, and during COVID, it's reduced to 4,000. 3,000 went back to Indonesia, and they could never come back to New Zealand because of the limitation and the closure of the boundaries. So I had to deal with that amount of people. But then I have the Indonesianists and the people that love Indonesia. And speaking about number, that number is big enough. So what I did is engaging with them, giving them tasks that they could handle as long as it didn't touch the secret areas of the country, I give all the jobs to them. And they were more than happy to do that. For example, for the first time ever, in 2019, we means our embassy, with a small number of people, managed to make a big event with the Pacific scale of size called the Pacific Exhibition. So it was the first and the only exhibitions of investment, trade, and tourism that involved the whole countries in the Pacific. And that big event was only engined by 20 staff of the embassy with a huge number of diaspora that worked for us. And it worked very well. It is now recalled, it is now recognized as the only and the biggest exhibition of trade, investment, and tourism ever done in the Pacific. And it was done by a country who in the previous years was not even recognized as part of the Pacific. So you can imagine doing so many big projects, and one of which is the exposition with limited number of people. But then we could manage to make other events. So beside the exposition, there were also other events that actually required a big number of people and a big number of capital. But I thank my network, one of which is my friend here. I solely could not rely on the budget from the government because that was very limited. Now, this is the job of the ambassador to expand the knowledge, to expand the network, to get the money from elsewhere, one of which from Bank Mandiri. So I had a big event in 2019 and 2021 supported by Bank Mandiri, without which, you know, that event would have never been possible, the capital from Indonesia, and also the manpower. So I thank God, involving the diaspora, like you said, Professor Scott, some of that are reluctant to go back to Indonesia because of the very minimum compensation when they go back to Indonesia. I think this is one of the big homeworks that the next government should think about. We have so many great Indonesians that are educated abroad and they have a good living there, but their utmost dream is to go back to Indonesia. They want to be reunited with the family. But the fact is that there is no way they can get a good support of money, so to say, bluntly say, if they move to Indonesia. So I do hope that because we are only 2 months away from enjoying the new government, this issue could be brought to the next government. I fully agree with you, the two professors. We have a lot of good people abroad. You know, those people that are nowadays that have become the pivotal points of the organization where they work, and they are Indonesian. I was the ambassador there. They were reluctant to change the passport. They were very proud of having the green passport, now red passport, right? They are so proud having that, despite of being offered by the country where they are, of changing the passport, which means changing the citizen. They are proud of being Indonesian. But then, we have to think of that. We have to think of inviting them back to Indonesia to develop Indonesia. But we have to think what they want from us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. I can totally relate on that. I've came across a lot of friends who are waiting to come back to Indonesia and just waiting for the right opportunity. I hope in the near future, Indonesian government can formulate something and we can have a lot of diaspora coming back to contribute to our country. Thank you so much. I would like to open up the floor to the audience here who have been with us since the morning. If you have some questions for our esteemed panelists here, you can please raise up your hands, introduce yourself briefly, and then state your question, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rea Johannes from Deloitte. I have 2 questions for Pak Teddy, if I may. So first is, I know that the ministry is doing a lot of initiative, in the area of aligning the SOEs. So how is the ministry align human capital initiatives with latest advancement in IT to drive digital transformation? That's the first question. Second, how is the ministry address if any, Pak, digital literacy gap within SOEs, and what initiative in the HR space to meet the demand of right now the technology-driven environment. I think those two. Thank you, Pak Teddy.
Thank you so much, Bapak Teddy.
Thank you, Bu Rea. Ya. But before I try to address your questions, I would like to comment on Pak Tantowi's answer before. I think the key word, Pak, is collaboration. You have program, and we have resources to help your program. That's what state-owned enterprises have to do. But we are transforming ourselves. We are building hospital in Bali, trying to attract Indonesian who are currently going abroad to get medical attention. We want to put Bali building hospital. But if we build the hospital by ourselves, by our standard, we might not attract the people that actually we wanted. So we bring in global partner. Sitting in front of us, Pak Asli from Swire, our partner with Pertamina, IHC. We are building right now, Mas Wilbert, building a global standard hospital in Bali. And with that, we need global standard doctors, global standard nurse, global standards hospital management. Yeah. And that's where our diaspora come in. So, collaboration. In our part, state-owned enterprises, we cannot grow by ourselves, by our standard. We need to increase, raise the bar by engaging with the higher standard partner, with the global standard partner. That's where we can attract our diaspora to come to Indonesia, to go back and contribute to the nation. And I think the key word, once again, collaboration. Pak Scott, when I heard, Prof, when you heard the PhD doesn't want to come back to Indonesia because there's no job, well, maybe that's right. So, Mbak Fotivia, we have to open, state-owned enterprises, we have to open our mind. The innovation we are lacking behind, that we need input, that we need initiative, from our diaspora, PhD or postdoc. So, I'm telling you this. If you have any ideas, research. We are very happy to learn how to make our palm oil more greener. How to make our mining sectors more sustainable. Our banking sector more Sharia. And other sectors that we need to be proud that we have everything compared to our neighbor. We have everything. And we can do this together. State-owned enterprises cannot, go by itself. No, we are engaging partner. And also we have our responsibility to help other partner too. And once again, the key is collaboration. And Mbak Rea, to answer your question again, the spectrum of state-owned enterprises, they are very diverse, in terms of technology, banking, like BRI Mandiri, they implement technology long before the regulation asks them to do. Why? It's because their business, digital banking, even the regulation is not there yet. They need to implement. They need to make sure, Mandiri to make sure that the account is safe, right, from cybersecurity. But there are many companies that need to develop their IT. So what we do, yeah, we make a association of director IT of state-owned enterprises, so that the Mandiri IT unit can, share their best practices, share their mistakes, share their lesson in developing their system in IT. So we cannot do this alone. We have to collaborate, even in our own BUMN. And the key is the same, collaboration. And this is the thing that we need to, cement. That this is our the ideal. That collaboration is the key. I think.
Thank you, Pak Teddy, for your comprehensive answer. I hope that answered your questions, Buria. Thank you so much. Mindful of time, I think I'll just open up for one last question from the audience to our panelists here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hello, sir and ma'am. My name is Meta, and I'm from National Assimilations Forum at South Mayor, Jakarta. So I want to ask about, the topic is building up strategic talents productivity to support Indonesia's rise to a developed nation amidst evolving global dynamics. So I'm gonna straightforward, like, we're talking about human capital, and there is a line of talents and productivity. So I'm asking about the character building of our civil and or our youth character building. If the nations would like to much more growth, so we're talking about the character building. Before that, I'm hearing about, we're talking just a lot of in uproots, not in the grassroots. So what is the strategy to cope that into the grassroots or the lower economic to help and get the strategy to get their talents and productivity to help build the nation to more productive? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you so much. I think probably Professor Scott, you would like to address this.
Happy to. I love your question. It's a great question. I worry a lot about, there's a tendency in modern economic thinking to only focus on elites, right? And the beauty of Indonesia is that for a long, long time, starting even in the Suharto period, there was always an interest in village development and inclusive development and keeping opportunities going. It's gone up and down over time, and I want to take one more minute just to explain. So I've worked in Indonesia for over 20 years now, and most of what I work on is community-type development, right? And I've seen remarkable changes. I was just looking at some old posters we did in 1999 when I was the head of a program called the Village Development Program, PEN-PM, out in Indonesia. And the posters were done by Taring Padi on radical demands to the government for helping poor people. And they included things like free education, having a posyandu with medicine, insurance for the poor, right? Roads and sanitation. Well, 20 years later, guess what you have, right? They actually have built a national safety net. There is national health insurance. So in my view as a professional on this, the basic things you need for inclusive development have been done. Right? Now the question is opening opportunity for people. You know, when I work with female-headed households with Baka around Indonesia, very, very poor, in the past, their children would be even poorer than them. Now their children are in school, but the question is, will they go all the way to SMA or all the way to a university? And when they graduate, what will they do? So I think we need to shift the framework from basic services now into more opportunity for poor people to join the value-added kinds of enterprises, right? And that could be formal sector employment. Indonesia has fairly good employment regulation, much better than women home workers who have to breathe the chemicals and get paid next to nothing. So why is it that we don't have more women in the labor force? That's a policy question. What about unequal development between Eastern and Western Indonesia? We sort of know what has to be done. They've made a lot of progress with infrastructure, with airports, with communications that open up opportunity. So I think that would be my answer to your question. A policy analysis that doesn't look at just the cutting edge of IT and global trade, but what about opportunity for people not in that part, but who one day their children will be in that part? How do we get that roadmap moving to the next generation? And I think that's one of the major policy challenges for the next several governments in Indonesia. So I love your question. It's great.
Thank you. Probably a very quick 1-minute remark from you, Professor, on that question.
Yep, I also want to echo your response. I really like your question. I think the question is how to bring the public back in, right? So the world is coming, the new governance model is very public-private hybrid. You see that in policies on anti-COVID. You really need private companies to work together. But you also have to make sure you design the public, right? Because we don't know whether the technology will maintain the public interest or whether it creates social mobility, as you have questioned, right? So one of the terms that we coined is that we want to develop talents who are tech savvy and democratically compassionate. I think those two, if you write the Venn diagram, you will have a very special type of people who are very alert with the trend on how to secure the public within the hybridization of governance or even privatization of governance. So I think, it could start from local government. It could start from, any part of public pursuit. But I think that notion, the question you're raising, I think that question has to be echoed and magnified because in the end, it serves for everyone. So it's not like taking out of certain opportunity, but I think it will be a plus sum in that question. So make sure you have this too, the democratically compassionate and tech savvy. So I think that will be the kind of talent we will have to have discussion with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our panel for this morning. Please give a round of applause for our 5 esteemed panelists here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for our panelists and moderator. Please kindly remain on stage as we would like to express our gratitude by presenting our token of appreciations and also conduct the photo sessions. To our multimedia crew, please kindly capture the moment. To our dearest panelists and also moderator, we would like to capture the moment of these amazing, insightful discussions and also with the panelists, with the photo sessions. We would like to ask the keenness of all panelists and moderator to kindly take your pose on the upfront positions as we would like to capture the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause one more time. Distinguished panelists and moderator, please kindly return to your seats. One more photo sessions for capturing the moment with His Excellency Ambassador Tantowi Yahya. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. To our moderator, amazing thanks. Please kindly reach into your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like also to inform you that in today's summit, we also have another breakout sessions that been held at the parallel at the mezzanine floor. For all of the information of the breakout session, you're able to see all of the broadcast screen panel outside the grand ballroom, which is at the foyer area. And it's giving another amazing sessions as we speak. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, let us proceed to the next sessions. In the first plenary, we will listen to the special briefing for Indonesia's OECD sessions by the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. We would like to ask the keenness of Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, Deputy Director and Policy Coordinator, OECD National Team Secretariat of Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, to kindly deliver the special briefing. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Muhammad Hadianto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the day. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk kembali duduk. Kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly be seated. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk kembali duduk. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me proceed once more, esteemed participant. Let us proceed to the next sessions. In the first thematic plenary, we will listen for the special briefing on Indonesia's OECD sessions by the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. We would like to ask the keenness of Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, Deputy Director and Policy Coordinator, OECD National Team Secretariat at Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, to kindly deliver the special briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly give a round of applause.
Thank you. I was advised by the committee to speak in English because the working language is supposed to be English. But then I learned that the majority of the audience are Indonesians. So with your permission, I will deliver my remarks in Indonesians. However, my presentations, my slides, will be presented in English. Yang kami hormati, tadi ada Pak Dubes Tantowi, sahabat saya. Yang kami hormati di sini Ibu Direktur Diplomasi Publik, Ibu Ani, Bapak dan Ibu, Bapak Stephen Marcelino dan rekan-rekan yang hadir semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Sebuah kehormatan bagi kami diundang di acara siang hari ini untuk mewakili sekretariat atau kepala sekretariat Tim Nasional Percepatan Keanggotaan Indonesia di OECD yang berkedudukan di kantor Menko Perekonomian. Seyogianya Bapak Sesmenko Pak Susiwiono menyampaikan remarks ini, tetapi beliau berhalangan hadir, maka itu mohon izin kami atas nama Kemenko Perekonomian untuk membacakan. Next slide please. Dalam visi Indonesia Emas 2045, Indonesia berkeinginan untuk keluar dari middle income trap menuju negara berpendapatan tinggi dengan PDB sebesar 9,8 triliun US dollar dan menempati peringkat 5 besar ekonomi dunia. Sasaran ini memerlukan pendekatan yang transformatif, yang fokus pada sains dan teknologi, inovasi, green economy, transformasi digital, dan integrasi ekonomi. Karena itu, Indonesia harus bisa memanfaatkan peluang ekonomi untuk mencapai pertumbuhan yang lebih tinggi dan yang berkualitas. Setidaknya 6-7% per tahun selama beberapa dekade mendatang. Sambil kita mengatasi informalitas, lapangan kerja bagi kaum muda, dan keamanan atau kesejahteraan bagi kelas menengah. Selain itu, next slide. Selain itu, Indonesia masuk ke periode bonus demografi yang akan berakhir pada tahun 2041. Bapak dan Ibu, ini adalah sebuah windows of opportunity, di mana jumlah penduduk usia produktif mencapai 2 kali lipat usia penduduk non-produktif. Yang perlu digarisbawahi di sini adalah jumlah penduduk yang besar itu harus diimbangi dengan kualitas SDM yang baik agar menghasilkan output perekonomian yang tinggi. Karena itu sangat relevan dengan kegiatan hari ini yang membahas mengenai Human Capital Summit. Next slide. Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development atau OECD adalah organisasi kerjasama yang dibentuk tahun 1960 berdasarkan Paris Convention. Sejak 2007, Indonesia merupakan key partner daripada OECD bersama dengan Brazil, India, China, dan South Africa. Indonesia menjadi key partner OECD pertama yang membuka kantor perwakilan di Jakarta. Tahun 2013 itu. Sehingga rencana bergabungnya Indonesia ke OECD memang sudah dilandasi oleh aspek hubungan historis yang sudah berlangsung cukup lama. Sejumlah program pemerintah juga terus mendapat dukungan dari OECD. Secara umum, kerangka kerjasama Indonesia dan OECD dituangkan secara periodik dalam Framework Cooperation Agreement dengan operasionalisasi menjadi bagian dari kesepakatan Joint Work Program yang ditandatangani oleh Menteri Keuangan dan Sekjen OECD. Penting untuk saya sampaikan di sini, Ibu dan Bapak sekalian, bahwa kerjasama dengan OECD adalah demand-driven. Saya ulangi, adalah demand-driven. Indonesia memiliki kewenangan penuh untuk menentukan area kerjasama yang betul-betul memerlukan dukungan dari OECD. Salah satu yang konkret adalah kebijakan tax amnesty, kalau kita ingat tahun 2017, yang banyak mengacu pada instrumen-instrumen di OECD. Next slide, please. Postur perekonomian negara anggota OECD merupakan kumpulan dari negara dengan pendapatan per kapita yang tinggi. World Bank tahun 2022 menyebutkan bahwa PDB per kapita negara OECD ada di angka 43.200 US dollar. Dari 38 negara anggota OECD, ada 2 negara berpendapatan menengah atas, yakni Kolombia dan Costa Rica. Indonesia sendiri masuk dalam kategori negara berpendapatan menengah atas, upper middle income country, dengan pendapatan per kapita per tahun lalu di angka 4.580 US dollar. Next slide. Dari aspek perdagangan, secara umum Indonesia mengalami surplus neraca perdagangan dari tahun 2019 sampai dengan tahun 2022. Dengan negara anggota OECD yang memiliki tren kenaikan mendekati 60%. Pemerintah, kita pernah melakukan kajian secara internal yang menunjukkan intinya adalah apabila kita bergabung dengan OECD, maka terdapat potensi peningkatan perdagangan dan investasi sebesar 0,37 sampai 0,50%. Next, bergabung dengan OECD merupakan salah satu upaya strategis Indonesia untuk mencapai status negara berpendapatan tinggi dalam 20 tahun ke depan. Sejalan dengan Indonesia Emas 2045. Pemerintah meyakini bahwa bergabungnya kita ke OECD dapat memberikan sejumlah manfaat strategis dan langsung. Antara lain seperti menjadi katalisator reformasi domestik, meningkatkan kepercayaan investor melalui perbaikan iklim investasi, berpartisipasi dalam penetapan standar OECD, dan masih banyak lagi. Slide berikutnya, dalam rangka mencapai target aksesi selama 3 tahun, Presiden Jokowi telah membentuk Tim Nasional Persiapan dan Percepatan Aksesi Indonesia terhadap OECD melalui Kepres 17 tahun 2024. Tim pelaksana ini dipimpin oleh Menko Perekonomian, di mana Menteri Luar Negeri dan Menteri Keuangan bertindak sebagai wakil. Selanjutnya sebagai landasan operasional telah ditetapkan juga keputusan Menko Perekonomian yang pada intinya mengatur fungsi kesekretariatan nasional di Kemenko Perekonomian dan menyusun mekanisme kerja serta menentukan anggota Timnas yang terdiri dari berbagai pemangku kepentingan, mulai dari unsur pemerintah, profesional, akademisi, dunia usaha, dan juga civil society organizations. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, next slide. Terdapat 26 komite sektor kebijakan dengan 242 instrumen maupun standar OECD yang harus diikuti oleh Indonesia untuk kita bisa menjadi anggota OECD. Slide 10. Saat ini, next slide. Ya, that's the one. Saat ini tim nasional tengah menyusun nota awal yang berisi penilaian mandiri atau self-assessment regulasi Indonesia terhadap standar OECD. Ini bukan pekerjaan yang mudah, tetapi dengan kemitraan yang kuat antara pemerintah dan dunia usaha, serta proses yang inklusif, saya yakin Indonesia akan mampu menyelesaikan semua proses ini. Dengan proses yang cukup cepat, hanya dalam waktu 7 bulan saja, Indonesia berhasil memperoleh status negara kandidat aksesi, menunjukkan arti penting keanggotaan Indonesia bagi OECD, bukan hanya pentingnya OECD bagi Indonesia. Next, negara OECD menganggap Indonesia sebagai mitra penting di kawasan ASEAN, dan Indonesia bisa menjadi jembatan antara ASEAN dan OECD. OECD ingin memperkuat kolaborasi dengan negara-negara di Asia Tenggara dengan menempatkan Indonesia sebagai porosnya. Next slide. Bapak dan Ibu, harus diakui, nevertheless, ada persepsi publik bahwa OECD didominasi oleh kekuatan Barat dan pengaruh masa lampau. Karenanya, ada kepentingan strategis bagi OECD untuk membuat institusi tersebut lebih inklusif dan lebih relevan. Salah satunya adalah melalui keanggotaan Indonesia sebagai negara Global South ke dalam forum ini. Bahkan, World Economic Forum pernah menuliskan bahwa keterlibatan Indonesia di OECD akan meningkatkan efektivitas dan universality standar dan instrumen OECD untuk mengatasi global challenges saat ini. Penerapan standar OECD di kawasan Asia Tenggara tidak hanya akan membantu negara Eropa memperluas kegiatan bisnis mereka, tapi juga berkontribusi untuk mengatasi tantangan yang akan dihadapi oleh masyarakat internasional. Dalam hubungan internasional, masuknya Indonesia ke OECD adalah langkah yang strategis dan juga merupakan perubahan penting dalam dinamika tata kelola global agar lebih adaptif dan responsif. Terakhir, patut saya utarakan bahwa pemerintah saat ini sangat fokus. Kita sangat fokus untuk meniti langkah menjadi anggota OECD sesuai dengan target waktu yang ditetapkan, which is 3 tahun. Keanggotaan Indonesia di OECD memang bukan silver bullet, right? It's not a silver bullet. Untuk menggapai Indonesia emas dengan peluang demografi yang teroptimalkan. But at least we go out there and use all available global opportunities untuk mencapai kepentingan nasional kita menjadi negara maju di tahun 2045. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Muhammad Hadianto, we would like to ask your keynote to kindly remain on stage. We would like to present token of appreciations that are going to be presented by Hilmi Kartasasmita as the chairman of Global Human Capital Summit 2024. We would like to ask our multimedia crew to capture the moment. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the special briefing, Dr. Muhammad Hadianto. Please kindly return to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, today's summit wouldn't be possible without our partners and sponsor. Therefore, we would like to address our highest gratitude to our main sponsor of the event, to Swire, Mandiri Bank, Area, Elite Partners, Intundo Ventures, BNI Ventures, International Test Center or ITC, and Georgetown University. Distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants, it is the time for our networking lunch as I can hear some rumbles of appetite within the room. Now we will have a lunch break for up to more than 60 minutes ahead, and please kindly return to the Grand Ballroom at 1:15 sharp. After the lunch break, we will back with our special plenary to launch the Indonesian Dream Initiative and LOI signing with the Ministry of Youth and Sport and proceed to the next agenda of the day. We also would like to announce that we have another breakout sessions that ongoing in the mezzanine floor. For all the information of the breakout session, you're able to see on all of the broadcast screen panel outside the Grand Ballroom at the foyer area. We would like to inform those of you who would like to conduct the Zuhr prayers. The praying room will be located at the mezzanine floor and the restroom will be located at the same floor with the Grand Ballroom.
Esteemed guests, please kindly enjoy your lunch, provided in the foyer hall outside and also at the mezzanine level floor. You may start lining up from the signpost near the luncheon areas. Ladies and gentlemen, you may exit from the door on your left. Once again, please kindly return at 1:15 p.m. in this ballroom. We would also like to remind you to please take care of your belongings and kindly do not leave it unattended. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami persilakan untuk menikmati sesi makan siang yang ada di area foyer area di sebelah kiri dari Grand Ballroom Pullman Tamrin, Jakarta. Mohon untuk tidak meninggalkan barang berharga Anda dan juga selamat menikmati. Terima kasih.
Cek.
Versi bahasa Inggrisnya boleh.
Kalau enggak nanti
aku ngomong nanti
banyak ya gitu nanti ya. Jadi aku ngomong
ya. After misalnya sign which
Space dulu atau MOU dulu?
Tadi mau
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as team participant, we would like to invite you to join us back inside the Grand Ballroom as we would like to proceed the next sessions of the summit. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bergabung kembali di Grand Ballroom Pullman Tamrin Jakarta, Indonesia. Kami mohon kesediaannya untuk kembali bergabung, kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. All right, we are still waiting for our participant, delegation, speakers, and moderator to join us back inside the Grand Ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the summit. We also would like to ask for your keenness for every participant and those of you who would like to capture the moment or taking photos. We would like to ask for your keenness to kindly follow the summit protocols and also courtesy. Please kindly take a photos from your seat without the flashlight. We ensure we have the best multimedia team that capturing every precious moment that you're able to access and see in the social media channel of GIPA. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami minta kesediaannya untuk mengikuti protokol dan juga courtesy dari summit hari ini. Bapak Ibu jika ingin mengambil gambar atau foto, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk mengambil gambar dan foto dari tempat duduk Anda masing-masing. Kami sudah menyediakan tim multimedia yang terbaik untuk semua momentum hari ini dokumentasikan dengan sangat baik dan bisa nanti diakses melalui kanal-kanal sosial media dan juga YouTube GIPA. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, we would like to kindly invite you to join us back inside the Grand Ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the summit. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, partisipan yang masih berada di luar area Grand Ballroom, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bergabung kembali. Kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi agenda summit berikutnya. We also would like to remind you of our summit protocol and courtesy. For those of you who would like to capture the moment or taking photos, please kindly take the photos from your seat without the flashlight. We ensure we are providing the best multimedia teams to capture every precious moment that you later on able to access on the social media channels of GIPA and also watching the live recording at the YouTube of GIPA as well. Ladies and gentlemen, for you that already joining back inside the Grand Ballroom, we would like to ask for your keenness to kindly be seated at the front row or second row of the round table. As you see, there are still available seat to be taken and to be seated as well. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk memenuhi kursi yang masih kosong di area row kedua dari panggung summit hari ini. Lala, you look very beautiful today. May I know what kind of set and culture wardrobe or outfits that you use today?
Thank you, Kamimi. I am wearing Javanese batik today. The motif is called motif parang. And for my outerwear, I am wearing UMKM based in Depok.
Oh, supporting local business,
Yes.
local SMEs. It's also one of the
Yes.
program collaboration that GIPA also have.
Yes.
By the way, look so wonderful, look like princess, putri-putrian ya. Hari ini
Yes.
berarti putri dari mana?
Hari ini berarti putri dari Jawa. How about you? You also look like a princess. Ini putri apa hari ini,
Thank you so
Kamimi?
much. I think if you asking me, aku kayaknya putri yang tertukar kalau hari ini. Okay.
Bahaya nih kalau putri yang
So we are so
tertukar.
happy that not just delegating at the MC for the summit, but we're able to reunite it with some familiar faces. And I'm very happy because I was having encountered and meet Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Michael Tene, and then His Excellency Ambassador Tantowi Yahya, which this Excellency is one of my mentors for foreign
wow.
diplomacy, foreign support,
Wow.
knowledge and skill, also the public speaking gigs.
Wow, small world. I also met a couple of my friends. Again, to our distinguished guests, we have side events as well going on in breakout sessions in collaboration with various communities around Indonesia. I have also met a couple of my peers, a couple of my seniors joining in the breakout session as well. Okay, Kamimi. Before we jump into our next segment, I would like to mention that this event would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. Therefore, we would like to express the warmest thank you to our main sponsors of the event. Acknowledging our partners, we have Swire, Mandiri Bank, Henley and Partners, Intudo Ventures, BNI Ventures, International Test Center or ITC, and Georgetown University. As well as that, we have our knowledge partner area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to remind you that we provide the Wi-Fi access for the internet. You're able to select on your Wi-Fi connection list on Hotel Pullman and then selecting the meetings and event with the passcode or the password, which is meeting at 24 with small caps. I will repeat again, we provide this speed for the internet access for Wi-Fi, selecting Pullman Hotel and then goes to meeting and events. Input the passcode, which is meeting at 24 with a small caps. Thank you very much. Again, we would like to invite all participants that are still located outside the Grand Ballroom or still located on the foyer. Please kindly joining us back in the Grand Ballroom as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the summit. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami mohon kesediaannya bagi partisipan yang masih berada di luar Grand Ballroom. Kami minta kesediaannya untuk segera bergabung kembali di Grand Ballroom. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda summit pada hari ini. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dearest participant, we would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly be seated. Hadirin yang terhormat, Bapak Ibu, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk kembali duduk dan bergabung di dalam Grand Ballroom. Kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi agenda summit pada hari ini. You would like to capture the moments or taking pictures or photos, we would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly follow the summit protocols and courtesy as well. Please kindly capture the moment or taking pictures and photos from your seat without the flashlight. We ensure we are providing the best multimedia team to capture every precious moment of the summit. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, kami memohon kesediaannya untuk mengikuti ketentuan protokol dan juga courtesy dari summit pada hari ini. Untuk rekan-rekan Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, jika ingin mengambil gambar atau foto, kami minta kesediaannya untuk mengambil gambar dan foto dari tempat duduk Anda masing-masing tanpa flashlight. Karena kami sudah menyediakan tim multimedia yang akan mendokumentasikan semua momen yang sangat luar biasa pada summit hari ini. Terima kasih. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. I would like to ask for your keenness to kindly focus and attend on the next agenda of the summit.
Our dearest guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
This year's summit brings the theme Diaspora as Indonesia's secret weapon towards a sovereign, sustainable, and developed Indonesia. We certainly hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready for an engaging session ahead. Before we jump into our next segment, we would like to mention that this event would not be possible without the support of our partners. Therefore, we would like to acknowledge our partners of the event, Swire, Mandiri Bank, Henley & Partners, Intudo Ventures, BNI Ventures, International Test Center or ITC, and Georgetown University, as well as our knowledge partner, AREA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to proceed to our first special plenary of the session. Together, we will witness the letter of intent signing procession between Ministry of Youth and Sports and Aspen Medical. This letter of intent marks strong collaborations to boost the Indonesian Dream Initiative. To kickstart the session, first, we would like to invite Ms. Hasintia Saraswati, the Special Advisor for the Youth and Sports Minister, to give opening remarks on innovation acceleration in youth and sports. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring the sparkling round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Selamat siang semuanya, good afternoon. Izin, good evening. Fellow distinguished panelists and beloved audience. Well, Indonesia had been applauded for our economic resilience, being able to maintain such notable economic growth despite the international instability during and post-pandemic. Regardless, this does not make us immune to the global post-pandemic new wave of economic crisis if we're not able to navigate well. As to our part of the challenge, Indonesia is facing inevitable disparity of economic output, an early warning of the middle income trap. Hypothetically speaking, if we are to be trapped in the so-called middle income trap, we're going to face a glass ceiling hindering us from advancing to a higher level of economy. How do we tackle the challenge of the middle income trap, you might ask? Well, I'm quite sure most of you already know the answers, that we need to elevate Indonesia's economic growth to a minimum of 6% by 2040 or the desirable 8%. How do we achieve that? Well, I'm not here to expound on economic methods, but I'm here to reassure you that Indonesia has the full potential of human resources needed. Proud home to 64 billion youths, making up to 24% of our total populations, Indonesia is luckily gifted with a wave of demographic bonus. A massive quantity of potential of young professionals that should be the vital support of Indonesia's economic growth. Well, quantitatively speaking, it looks like a sublime potential, of course, for Indonesia, but it's also a double-edged sword. A massive quantity of youths can also mean an extremely competitive job market. So how do we plan to manage and develop the youth potential. How do we develop the youth potential? One of the tools that is used to measure is what we call the Youth Development Index, also known as Index Pembangunan Pemuda. During the period of 2015 to 2023, the data has shown significant increase of the index. So we have reached 56.33 in 2023. It's only a few points left from the desirable 57.67 in 2024, like points set by our Vice President for the Youth Development Index. But of course, although it is an appreciable progress, there are still rooms for improvement, especially in the sector of employment opportunity, as well as the active participations. That's why understanding the borderless nature of our society as well as our economic ecosystem, we realize that our youth need to be able to have resilience to compete not only in Indonesia, but also globally. And so with that mindset in mind, Kemenpora would like to introduce Indonesian Dream Program, a program designed to facilitate Indonesian youth capacity building internationally. Through this program, we aim to accommodate transfer knowledge from partner countries, from our private partners as well, to enrich our youth with not only knowledge, but also practical skill and international network. That being said, let me introduce you a little bit deeper about Indonesian Dream Program through this video. Well, that's just a few examples of the Indonesian Dream programs that we have. We're happy today that we're going to also sign an agreement with our partner, Aspen Medical. So as the popular saying says, that it takes a village to raise a child. And I humbly believe that it takes collaborative partnership and collaboration to carry out this invaluable vision for our youth. That's why I would like to encourage any stakeholders here, both private and public, to have the dialogue with us and work through this collaboration for the bright future of Indonesia. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Hasintya Saraswati, for the spectacular remarks as well as for the video. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we are delighted to invite Mr. Matt Hughes, Chief Strategy Officer at Aspen Medical. To Mr. Matt Hughes, please kindly join us on the stage.
Hello. Honourable Minister, Ambassador, esteemed guests, fellow panellists, distinguished attendees and the Global Human Capital Summit, and of course my colleagues from Aspen Medical. My name is Matt Hughes and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for Aspen Medical. It gives me great pleasure to be here today at this important event supported by such a diverse group of leaders, innovators and champions of the future. As the Chief Strategy Officer for Aspen Medical, I am honoured to represent our organisation in this significant collaboration with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, as together we are contributing to the cultivation of Indonesia's next generation of healthcare professionals, a mission that is not only close to our hearts, but is also central to the broader goals of human capital development. At Aspen Medical, we believe that human capital is our single most valuable resource. And I suspect that most of you are here today because you understand the value of human capital and its intrinsic link to a nation's prosperity. Indonesia is blessed with a large population that provides the engine room for your economic growth and prosperity. Approximately 35% of your population are between the ages of 18 and 35. That's around 90 million people. That statistic, just as an Australian, that statistic blows me away. The entire population of Australia is around 26 million people. You have 90 million people of working age, minimum. But having the numbers is simply not enough. And that to be able to make a positive contribution to the nation, to society and the communities, our youth, probably more than ever, needs a purpose. Education, training, professional development and meaningful employment are all critical factors in human capital development. Furthermore, as clearly evident as a result of the COVID pandemic, health and prosperity are intrinsically linked. A healthy population is a productive one, capable of innovation, resilience and sustained growth. By investing in healthcare and its workforce, we are in fact investing in the long-term success of Indonesia. Aspen Medical's global mission has always been to provide healthcare solutions that transform lives, often in the most challenging of environments, across Australia, the Pacific, Africa, and of course, across Asia. Our commitment remains as strong now as it did 20 years ago when the company was first established. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to Indonesia, aligning with the Indonesian AMAS initiative to support the nation's journey towards becoming a sovereign, sustainable, and developed nation by 2045. Human capital management is more than just a buzzword. It is the strategic backbone that ensures that any organisation, be it government or private industry, has a workforce that has the right skills, the right training, and the right opportunities to meet that organisation's mission. At Aspen Medical, we view our workforce as our greatest asset and our most important investment. The health and well-being of our employees is never underestimated. They are the strategic priorities that drive morale, productivity, innovation, and ultimately for us, high-quality healthcare around the world. And of course, healthcare around the world is facing some really significant challenges. Spiralling costs, changing consumer expectations, the rise of non-communicable diseases, and of course, workforce shortages. Whilst there is no magic bullet or panacea to rapidly solve these challenges, we do believe that by truly investing in and embracing human capital management or human capital development, we can make significant progress in navigating this complex environment. Detailed workforce planning, recruitment, onboarding, training, performance management, and of course, professional development. Indeed, one of the most significant investments we can make in our workforce is their professional development. Not only does it provide an opportunity for the individual to grow, it also benefits the organisation when those same individuals return and share those learnings and share those skills within their workplace. One of the most exciting aspects of our collaboration with Kemenpora is our shared vision to create opportunities for professional development for Indonesian graduates in health. We envisage a program where all healthcare professionals across all disciplines are given the chance to gain international experience through placements across the Australian healthcare sector. The opportunity, knowledge, skills and experience these young professionals will gain by working in some of the most advanced healthcare systems in the world is very exciting. Exposure to advanced medical technologies and treatments, contemporary models of care, global best practice in hospital management and administration will all be invaluable when they return home to Indonesia. We believe that these experiences will not only enhance the capabilities of the individuals, but also bring those critical skills back to Indonesia. Skills that will help strengthen the country's healthcare infrastructure, improve patient outcomes, and build a more resilient healthcare system. When these professionals do return home, they will be armed with more than just technical skills. They will bring back leadership, problem solving and innovative mindsets, and of course life skills that they have developed during their time abroad. We believe that this initiative will help Indonesians build a healthcare workforce that will aspire to international standards, whilst also addressing Indonesia's own particular challenges. As Indonesia continues to grow and evolve, these global experiences will be critical in ensuring that the country's healthcare system keeps pace with its development ambitions. This is not just about creating healthcare workers, it's about creating leaders who will shape the future of healthcare in Indonesia. For Aspen Medical, this collaboration is more than just an investment in a relationship with the Ministry of Sports and Youth. It is part of our investment in Indonesia's future, an investment in our shared future. We see a long-term collaboration that extends beyond the Indonesian Dreams initiative. As we look to expand our operations across Indonesia, we believe that the talent nurtured through this collaboration will play a key role in helping us deliver world-class healthcare solutions across Indonesia. We look forward to continuing our work with Ministry of Youth and Sports, and we are excited about the potential for further collaboration with other ministries' partners as we support Indonesia's healthcare development goals. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to the Global Indonesian Professionals Association for bringing us all here together today. This summit is a powerful reminder of what we can achieve through collaboration. At Aspen Medical, we believe that the potential of Indonesia's youth and the future of its healthcare system is well supported. Together, we will create an Indonesia that is healthier, prosperous, and ready to meet the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for the outstanding remarks. Please kindly return to your seat. Last but not least, as the pinnacle of this plenary session, we will proceed to the letter of intent signing between the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Aspen Medical. Now, we kindly invite Ms. Shalka Anindya, Economic Diplomacy Associate of GIPA, to lead the signing.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching a key highlight of our session, the signing of the Letter of Intent of the Indonesian Dreams Initiative. As previously mentioned, this initiative represents a monumental effort to send our talents and human capital overseas, providing them with invaluable global experiences as well as exposure. With the honor, I would like to invite back on stage Mr. Matthews, Chief Strategy Officer at Aspen Medical, and Mr. Esa Sukma Wijaya, Assistant Deputy Minister for Youth Partnership, Ministry of Youth and Sports, to join us at the signing table. Please give a round of applause. To witness the signing, I would also like to invite Ibu Siti Maludia, Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Marwan Hanif, COO of Aspen Medical Indonesia, Mr. Steven Marcelino, Chairman and Head of Business and Investment Links Center of Excellence at GIPA, Ms. Hasintia Saraswati, Special Advisor to Youth and Sports Minister on Innovation Acceleration in Youth and Sports, and Mr. Daryl Imanali as Head of Economic Diplomacy at GIPA. Please join us on stage as witnesses to this signing. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our signatories as well as our witnesses. Now, Mr. Hughes and Mr. Esa, you may please proceed with the signing at the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. You may please switch positions for the signing. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the launch of Indonesian Dream Initiatives. Now the multimedia team, please kindly take a photo of our amazing milestone. All right. Thank you, Mr. Matt, Mr. Esa, and our esteemed witnesses. We would like your keenness to please remain on stage, but we would like to highlight how this LOI definitely signifies a significant step towards empowering our youth and expanding their horizons on the global stage. Together, we're laying a foundation for a brighter future for Indonesian youth through international experience and professional growth. Thank you, and I'm giving back to the MC.
Thank you very much to the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Aspen Medical. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly remain up front as we are going to take another photo session.
We would like to ask the keenness of the witnesses and also the representative of this LOI signing to keen to conduct one more photo sessions at the front floor in front of the stage. All right, on my cues. In 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly rise as we would like to capture this amazing, spectacular moment, LOI signing of the summit within the Ministry of Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia and Aspen Medical. Give the best smile, our dearest witnesses and also representative of Aspen Medical and Ministry of Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you again to our distinguished representatives, and please kindly return to your seats. To all our distinguished audience, you may be seated.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to remind you and also announce that the breakout session that we mentioned before on the first thematic plenary session is running right now at the second floor in the gallery function room. For those of you who would like to join the breakout session, we encourage you to join as soon as possible. It's happening as we speak upstairs in the second floor in the gallery function room. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, jika Anda ingin bergabung untuk menghadiri breakout session room di lantai 2, tepat di atas lantai Grand Ballroom ini, sesi breakout ini sedang berlangsung saat ini, jadi kami menganjurkan untuk rekan-rekan dan hadirin terhormat, jika ingin melihat dan juga belajar melalui sesi breakout tersebut, bisa langsung menuju ruangan gallery. As team participant, please can to wait a couple of seconds as our team is preparing the stage. Once more announcement and reminder, we have another amazing spectacular breakout session that's happening right now at the second floor held in the gallery function room. For those of you who would like to joining the breakout session, we encourage you to go upstairs and then joining and learning together with other participants as well. Thank you very much.
Information on the breakout room is available in the screen in front of you as well as in the panel in front of the ballroom.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as team participants, in the session we will explore how global mobility can drive Indonesia's visions of becoming a leading global player by 2045. We'll discuss key strategies, opportunities, and challenges on this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as team participants, as we gather today to discuss and explore the future of Indonesia's human capital development, one of the key deliverables of this year's summit in the launch of a groundbreaking white paper that addresses a critical aspect of our journey toward a sovereign, sustainable, and developed Indonesia global mobility. In collaboration with Anlin Partners, the Global Indonesia Professional Association, or GIPA, is proud to launch a pivotal white paper on global mobility. To officially launch this white paper, please welcome the session moderator, Daryl Emanuele, Head of Economic Diplomacy, GIPA Leadership Councils, and also representative from Alien Partners, Mr. Ian Horsburg, CFP, IMCM to Kali join us on stage. Mr. Daryl Emanuele, we would like to ask for your keenness to Kali join us on stage. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi all, great to see you here today. We're very proud to present our work here today in collaboration with Henley Partners. This topic is close to heart for me personally, in my own personal situation with the multinational family. But what we're here mainly to talk about is the economic impact of global inward mobility. So focusing more on that financial aspect. It's our great honor and privilege to introduce to you this white paper. It's been produced with great care and clear purpose to illuminate the tremendous opportunities that lie ahead for Indonesia as we look towards our nation's ambitious goals for 2045. We're really excited to share our findings with you all today. and we really appreciate your time this afternoon. The world is becoming more interconnected than ever. Global inward mobility, or GIM, presents a powerful opportunity for Indonesia to capitalize on this growing trend. The concept of GIM is simple yet far-reaching. It envisions a global community united by shared roots in a common homeland, moving freely across borders. Whether for residency, work, capital investments, or cultural exchange, GIM policies have the potential to foster economic and social integration on a grand scale. These policies encompass specialized visas, expanded permanent residency programs, dual citizenship, or really any other pathways that retain and attract human capital while reinforcing strong ties to Indonesia. As many of you know, our nation stands at the threshold of significant economic transformation. By 2045, we aspire to join the ranks of fully developed nations. Achieving this goal will require strategic investments in human capital, and more importantly, harnessing the potential of our global Indonesian expat diaspora, millions of Indonesians living and working abroad, of which the estimates range from anywhere from 6 to 9, depending on who you're counting, 6 to 9 million. We believe that this white paper can help facilitate discussions among policymakers, business leaders, and the broader public towards having an informed, values-oriented discussion on this subject. It provides a detailed analysis of GIM's economic impact, but stops short of prescribing specific policies. Instead, our goal is to lay the foundation for a more meaningful, informed dialogue on the subject. And it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Rather, we present this white paper as a tool for catalyzing the discussions needed to shape the right policies that are practical, flexible, and aligned with Indonesia's unique aspirations. Now, the insights provided in this document strike a balance between optimism and practicality. We recognize the complexities of implementing more GIM policies and the need for adaptability as we navigate this path. However, we firmly believe that by recognizing the value of our global Indonesians and the economic impact that they can bring to their full potential, we can empower leaders across sectors to make decisions that will propel our nation forward. We hope our efforts today help us make inroads towards allowing Indonesians from all around the world to better contribute to Indonesia, to deliver value back to Indonesia through their knowledge, investment, and an unwavering commitment to their homeland. Without further ado, let's get into it. Let me share some of the key findings from this white paper. Next slide, please. So, GIM, it's probably a new acronym for everyone here, but what do we mean by it? It's this umbrella term that references a bunch of different structures. It's perhaps best understood by some policies globally that we would consider as facilitating global inward mobility. It covers broad categories from all across the world, like our very own golden visa, to various multinationality structures. So, you've got your visas there, you've got, permanent residency structures, as you would imagine, but all sorts of unique variations to that, like Greece's special identity cards, overseas citizenship structures like they have in India, Turkey's ex-citizen blue card, and a host of, variations, right, on dual citizenship. I guess it's just a great takeaway to think that it's not this binary discussion. There's all sorts of different ways that you can approach dual citizenship. And we tried to imagine a world, economically, where more GIM was implemented. Next slide, please. What we did was we took a baseline on GDP We took the IMF forecast of 5.1% real GDP growth, and we imagined what consumption-led impact there could be from that 5-year forecast towards GDP from more GIM. And what we realized was the opportunity was quite substantial. So over on the bottom left there, you can see that our forecast for year-over-year real GDP growth on our 5.1 baseline as the IMF has it now can be incremented by 0.4 percentage points over the next 5 years. And that's really the delta. So if you've heard a lot of goals from policymakers and business leaders around more aggressive GDP growth targets towards Indonesia Emas 2045 and all sorts of OECD ascension considerations, you can see that if you're talking 7 or 8% GDP growth, 0.4% is nothing to sneeze at. It's quite a substantial impact towards GDP growth. And in nominal and discounted terms there, well, in discounted terms, at a 7% social discount rate, it's worth about $96 billion today, just over the next 5 years. So it's a lot of numbers to say it's worth taking a look at. Next slide, please. So $96 billion, it's a big number, but how do you cut that up? Well, the main avenues we saw are the consumption impacts from these 5 opportunities. Increase in foreign direct investment, or as some in economic circle would call diaspora direct investment, which is still technically an FDI. Increased tourism, increased remittance, human capital, and tax impact as well. So in that order of magnitude. And as you can see, it's pretty substantial, and we think it's actually pretty conservative. We think there's other multiplier effects that we haven't counted, but we wanted to provide a baseline view on what that impact could be. Next slide, please. So what would it take to get $96 billion? Well, taking a more modest estimate of global Indonesians, which counts WNIs, ex-WNIs, WNAs, and the likes, and models for some churn in the sense that the Indonesians that actually stop being Indonesian. We believe that if substantial GIM policies were to be rolled out, we can go from going from 6% to 30% of those 6 million global Indonesians being targeted by GIM initiatives and economically stimulated. That is the basis for that 96 billion. So activating it by 2029 across only 1.9 million Indonesians. And I think a common theme you'll find is that due to the large size and the numerous number of global Indonesians, you don't have to do much to deliver a lot of impact. Now, the right-hand side shows what we mean by the potential GIM impacts across these 5 opportunities, right? So you've got your foreign Indonesian relatives and associates, Indonesian, family legacy, right? So former Indonesians, the kids of Indonesians and so forth, former Indonesians themselves, and Indonesian citizen expats like myself, who's Indonesian but living overseas as an expat. And you can see that there's a host of direct and indirect benefits from a slew of structures, and we took a generic approach onto what that impact could be. Next slide, please. Now, this is the last one, but I think it's probably the most important key takeaway here. As you can see, what we've modeled here is super conservative. So I think in 2029, our foreign direct investments on a discounted basis was about $14 billion. That's about $7,000 per GIM enrollee across those 2 million. So $7,000 from just 2 million global Indonesians coming back, reinvesting that capital, right? Feeling more likely to invest in Indonesia with more certainty, that can make the difference. Same thing with remittance, an implied per annum increase per enrollee of only $6,000. All terms are US dollars. And, gym enrollees taking one more trip per annum back home to Indonesia, and 5 more domestic trips. And from a human capital perspective, and this is kind of overlapping with some of these impacts, 30% of gym enrollees coming home to Indonesia, so that's 30% of that 2 million by 2029, re-entering the workforce. So just 500,000 people on the KBJI average salary for high skill wages of 4.7 thousand dollars per annum. And of course the tax impacts from all that. So I hope that proved foundational to our conversations today, just what that white paper is about. We just wanted to size the opportunity and frame the discussions around the potential value that you can extract from global inward mobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Daryl Manley as the Head of Economic Diplomacy, GIPA Leadership Councils. We would like to proceed to the next agenda of the day. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, we would like to remind you at the moment we have another side event that's happening at the same time on the second floor. And this current side event would be, hold on, give me a couple of seconds to roll the dice over here. So at the moment we have 75 years of Indonesia and UK relationship, a retrospective alumni view. We have one of our GIPA committees, which is Mr. Firman over there, that will assist you to joining the side event upstairs in the gallery function room. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly follow our GIPA committees. Mr. Firman is just raising his hand on the left corners of the grand ballroom. Please kindly follow him as he would like to assist all of you to joining the side event. Thank you very much. Let's proceed again to the next agenda of the day.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed to the discussion session of the plenary, titled Championing Global Mobility for a Truly Global and Golden Indonesia 2045. For this session, we have 4 remarkable speakers or panelists joining us today. We will have a panel discussion as well as a question and answer session. This session will again be moderated and led by Mr. Daryl Imanali. Please again, thank you for already being on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a full round of applause for the next session.
Hello. Thank you. I'd like to invite to our panel discussions Member of Parliament and Member of Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation, Bu Roro. Round of applause for Bu Roro, please. Another round for Bu Roro, everyone. Next up, I'd like to invite Ian, my good friend Ian, Director and Country Head of Indonesia at Henley & Partners. call to the stage Patrick Yip, founding partner at Intudo Ventures. And finally, but not least, Jenny Lee, CEO of the International Test Center. Thanks, everyone. Another round of applause for our panelists, please. I'd like to start from the far right with introductions, and we'll go down just so everyone knows who's speaking here today. Buroro, please. Yeah, introductions. Yeah.
Alright, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Firstly, thank you for having me here. It's a very hectic day actually today, but I'm grateful to at least be here and to share a couple of things with you guys. So my name is Diararo Esti. I'm currently a member of parliament here in Indonesia, representing the district of Gresik and Lamongan of East Java. And it's been 5 years now, so time has flown incredibly, but it's been a remarkable experience so far. Thank you.
Excellent. Ian.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ian Horsburgh. I'm the country director of Henley & Partners. Henley & Partners is an investment migration consultancy firm specializing in residence by investment and citizenship by investment. I'd like to say a big thank you to the JIPA team for having us here for the second year in a row, to Pat Hilmi, Pat Jason as well, and the rest of the team for having us back. So thank you and a pleasure.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patrick. I'm the founding partner of Intudo Ventures. We are an Indonesia-only venture capital firm. We're glad and very proud to say that 90% of our founders are actually returnees from abroad in our portfolio. So that's something, the GIPA's efforts is something that really resonates with us. And obviously we're a proud sponsor for today's event, and really grateful to be on this panel with all these esteemed guests. Thanks.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Gipa, for having me here. Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Lee. I'm the CEO of International Test Center, a knowledge transfer and management company, and we are dedicated ourselves to aspire confidence for everyone. Thank you.
And Jenny, you're actually you've had some overseas experience yourself, right?
Yes. I can greet everyone. Tachia hao.
That's fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for being here on this important topic. I'll just start with, a general question, I suppose. We've talked a lot, or we've spent, the start of this on global inward mobility. I guess I'd like to start with, how do you think business and public sectors could collaborate better, or reduce the frictions or so forth, to enhance young Indonesians' global mobility, whether in the workplace or academia? And please lean into both your personal and professional experiences, as policymakers and private sector representatives and as advisors. I think we're really interested in hearing that spectrum. Buroro.
I should start? Okay, so I think I'd like to start off with the fact that we are in a very interesting situation at the moment, given that Indonesia right now is optimizing on its demographic dividend, where a majority of our population, if not around 68 to 70% of our population, are of the productive age. And why is this interesting, as well as the fact that it's very exciting, is because this is, hoped to be able to then realize our potential of becoming one of the largest economies in the world, the fifth, sixth largest by the year 2045. And we all know this as Era Indonesia Emas, so the golden age of Indonesia of 2045. And the success of reaching that potential is up to how we are harnessing and how we are advancing our human capital, right? And so I think all sectors play a remarkable role in bettering the quality of our human capital. And you mentioned earlier, so what are some of your experiences, right, in that spectrum?
Sure.
So I studied in the UK, so I got my undergrad bachelor's from Manchester University, and then I went on to doing a master's at Imperial College London, and that was with the LPDP scholarship from the Ministry of Finance. And this in itself is an incredible example of how the country has dedicated a large proportion of its budget for education, and the kinds of initiatives the country has in ensuring that our human capital can fully exceed to its potential and to become productive generally, and to then again contribute to our economic growth and so forth. And we see a lot of diasporas living abroad and finishing their studies, some returning to Indonesia, some staying overseas and contributing in realizing their potential and their dreams abroad, right, as Indonesians, which I feel is something that I think a lot of us should be proud of as well, because that in itself becomes soft diplomacy, right? That in itself is an opportunity for us Indonesians to then showcase to the world really what we are capable of doing. But aside from that, I think coming back to Indonesia and deciding to be a part of the political space it was not an easy choice in the beginning, because politics is a very complex sector, I would say, but in it lies a lot of opportunities for us to then contribute more for the country. And as somebody that has earned a scholarship that was paid by the country, I felt that there was an emotional calling actually to return and to actually be of use to Indonesia in terms of its development, and how everything that was learned abroad, how we can then utilize everything and implement in the best way possible to then grow the country. And through this political space, right now I've been given the trust by my political party to be in Commission 7, so that deals with the energy research innovation, so that's quite relevant to today's discussion, and also industry sectors. And there's a lot that we are currently trying to push forward in order for us to then create that sustainable future, and how that can then impact on, again, coming back to the human capital aspect, right? Human capital, there's so many things that we can do to harness it. That is through education, that is also through healthcare, that is also to, job opportunities, ensuring that they are not, idle, so they are contributing to the economic growth and so forth. And for my commission, one of the things that we're trying to push is this bill on the new and renewable energy bill. And we're focusing on a lot of other topics as well, but one of the reasons why this green sector is very important is that we're able to then create job opportunities, right? So we want to make sure that our country is always productive, the human capital is always contributing to its economic growth, and the various sectors that I mentioned before plays a very integral part in ensuring that that happens. So this is just a little, a very toned down version of some of the experiences that I've had, but I'm grateful that at least through this space, we're able to create small changes that can then change the lives of many as well.
Thanks, Buroro. A round of applause for you on that. And the LPDP scholarship, very tough process, very competitive process. That's really interesting that the focus of the role of the public sector in investing in high growth sectors so that human capital in terms of young global Indonesians are inclined to return and contribute back to the homeland. No, that's fantastic. Ian, I guess same question. I guess from your advisory experience, right? How do you think the public sector or businesses could collaborate better, right? As far as the hurdles you often encounter, perhaps, when advising your clients on how young Indonesians' global mobility could be improved.
Yeah, thanks, Daryl. I think what's important here is providing that pathway to the global Indonesian diaspora to return to Indonesia, but to remain abroad, to build a career, build a multinational family, but still have a gateway to come back, still maintain land in Indonesia, for example, but take on a secondary citizenship. Currently there's a restriction on that. Many of my clients are they have children. My son is dual British and Indonesian, and he's got a big decision, or we have a big decision to make. Ideally, he goes to Harvard and studies medicine or something like that, builds a family, but then wants to, really engage with his cultural ties in Indonesia and return back to Indonesia. And providing that pathway, and really opening the doors to not only Indonesians but other nationalities to come to Indonesia and really embrace the culture here. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah.
Thanks, Ian. That's a great answer. I think you'd have quite the first-hand experience with this matter, I imagine, both from your personal basis and your advisory work. I guess Patrick, you're Intudo Ventures is definitely a net beneficiary of the returnees and global inward mobility. I think it's a great case study in what can happen with great global inward mobility. What do you think could be done better, for companies like or funds like yours to capitalize better on global inward mobility?
Yeah, no, thanks, Daryl. I think for us, we've been very fortunate, like you said, to be a benefactor of a lot of talent that comes back into Indonesia. So in our firm, which I mentioned in my opening remarks, we exclusively invest in Indonesia. But when we came into the market in 2017, we studied a lot of the similar markets in other countries like, say, China or Taiwan in the 80s. The first wave of the top innovators or founders, like in Taiwan, like Morris Chang at TSMC, you've got these Indian diaspora, Chinese diaspora going back to their home country. We realized that the first wave of founders usually are returnees, right? So in Mandarin, it's called 海归, right? So that's why at our firm, we have this term, that Indonesian diaspora that we bring back, it's called sea turtle, right? So we have a program in our firm called Pulkam, which stands for Pulang Kampung, right? So we work with a lot of Indonesian students. We try to be a little bit more integrated with GIPA or IPA in the US. Our founding partner, Eddie, he's based in San Francisco. So we're a lot on campuses at Stanford, at Harvard, MIT, and all the top schools, right? So we want to look for that Indonesian talent to come back home, right? And we want to be sort of the first to do that, to emphasize on that. And we've been running that Pulkam program since our inception in 2017. And we're having a great time really building these talent pools.
That's fantastic. Great to hear. Thanks, Patrick. Round of applause for Patrick, and this is the fund's focus. And Jenny, I guess same question on like what you think could be done better to enhance young Indonesians' global mobility. Whether in the workplace or academia. I think you have a very special place as well, and you've almost got the value chain here on this. Indonesians that go overseas I think, for us to talk about returnees, they've got to go there first, right, and obtain those skills. And I think ITC is sort of at the forefront of that. So you're kind of at the beginning of that journey for a lot of these prospective returnees.
Thanks, Daryl. In my opinion, it's very important to raise confidence for those who have an opportunity to be a part of global mobility. We've tried our best to provide a set of learning, practice, and certification pathway to make our Indonesian level up, yet creating a level playing field for Indonesian to reintegrate when they coming back to Indonesia. So when they pulang kampung, they are confident as when they are going abroad.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And that's a great answer. And that's a great segue, actually, to another question. So we've talked a lot about the ways that we could incentivize or reduce the frictions for global Indonesians to come home. But in what ways could the public or private sector provide the security and social integration for our global Indonesians who have decided to come back home? How do you actually, once they're here, right, what are some of the key challenges you hear about those that have come back, and what could be done to make that process easier? I'll start in the same order, Aurora.
Yeah, so I think one of the challenges, one thing that I didn't also mention earlier is I spent a large amount of my life actually living abroad. So I was, I think, around 13 years, 14 years living abroad. And so returning to Indonesia was a major life decision as well. And I felt it necessary, again, coming to the point with, the scholarship and everything, that moral calling of coming back and actually making a difference and creating the changes that I wanted to see in the country. But I think there are a lot of things that can be done and has been done in order to then boost that mobility of returning back to Indonesia. Pulkam, as you said, pulang kampung. I think one of the things is how we can create jobs. The necessary jobs in accordance to the kinds of disciplines in which these diasporas have decided to go abroad to study about. One of the main complaints I would hear is, well, there is not much opportunity for my sector back in Indonesia, for example, or we don't have, Indonesia doesn't have enough or advanced technology for us to then operate in Indonesia. And that occurs for many different sectors. But I think we do have to appreciate the level of encouragement that the country has given. So if I look at the data for 2024, there has been a budget of around 25 trillion rupiah allocated for the LPDP scholarship. And there are more than 45,000 alumni. And some of which, again, they would return and they would work in several sectors, some in the public, private sectors. I think a majority of them have decided to be civil servants as well. Academia is also a big sector that they've decided to come back to Indonesia and, contribute within that stream. We need more interested in politics, I think, if anything, because, having this experience, I've come to learn that in order to create the changes we'd like to see, it's important to be brave enough to step in the system and, be a part of that process. Because a lot of people run away from politics thinking, well, it's too dirty. This is, I just can't be bothered. They're gonna do whatever they decide to do and I don't really have a say in that. But when you push yourself to at least try to understand how the system is and to be brave enough to step forward and be like, you know what, I want to be a part of this to create the change that I believe needs to be done in the country. So this is also, for me anyway, from my experience, it was a wake-up call. And now being in the system, changes are happening, although not as fast as we'd like it to be happening, but at least seeing these changes happen every day will create the kind of impact that we'd like to see happen for the country. The good news is that our our future administration and government, led by President Prabowo Subianto, President-elect, is very much focused on how we can increase the quality of human capital. So Pak Jokowi gave a statement, a speech just a few days ago in Parliament, outlining the kinds of programs, the kinds of budgets allocated for, the improvements of our human capital, jadi sumber daya manusia. This is one of the biggest targets for the next administration, where a lot will be spent on education, school renovations, as well as you may have heard about the free meals, making sure that people are being fed the right kinds of food for them to be maximizing their true potential, right? Because health is not only also talking about physically, but also mental as well, so mental health and so forth. So these are just some of the things that the government will be doing in the future, so then the Indonesian population who are productive in the country can then contribute to the development of the country, right? The second homework is to then make sure that there is enough job opportunities to then, cater towards these, a large proportion of our population to contribute towards. And this is, in my opinion, one of our biggest homework as well. So making sure that the bright minds end up in the right places and they don't choose to live somewhere else and be of good impact somewhere else, where actually a country like Indonesia needs their contribution. So I think those are just some of the things that I feel needs to be taken into account, at least in the next few years of our next administration as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you. So I think in takeaways, it's you're hoping returnees become more active in the political space so that they can advocate for the situation they want to make that return experience what they want. And separately, I suppose, elevating the quality of life and diversification of industries that returnees can have a sustainable experience back in Indonesia. No, thank you. That's very insightful. Thanks, Boo. Yeah, Ian, I guess same vein here. Just on this topic of, what have you seen as the key challenges for returnees? They're here, and they're finding this and that, and they're troubled by it. And how do you make that experience more seamless? And what could be done about it?
Yeah, I think on returnees, even returnees who are no longer Indonesian, I've mentioned that pathway, land ownership being a restriction, job creation, Indonesia being an attractive place to return with a lot of potential for career. That's certainly important. I think Indonesia's growth, as we head towards 2045, is also going to be based on attracting foreign talent. We work with the Australian Global Talent Independent Program. Australia offers permanent residence to individuals who are at the forefront of their industry. And I really believe, we need to attract back Indonesians, but also that, the world leading, sector industry leaders as well, providing that pathway, making that return easy. How do you apply for your KITAS, your KITAP, et cetera? I mean, traditionally it's been quite difficult to bring in foreign talent for multinational corporations. So, just working to really, make it an easier decision and an easier pathway back to Indonesia would certainly help.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think a natural follow-up when you talk about, a foreign or, former Indonesian or Indonesian legacy talent, we've got to talk about sports, right? What are your thoughts on, what the recent moves in sports around naturalization of Indonesian talent? What does that, what's the broader implication from that?
Well, it's certainly increasing the quality of various sports institutions. Yeah, I mean, just an open door policy, I think, is what we need. And, you know, it has been very, very easy for various institutions, sport institutions, to provide that access. Perhaps that needs to be more easily available or access, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know.
No, that's great. Yeah, I guess if we have the precedent, right, from the sports. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Patrick, you know, you've got, you know, a firm full of returnees. What do they talk about, and what do you think could be done better?
Yeah, no, you're right. And our whole team's here. Some over there, some over here. All of them are returnees from, we've got some from Imperial as well, US, and from Australia. All of our firm are returnees, right? No, but I think some of the challenges that we've faced over the past 7 years running this Polkam program, I think in part is, I think the lack of awareness of what's going on in country about the development of, say, the tech ecosystem. So I think in our own very small ways, we do go to campuses and promote what's going on in the Indonesia tech ecosystem, not just us promoting what's happening, but we oftentimes bring the senior executives, say, at Grab or at Seed Limited to talk about their experiences building these very, very large firms, right? A second challenge that I see is that I think the capital markets in Indonesia needs to be a lot more developed in order to you know, attract a lot of these talent to come home. So in our social graph of all the Indonesian talent in the US, we have over 500 Indonesians in our database across working professionals. These could be product managers at Amazon, at Meta, at Google. They've been working there for many years. They're very well paid, but one of the hesitations coming back is, hey, if I come back and join a startup, you know, I have to sacrifice on the pay. Yes, I get paid in stock, but like, how do I monetize on that, right? So I think the capital markets, you know, the local capital markets needs to be a lot more vibrant, and not just, you know, listing on the stock exchange or, you know, having more liquidity in the stock exchange, but I'm more talking about maybe the entire capital markets ecosystem, having more research analysts to cover technology stocks, having institutional equity salespeople, et cetera, to promote the stock so that there could be more participants to the stock exchange, and that will drive liquidity, right? So, I mean, it's a mixture of reasons, but I think in our own very small ways, we try to educate, we try to bring awareness, you know, to these talent pool. At the moment, we are only limited to the US, but you know, with GIPA's help, we very much look forward to, you know, breaking into, say, Australia or UK, and really spread the word.
That's fantastic. And yeah, I've heard this common problem on the salary gap from you know, relocating back to Indonesia. But yeah, equity is often compensation in startups in the West as well, right, for lower salaries. So, you know, you could extend that logic to the returnee problem here too. No, that's excellent. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, Bujani. I guess you've seen, you know, why people leave, right? From ITC, you know, or one of the first steps they took towards departing for new destinations is often, you know, quality of life, employment, but, you know, in our survey here as well, one of the top reasons is education. So I guess, you know, having had returnees that have left for educational purposes, you know, what do you think could be done to make that experience for returnees more seamless for, you know, the set that have left to learn, you know, to study overseas?
Let's see from the other angles. Skill, proficiency, competencies, this all build confidence. We need to use objective measurement and keep testing ourselves. Public sector and government entities, in my humble opinion, should avoid shortcut in creating and maintaining supportive platform or scaffoldings in engaging the diaspora. The private sector and university, like what Marara said, must be involved. My invitation for everyone here, let's do our best to avoid haphazard approaches, because what we build is a human capital. It needs time.
Thanks so much. I'll start with you, actually, just on, some follow-up questions on that. What emerging trends in global mobility and diaspora engagement should both public and private sectors be aware to stay ahead in leveraging the diaspora's potential? So I guess, anecdotally, when I was growing up, I know my parents wished I became a doctor. Maybe that's still the trend today, but, what do you think, what other trends do you think are more relevant today in global mobility and diaspora engagement? Bujeni, sorry. Sorry, I wasn't specific enough.
So for me, I think that the first initiative must come from government, because we need to have a stable social reintegration that cannot remain just an idea or concept. There needs to be a sustainable pipeline supported by an agency like GIPA, for example, that can provide information and opportunities from Indonesia and the country where Indonesian has moved to. Reverse cultural shock is a significant issue. ITC, a company where I represent today, wants to be involved in this pipeline, as we have data and connection to stakeholders, including campuses, corporations, and government institutions. This aligns with our earlier discussion today is to avoiding shortcut. What we are doing now is we are structuring the future. Are there any companies willing to sponsor such a project as a part of their CSR program? You can come, we can have a discussion on this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Bujeni. That's great to hear. And I guess to close out on that, being that ITC is an institution that provides standardized testing services in lots of fields, including language proficiency, academic assessments, and professional certifications, what is your goal in supporting Indonesian global mobility by providing these platforms?
Our strategy is to raise confidence for everyone. And this is what ITC, make ITC unique and set ITC apart from the rest. Is because we are able and we have ability to reach and touch less privileged diaspora or Indonesian that we can bring together to become as privileged as us. I can say that we are a privileged group here. Yeah.
That's great. I think equitable growth is a top priority. Thanks, Bu. Yeah, and in reverse order to Patrick, how do you think private equity and venture capital firms can strategically facilitate global mobility, particularly in engaging, Indonesian diaspora within the industry? I mean, you touched on capital market reforms and, returns from equity, but yeah, what else do you think could be done out there?
Yeah, I really like what you said, Bujen. I think a lot of it stems from confidence. And I think nowadays, as an Indonesian, it's a lot easier to be confident about the future of our country, say, compared to, say, 20 years ago. I remember back in school, if I say I'm from Indonesia, they'd be like, is that near Bali? You know what I mean? Like, it's, we're like forgotten, right? I think... we need to recognize we're going to be a powerhouse. I think Indonesia is going to be a powerhouse over the next decade, decades to come, right? So I think it really stems from confidence, and I think the diaspora and the global mobility, I think, once again, I think awareness, education, the public and private partnerships in promoting that confidence to the Indonesians abroad, I think that needs to be the baseline, right? Now, I think on top of that, the type of capital that we bring into the market, we also need to, be responsible in the way that we bring on partners that are investing for the good of the country and not just, investing to just sort of take advantage of the resources that we have, and then leave the country in the short term, right? So I think we play a very, we're very small, right? But I think collectively with our peers in the ecosystem, we need to have that confidence first, and also that accountability to bring on the right partners into the country, so that the capital that they bring, the technology that they bring, is really good, for the country itself, right? So I think for us, we feel at Intudo, I think our work is very exciting, given that over 70% of our capital are from abroad. We do sit in this position where we hear what they are interested about Indonesia, and we can help facilitate, meeting the right partners in the country for certain projects, right? So I think matchmaking, responsible matchmaking, as well as fostering that confidence and making all the Indonesians around the world aware that it is good to come back and contribute instead of this leakage. Yeah.
That's great. No, I think it's remarkable how things have changed just over 2 or 1 decade ago, and I think confidence, both at the consumer level, as you've alluded to, Boo, and how you've alluded to in an asset class perspective, or a country class perspective, it's been very remarkable. And you've got a very storied investment banking experience here, Patrick. What do you think are some of the key strategies that global financial centers in Indonesia could adopt to build a more interconnected and globally mobile workforce?
Yeah, I think the capital markets point is definitely one, right? But I also feel like we need to promote more I think what's good about, the West is I think they promote entrepreneurship. They promote risk-taking. They promote, how to sort of think outside the box, right? I think that would certainly help with the ecosystem. But at the same time, I really like what Roro said earlier. Those are just the hard skills that you gather in the investing world, right? But I think the soft skills, investing in a more ethical way. You've seen how we've gone through a tech winter, and you hear about the layoffs, you hear about the frauds that are happening. I think both the founders obviously are accountable, but at the same time, the VCs that invest in this market should learn how to invest in a more responsible way as well, right? I think the heydays when interest rates were so low, I think the availability of cheap capital, created this euphoria of never-ending, funding, right? I think that has created a lot of problems in the ecosystem. So I think both the buy side, which is the investor, and also the recipients of the capital, I think we both need to be aware that we are entering a new era in terms of how this partnership goes. Founders needs capital. Capital providers needs founders. I think this is a two-way street that I think needs to operate under a different set of parameters. And I think, the next 5 to 10 years will be very different than the past 5 to 10 years in terms of investing.
No, that's great. And just on the tech winner point, I suppose, I assume, the more attractive tech valuations we had during those low interest periods were tailwinds towards global inward mobility. I guess given that situation has changed, what headwinds do you anticipate in that situation that you see going forward towards global inward mobility?
Yeah, so I think, we see it as a natural selection process, right? Because I think in the toughest environment, if you still want to come back into Indonesia and be a founder and go out and raise capital from venture funds, et cetera, I think that really proves a lot of your grit and your sort of confidence and conviction towards what you want to build, right? So I think that naturally helps us weed out a lot of what we used to call fake founders, because I think when market was easy, when capital was easy, you have a lot of people come back and want to be a founder for the sake of being a founder, right? But I think now with this tougher environment, I think the ones that really come back are really the best of the best. So I think it makes our job a little bit easier. And to your point about valuation, it is more depressed than before. So as an investor, deploying capital is certainly one of the better times.
Great, thanks, Patrick. I'll move on to Ian. I guess we've worked a couple late nights on this paper. I think we all have our favorite sections and all that. Yeah, what were some of your favorite takeaways from this report?
Yeah, I think the future of Indonesia's global inward mobility policies are bright. I focused on the social side earlier. If we look at an interesting stat, over 5,000 Indonesians have acquired Singaporean citizenship over the past 5 years. A process that requires the person to relinquish their Indonesian citizenship. And this is a trend, around the world where people are migrating towards more developed countries. However, in contrast, if we look at Indonesia, over the last 10 years, millionaires have grown by 25%. Okay, so that's individuals with over $1 million in net worth. Malaysia, its number of millionaires has grown by 15%, and Vietnam, 98%. So how do we attract that foreign direct investment and those wealthy individuals to Indonesia? It may not just be to migrate here, but how do we attract them to invest and spend time in the country? So my industry is investment migration. I've mentioned residence by investment. I think we'll all have heard of the recently launched Golden Visa. Okay, the idea is that you're attracting investors that wouldn't ordinarily invest into the country by offering access, be it a 5-year residence or a 10-year residence. They may not necessarily want to migrate to spend a significant amount of time in Indonesia. It's more about that optionality. They have access to Indonesia where they can sniff out opportunity and potentially build a business or collaborate with Indonesians. There are many such programs in Europe whereby you invest into a fund. That's potentially where we could collaborate. But these funds, they are focused on investing into the real infrastructure of Indonesia or a country, where you're investing into the economy and you receive something in return. So that's an industry we're looking to really build out, or an opportunity we're really looking to build out in Indonesia. Obviously we want to offer the world to Indonesia, but the Indonesia to the world, or the other way around. So I think that's one way we could collaborate, public versus private. Yeah.
Thanks. No, that's great to hear. Yeah, I think hearing that perspective on capital flows, both from Patrick's perspective, from a fund perspective, but also at that high net worth perspective, I suppose. Yeah, I think that kind of forms a complete picture. Moving on to Buroro, just I guess maybe not a pointed question, but when we talk about global inward mobility, we're talking policies, right? I guess given your role as a lawmaker, what and the sensitivities around global inward mobility, what do you think are some of the key challenges in Indonesia's legislative framework to allow for more global inward mobility policies, while managing the fact that there are some considerations and sensitivities around global inward mobility policies?
I think one of the things that we need to understand is that any kind of anything that happens in Indonesia as a whole goes through some kind of political process. So politics is actually at the very center of our human lives, whether we like it or not. And even small things like we have electricity right now, right? There is a law that governs all of that. There's a law that governs who supplies the electricity. Where is the electricity coming from? What kinds of sources? Is it renewable? Is it fossil? And is the country heading towards a more sustainable future by, pushing forward energy transition and so forth? So I just want to make sure that all of us here understand that anything that we experience on a daily basis, even the public transportation that we use every day, everything is a product of a political process, right? And in the DPR, in Parliament is, there are 575 members of Parliament, and there are 9 political parties that are embedded within our political or parliamentary system at the moment. And you know, one of the challenges in pushing forward a certain law is to make sure that all of these parties, if not a majority of them, are on board. So I just want to share a little bit about the complexities that happens within the system. And it helps when we have friends coming from other political parties that have the same goal and the same mindset. This is why I really urge more young policymakers, you know, more young people who can then be interested enough within the political space to then, for us to then be allies in pushing forward certain policies or goals that we'd like to see happen in the country. And again, you know, you see some legislations being slower than others. It is purely also, not all, but it is also a matter of how well we are able to work together amongst these political parties within the system, right? But the good news is that we see a lot of changes happening within the education space, you know, in terms of our diaspora, etc., in terms of scholarship opportunities and scholarship opportunity extends to anyone who is an Indonesian citizen. So it doesn't look at, you know, your background, you know, how you know, what your experiences are, but it looks more towards making sure that this opportunity extends to the whole range of the Indonesian population, irrespective of whether you are middle income or very low income and so forth. So the country is there, negara hadir, for these kinds of issues. And now what we need to push forward, again, coming back to the role of the new government, is to ensure that, you know, job creation is being made and more opportunities are there for the young. One of the challenges that I see some of my colleagues, if not, I would hear about this, is that we'd have, and I was just in New York actually with Pak Konjen in New York, and we were talking about how difficult it is for some alumni from incredible universities. We have alumni from Columbia, from NYU, from all these top universities not being able to get jobs back in Indonesia. So we were trying to actually coordinate, because he has a network in Permias, right? And how these graduates can then, we can then help them in creating job opportunities within the parliament, for example. We need expert staffs who are, you know, aware of certain issues, right? In terms of the technical aspect as well. And so this is the kind of collaboration that we're trying to make with, you know, Pak Konjen and his team in New York. And I hope that this can extend to other areas as well. And how political parties can also harness this kind of potential for them to then, for example, recruit graduates from abroad who are Indonesian, who have the capability for them to then, you know, perhaps if they don't want to be directly in the system as a politician themselves, but for them to then have the experience as an expert staff, for them to then be able to equip their, you know, the policymakers with the right kind of statistics and the right kinds of inputs, so then they can then contribute also to the development of our country. So there's so many opportunities, and this is just one of the collaborations that we're trying to make happen. At least I can start from the Indonesian Parliament, but on a larger space, we can see how this can then translate into a certain policy. So I'd like to, I'd like to end with that note, because I have another agenda that I need to attend to. So thank you so much for having me here today. A pleasure to meet all of you. It's wonderful to hear your insights. And I hope that everybody here can really just live their lives to their fullest potentials and be a part of Indonesia's development. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Round of applause, please, for the Thank you. I've been told that there's a request for Q&As. We can open the floor to questions and answers, I think. Oh, but photographs first. Okay.
What?
Okay, so we're doing the questions and answers then? Yep. Okay. Yeah, for the audience, I guess.
Thank you.
Open up.
Hi, Honorable. I'm Kelly. I'm from GGF. By data, you guys are talking about young talents. I'm up for young talents Indonesian, going abroad, studying in overseas, right? But by data, it's only 66,000 people who go to study abroad. So my question is very simple. Why not Indonesia? Why not bringing young people, young Indonesian talents in Indonesia, studying in Indonesia? Why should we ask them to go abroad and go back into Indonesia? Thank you so much.
Sorry, who was that addressed to? Yeah, I can probably start, and I'll pass it on to anyone that wants to take that. I think the concept of the returnees just represents momentum, I suppose. We have had this period where a large group of Indonesians have gone overseas. They've obtained skills that could be valuable to bring back home. And so, if you think of that just as a catchment, I suppose, they are there. There's about 6 to 9 million of those global Indonesians that are overseas with skills that Indonesia could benefit from. You approach it from that angle and you realize, okay, well, if we could bring more of them home, right, what could the impact be from that? Now, that's not to say it's mutually exclusive, I think, with investing in Indonesians right here at home. In many ways, LPDP is a fine example of that investment, right? And that's not to say domestic talent can't be skilled up domestically. But I guess when you think about the numbers, that 6 to 9 million, and the fact that they're there, and the potential that they can bring, well, I guess that's just a catchment that's worth addressing to bring back home. I guess that's the basis of our white paper here. Anyone else here want to take that?
Yeah, I'm happy to add. No, really appreciate the question. No, so I think homegrown talent is equally important. So I think at our firm, I mentioned about the Bullground program a lot. We also have a sort of a mirror program in country called Bumi, Berkaya untuk Masyarakat Indonesia. So it's called Bumi. So we like acronyms in our firm. So I think for that, we do the same thing at local universities and get plugged into local professional associations and try to transition a lot of these talent into, so the tech ecosystem, right? So I think for a lot of the returnees that majority of this session has talked about, they lack a lot of local context when they're away from the country for too long, right? I think the best of both worlds is when they pair up. So we do look for founding teams that has a good mix of, say, overseas as well as local talent, where the local talent is more ingrained to, the day-to-day, and the overseas talent can bring on, say, overseas expertise, et cetera. So I think we think that homegrown talent has a very important role in the ecosystem as well, and certainly not forgotten. Yeah.
Thanks, Patrick. I fully agree with you. In ITC, our role is not only bring the world to Indonesia, but also bring Indonesia to the world. But to achieve that goal, we need together, and today, through this group, Diaspora, we start something that we can achieve faster if we collaborate together. Tap from the knowledge that we get from anywhere. Yes, our world today tend to be more unipolar, but actually this world is going to multipolar. So I also suggest that we also pay attention to diaspora, not only from one particular sector in this world, but also we welcome those from Asia, for example, from Middle East, that can reach us. Yes, together with all those knowledge, with the local wisdom, we will make Indonesian like what we write down here as our big theme. Indonesia, secret weapons towards a sovereign, sustainable, and developed Indonesia. If we only count on diaspora, we will not get there that fast. Or if we only count on our local talents, our homegrown talents, we will not get there at fast. So we need to collaborate together. That's my answer to you.
Yeah, quickly. So we represent about 55 different governments globally, and I think that the one trend is to attract that overseas talent. Of course, local talent, it's important to foster and help them grow and to have as many Indonesians return with additional skill sets, but it's also important to grow and to collaborate and to learn from each other. You know, and I can only see the benefits of attracting that foreign talent here so that the talent pool here can learn from other mindsets, other education systems, other, you know, countries' way of doing things. Yeah, it's all about collaboration and growth for the future of Indonesia, I think.
Thanks, panel. And I think I'll close with, you know, a bit of a disclaimer on the report. 0.4% GDP growth on a 5% or 5.1% baseline. Incoming administrations have expressed targets of 8%. So, you know, 0.4% helps, but it can't be the totality of it. There's got to be more beyond just this, right? It's got to synergize with other initiatives and other policies if we want to achieve that 8% target. That could mean homegrown talent. That could mean, you know, other investments. Infrastructure always comes up. It's one quiver or one arrow in a quiver of arrow, you know, on a bow. It's part of a wider portfolio of solutions. I think that wraps our time. Thank you all. Please a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you very much to our notable speakers and of course to our moderator. To all panelists, please kindly remain on stage to receive our token of appreciation and have a photo session.
All panelists, please kindly arise. We would like to present our token of appreciations. For our multimedia team, please kindly capture at the moment. All right, we're still capturing this amazing moment. This is exactly our spectacular panelists on the panel discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Oh, to panelists, moderator, please kindly take your post in front of the stage, as we also would like to capture the moment together with the audience or participant backgrounds. One more time. Multimedia team, photographer, please also keen to help to capture the moment. All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly rise as we would like to take a pose and capturing this spectacular moment with this esteemed panelists and our amazing moderator. Give the best smile, official pose, ladies and gentlemen. In my cue, 3, 2, 1, capture the moment. All right, let's give a freestyle. Can we do that? Yeah, freestyle, okay. And 3, 2, 1, freestyle. Give the best smile and pose, ladies and gentlemen. In 3, 2, 1, capture the moment. Spectacular. Thank you so much, panelists and moderator. Please kindly return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated.
What a remarkable panel!
A spectacular, remarkable, marvelous. I think like I have all the lists of these amazing words, like speechless, right? Like the insight, the learning lessons, experiences, it's like world level, global level, right?
Yes, I was taking notes from all of those panels we have today.
Very, very thoughtful and also insightful kind of discussion. All right, we still give a couple of seconds for the little bit chit-chat with the audience. Please kindly be seated again, ladies and gentlemen, as we would like to proceed to the next agenda of the summit. Hadirin sekalian, kami mohon untuk duduk kembali. Kita akan melanjutkan ke agenda berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your keenness to kindly be seated again. Hadirin sekalian, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk duduk kembali. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, one more time would like to ask for your keenness. Please kindly be seated. Hadirin kami persilakan untuk duduk kembali. Kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya.
Talking about learning, one of the ways that you can learn more about taking forward your global inward mobility journey is through understanding more about the role of investments and migration and being a global citizen. To that end, Henley and Partners are hosting a deep dive on this topic at our site event. Please find the information on the site event on the panels outside of this ballroom. The site event will be located upstairs in the mezzanine level, and it will start in approximately 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we already provide you with a guide, which is Mr. Firman. He's part of the GIPA committee. He will assist all of you that would like to attend the site event at the second floor in the gallery function room. So please kindly join Mr. Firman that will help to assist you to the second floor on attending the site event. We're going to proceed to the next agenda. I would like to ask for your keenness one more time, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. Hadirin sekalian, Kami memohon kesediaannya sekali lagi untuk kembali duduk. Kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, the Global Human Capital Summit 2024 is able to organize and present for you today because of remarkable strong collaboration between and support from prominent multi-stakeholders. As for the MCs are working in few pairs to deliver and lead the event to ensure smooth proceeding throughout the summit. Please allow me to welcome and invite our next pair of hosts for the second half plenary session and segment for the summit. Please give a round of great applause for Bijak Sabara and Patricia Elizabeth, dearest Bijak and Tita. Hereby, I hand over the chain of command to lead the segment over to you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Melati Dewi.
And my name is Shahla Sabila.
We ask permission to sign out. See you in the Stellar Summit. We proceed to the next agenda with spectacular hosts. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Just keeping the energy going, dear
Agree
Kapita.
to that.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Good afternoon to all ladies, gentlemen, and all esteemed delegates. First of all, thank you so much to our dearest, most gorgeous Kak Melati Dewi and Shahla Sabila for presenting the first half of the agenda with such an incredible energy. And especially thank you to all participants, whether you attending on-site here at the Pullman, Tamrin, Jakarta, Indonesia, or you attended online. Thank you so much for keeping the enthusiasm going on. And once again, welcome to Global Human Capital Summit 2024 with the theme of Diaspora as Indonesia's secret weapon toward a sovereign, sustainable and developed Indonesia, presented to you by the one and only Global Indonesia Professional Association, or GIPA. May I have your applause, please? Thank you so much for attending here. I hope everyone had an amazing time so far. I hope everyone had an amazing lunch. I hope everyone is well caffeinated, had your tea, had your coffee, and still energetic, because interesting and incredible session is still coming up your way. My name is Bijak Sabara, and I'm delighted to be your host for today. And as you might already notice, I'm not alone in this beautiful afternoon. I'm here with my beautiful, beautiful partner.
Thank you so much, Bijak. And hello, everyone. First of all, warmest greetings to our honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and fellow participants. Once again, can we give a big round of applause to each and every one of you? Thank you so much for making the time to coming to the Global Human Capital Summit 2024. My name is Patricia Elizabeth, but you can call me Tita. And it is such an honor for me to be here with all of you.
Exactly. And just before we started, I just want to take some time to appreciate the beautifulness of my partner here. I see you looking gorgeous with your red dresses and beautiful scarf that tie your waist. Do you mind just explaining a bit to our beautiful audience here? What are you wearing today?
So today I wear my red dress, and this belt I bought from Labuan Bajo. I hope it's color coordinated with the GPA colors team today. It's blue and red. So how about you, Bijak? What are you wearing?
Well, I want to look equally dazzling as you today. I don't want you to be beautiful all alone in the stage. I'm wearing a simple, beautiful navy suit right now, and I'm wearing a headgear, a beautiful headpiece from Lombok, Nusa Tenggara Barat called Sapu.
Okay, so today we are designed from Indonesia, Timor.
Exactly.
Okay, and once again today we extend our deepest gratitude to our partners, Swire Pacific, Mandiri Bank, Area, Henley and Partners, BNE Ventures, Intudo Ventures, International Test Center, and Georgetown University. Thank you for making history with us today.
Precisely, Tita. Thank you so much. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our focus on advancing Indonesian futures, it is evident, it is clear that biotechnologies and health play a crucial roles in our nation growth and well-being. With that in mind, we now turn to the second thematic plenary sessions of today with the themes of redoubling health and biotalents to advance Indonesian prosperity and welfare.
Can we give a big round of applause to our next session, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for that.
Exactly. And now, as a part of our ongoing commitment to advance Indonesia healthcare sector, we are excited to introduce a new initiative aimed at enhancing the placement of overseas qualified Indonesian medical personnel. This initiative is a collaboration between GIPA and Swire Pacific. Before we proceed, just to know more about the vision and the missions of Swire Pacific, let us watch the company profile of Swire Pacific.
Can we give a big round of applause for the Swire Pacific company profile?
Following on to directly lead this launch is the head of public advocacy for the GIPA Leadership Council. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Diva Farzani.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. So for those of you who has been staying in this main plenary since the beginning, welcome. I was in the opening plenary, but now I'm very happy to be here. So just a little bit of background about myself, probably. So I've actually been with GIPA since my final term in my bachelor's degree in 2021, and I've always been happy to be working with GIPA. I started my role as an associate for Public Advocacy Associate. So I've been working a lot on creating this forms of papers, point of views, hearing a lot from the aspirations of the Indonesian professionals overseas, and we're very happy to be included in this part of the journey of our advocacy. And today I actually wanted to give a very special thanks to our partner, Swire, which is now represented by Bapa Ainsley. So, Pa Ainsley, thank you so much for being here today. And as you guys probably have seen the profile earlier, Swire Pacific is a diversified business with operations spanning around real estate, aviations, beverages, industrial services, and more, you name it. We're very happy that we started our first partnership with Swire. Probably it was in the beginning of our establishment of our Indonesia hub, where we were given the chance to work together on, using the venue in Savyavasa here in South Jakarta. So it was really great. But probably I also wanted to highlight that in 2023, Swire Pacific has formed a very strategic partnership with Indonesia Investment Authority and also the Indonesia Healthcare Corporation to enhancing Indonesia's healthcare infrastructure and addressing the talent scarcity in this sector. I mean, as part of this initiative, we've probably have heard that Swire is working on the special economic zone in Bali, which is opening more opportunities for overseas qualified doctors to practice in Indonesia with minimum to zero requirements, which is, in fact, it is aligned with KIPA's advocacy that has been launched in 2022, which is our point of view on the adaptation process of overseas qualified Indonesian doctors. This is an advocacy that is recognizing the aspirations of Indonesian doctors with the challenges faced with lengthy process of practicing in Indonesia, but we're very honored that we were being endorsed by the Ministry of Health and the Council of Indonesian Doctors and all of our partners of Indonesian doctors associations from all over the world that has been engaged in this advocacy to make this into a reality that now the process is more streamlined. So let's give a round of applause to our partners, ladies and gentlemen. So today we're actually very thrilled to launch the groundbreaking initiative. It's an initiative by Swire in partnership with GIPA, which is the Initiative on Overseas Qualified Indonesian Medical Professional Placement. And we do really hope that moving forward, GIPA is going to explore more initiatives and collaboration with Swire to continue this advocacy, bringing more overseas qualified healthcare professionals to Indonesia. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ainsley Mann as a President Director of Swire Investments Indonesia to come on stage. We're going to launch this MOU signing ceremony, and I would like to also invite Bapak Steven Marcelino as the chairman of GIPA, and I'm also very thrilled to welcome Ibu Ambassador Siti Nugraha Mauludia as the Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy of Ministry of Foreign Affairs to join us in this MOU signing. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, let us welcome this very great initiatives today, an initiative by Swire and GIPA. I forgot that my microphone is here. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will allow me to count in 3. So let's just have a little drum roll here for our signees. So in 1, 2, 3, ladies and gentlemen, please be welcome to sign this very great initiatives and opportunities to explore more collaborations between GIPA and Swire. All right, let's give one more round of applause for this partnership. So just to give a little bit closing statement, so this collaboration with Swire not only strengthens our healthcare sector, but also aligns with our vision. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Diva Varzani, as the head of public advocacy for the GIPA Leadership Council, for guiding us through this exciting new initiative. We also want to extend our heartfelt thanks to the representative from Swire Pacific and the Ministry of Health for their commitment and collaboration on this important project. And don't forget, we also have our parallel event ongoing right now. The title is Introduction to the investment migration and being global citizens, exploring opportunities and benefits in a global world. Located at mezzanine, second floor. So any one of you, if you have interest to this panel, kindly goes to this parallel event.
Surely something not to miss on yet, Tira.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Now proceeding on, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into an insightful panel discussions. Will feature distinguished speakers that span from various sectors, various companies, but with one shared spirit and commitment. For that, we are pleased to have a representative from GIPA to lead us through these sessions. Formerly a Secretary General and now an advisor for GIPA. Please give the biggest round of applause for Christy Zacharias.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would be joined by very distinguished individuals in a few moments. And I would like to say it's always challenging to go on a panel after lunch because everybody has that kind of food coma. So if you're at the back, feel free to move forward. We would love to see your faces, especially because we'll invite you for Q&A, so feel free. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce you our panel for today, focusing on the topics of doubling health and biotalents for Indonesia's welfare. First, who will be joining us? Ibu Ana Kurniati. So Dr. Ana Kurniati is the Director for Health Worker Utilization in Indonesia's Ministry of Health. With advanced degrees in public health and extensive experience in health policy, she focuses on optimizing the deployment and management of health workers to improve public health outcomes across Indonesia. So please give a round of applause as we welcome Ibu Ana up on stage. Ibu Ana, thank you for joining us. Next, I would like to invite our next panelist, Dr. Ivan Sini. Dr. Sini is the founder of RS Bunda Group, the Indonesian Reproductive Science Institute, chair of Indonesia Genomics Association, and leads Musa Genetica Farmindo, a biotech startup focused on genomics. He has served on boards of several healthcare companies and pioneered robotic surgery in Indonesia. So a man of many talents with lots of different endeavors. So you can ask him about that a little bit later. So please give your hand together for Dr. Ivan Sini. Next, we have a familiar face. He has been up here earlier today, but would like to invite Matt Hughes, Chief Strategy Officer at Aspen Medical. A little bit about him. Matt Hughes is an experienced executive specializing in global healthcare management with a passion in improving lives in remote and under-resourced regions. Please welcome Matt Hughes. Lastly, we would like to invite Dr. Dini Handayani, Chief Medical Officer at Mayapada Healthcare Group. Dr. Dini is one of Chief Medical Officer at Mayapada Healthcare Group, Indonesia's leading healthcare provider. Holding multiple qualifications, she is responsible for overseeing clinical operations and ensuring delivery of high-quality healthcare services at Mayapada. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Dini. Okay, thank you for joining us today from all of your busy schedules to be here. It's definitely an interesting panel because I feel like every time we talk about healthcare, we may talk with the doctors, but we may not get the policy angle. We may talk to policymakers, but we may not get the doctor's perspective, and we may not get the healthcare consultant's perspective. So it's great that you're able to join us all together up on stage. Looking forward to diverse perspectives you'll bring. I think if we start with painting a picture, having some context, if we start with Ibu Ana, mungkin dari perspektif Kementerian Kesehatan, from your role as in the Ministry of Health, keen for you to outline, paint us a picture of Indonesia's healthcare sector at the moment. What are some of the trends you're seeing, some of the gaps you're seeing, and how does that relate to the human capital needs in Indonesia? Over to you, Ibu Ana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here and seeing so many young professionals. I feel like very old today. Okay. Okay, thank you for inviting us. This is from the perspective of the government, MOH. When we are talking about the sufficiency of health personnel in Indonesia, I would like to share with you what is the current situation of health workforce situation in Indonesia. As you can see here that currently we are lacking of medical specialists. And based on the number of graduates from approximately 21 medical specialist education program from medical faculties in Indonesia, the number of graduates only 2,700 and something, less than 3,000 per year. It means that if we compare with the number of demand within Indonesia health services in Indonesia, we might need 10 years to fulfill the gap between the existing number of medical specialists and our need to serve all Indonesians. As you can see, most of medical specialists concentrated in Java Island, but other parts of Indonesia, and especially at the eastern part of Indonesia, the number of medical specialists is very low. So shortage is very classical problems in Indonesia in terms of the availability of medical specialists. And this is this is Puskesmas. And this is the picture of Indonesia. We are talking about 7 types of medical specialists that are essential to be available in district hospitals. But now, when we are going to expand to manage the priority diseases like cancer, stroke, heart diseases, then we are lacking of 25 type of medical specialists. Even only 7 type of medical specialists, the number of district hospitals lacking of medical specialists, approximately 40% of all district hospitals. So when we are talking about other non-essential, but currently we are adding into priority of medical specialists, then the number of shortage is getting higher. So based on this situation, we have commitment to implement transformative health system, and especially in a pillar, the 5th pillar is about transforming health workforce. We are committed to increase the number of medical specialists, the number of other medical personnel like doctors and especially dentists. Dentists are almost also one of the medical personnel that also have big shortage in Indonesia, and other type of health workers. So we want to increase the availability, the distribution, and also the quality. That's the main priority programs within the transformative health system. So this is the program, 3 types to support the supply, the deployment, and also to the quality improvement. I think some of you may notice that early May, President of Indonesia, accompanied by ministers, Health Minister, Minister of Education, and also other ministers joining the ceremony to launch the medical specialist program, hospital-based program. So now in Indonesia, we have two systems. The first system is university-based, the second system is hospital-based. This is one of our big commitment to improve the availability of medical specialists. So now, producing medical specialists, not only through the university, but also can be done directly at the hospital, the teaching hospital. And now we are opening the selection. So for those interested to apply as residents in a hospital-based specialist education program, they can now try to join the selection process online. And we also provide affirmation points for medical doctors from the remote areas and who are willing to work after completing the study, going back to their original area. So they will receive affirmative points to be selected as residents at the hospital-based education program. And then we also provide scholarship in collaboration with LPDP to finance our Indonesians to attend educations as medical doctors, dentists, and other health professionals, not only in country, but also overseas, including for fellowship program. And the number is quite high. And for medical specialists, the problem is not the number of scholarship award given by LPDP and Ministry of Health. The problem is always about the limited number of seats in a medical faculty. So aside from the medical specialist program through scholarship, we also provide scholarship, working also with LPDP to provide hands-on fellowship program. And currently we already secure collaboration with some foreign countries, for example, China, Malaysia, India, and Japan, to invite our medical doctors, specialists, who wants to join the fellowship program hands-on, so that they will be improve their competency through some fellowship program in other countries. And this fellowship receive full scholarship from the LPDP. And maybe this one is very related to GIPA and our diaspora, because since 2022 and then during the improvement of our health law through law number 17, we currently have new regulation on how to improve the competency evaluation process for the international medical and health graduates. So for those graduates as medical doctors, for example, from UK or from US, previously they have to apply to the university, so they have to sit as students back in the university and then taking exit exam, and then after that they can practice in Indonesia. So they have to go back to school, basically. But now with the current regulation, international graduates, they do not need to apply to the university. The competency evaluation will be done by the Ministry of Health, involving like collegium, medical council or health professional council, and also from the Ministry of Education and other experts to join as one committee to conduct the evaluation competency. And it's completely free because the process can be done online. So when you apply to this process, you do not need to resign first from your job overseas, because it can be done remotely. So this is the process that we currently improve to ensure that maybe some our diaspora, they want to go back. Previously maybe they are scared because the lengthy process, and it doesn't guarantee that they can come back and practice in Indonesia. But now with our new regulation, the competency evaluation can be done more easier. So I want to share with you the process based on our current regulation. When we put red color, it means that it's already in law number 17. And last month in July, at the end of July, the government of Indonesia also released government regulation number 28. So it can be seen that the process much different compared to previous law. And I want to share with you that currently 77 international graduates already applied, and more than half already deployed in district hospitals and also teaching hospitals. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Buana. Very comprehensive picture. Yes, please. Amazing. Actually, GIPA was at one of the organizations at the forefront of lobbying for faster adaptation process for overseas qualified. So to see that now as part of the new regulations, like it's been a great improvement. And from 2022 until now, half of them are already deployed. So it just shows the new speed at which the program is working. So thank you, and thank you for the overarching kind of color you've provided on Indonesia. Matt, I'd like to come to you next around your work. I think you have a passion for serving underdeveloped or less covered communities, providing healthcare services, and I think with Aspen you're also overseeing some healthcare infrastructure projects, right? Give us a picture in terms of the wider region and APAC, and your experience of working across the region. How does Indonesia compare to the countries across the region? What do you see as key hurdles, key bottlenecks, things that Indonesia could and should do better?
I have had the opportunity to work all across the Asia-Pacific region, Africa, the Middle East as well. And I am involved in a number of health infrastructure programs, including Fiji, some work that we are doing here within Indonesia. One of the things that I have noticed across the entire Indo-Pacific region is that many of the challenges that they are facing in the Pacific, for example, are exactly the same challenges that Indonesia is facing. The difference, I believe, is the scale to which Indonesia faces those challenges purely based on the size of the population. But when we look at the top 5 most significant health challenges around the world, I mean, we're talking about issues related to workforce availability. We're talking about the rise of non-communicable diseases, cancers, etc. They're very similar across the entire region. We look at it through a slightly different lens because we are a commercial entity, but we are a commercial entity that believes that we have a responsibility to give back to the communities in which we work. So frankly speaking, the more profitable we are, the more opportunity we have to reinvest back into the communities. So we do try to look at programs and initiatives that we can roll out across the various regions that supplement or align with the government policy or the health policy of that particular jurisdiction. There are great similarities in the challenges faced here in Indonesia that we face in Australia as well in terms of the health system. We're challenged in finding that experienced workforce to the extent that we need it. Australia has an ageing population, so the workforce that we have, particularly in health, is getting older. I think that's where Indonesia is in a much stronger position than we are in that regard. But Australia is, I think we all realise that Australia is a very large country, but I think at times we can forget how large Indonesia is as well in terms of the span of the archipelago. So we have issues associated with providing access into regional and remote parts of Australia, and I understand that that's some of the challenges that are faced here in Indonesia as well. And also providing good quality care into those regions. So for example, how do we provide oncology care into regional and remote parts of Australia? So the opportunities that we see here in Indonesia are twofold. One, we do believe that we can make a positive contribution to the health and welfare of the peoples of Indonesia. We do, by virtue of who we are, see a commercial benefit, but we also see opportunity to be able to perhaps introduce some of the more contemporary models of care that are being rolled out around the world, the use of technology and how technology can make a significant impact in delivering health into regional and remote locations. The technology piece is actually very exciting. Anything, my team will probably roll their eyes, but anything from using drones to deliver pharmaceuticals into regional or remote locations through to the use of artificial intelligence and helping diagnoses. It's a really exciting space, and we think that we're trying to be at the forefront of that. We would like to be in a position to be able to roll those initiatives, those models of care, those learnings across all of the regions in which we operate. And of course, Indonesia is one of those.
Amazing, thank you, Matt. Cool. I think we've had some context on the Indonesia context. We've also had some context on the regional context. Now, keen to move to you, Dr. Ivan. I think you have both kind of a profession lens, but also through your involvement in the Genomics Association, you have seen some industry level trends and movement. I think keen to hear your comments around human capital. I think if we think about healthcare talents, there's 3 key touch points. The first one, getting people into healthcare in the first place, making sure retention is high within that industry, that people stay, that people hone and upskill and continue to grow in their careers. And then lastly, the last stage around having existing doctors, existing experts almost give back to the next generation of doctors and develop them even further and then have this amplifier effect. Across these 3 stages, where do you think the highest hurdle lies at the moment for Indonesia? And what are some of the things you observe trends-wise in terms of Indonesians coming back home to work here as healthcare professionals or them moving back abroad? So some comments around that would be helpful.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to share my big thanks to Stephen and all the GIPA committee to invite me to come here. I think I would like to start by sharing 3 perspectives. So the first perspective for me as an ex-diaspora, I feel like. I used to live in Australia for 10 years before I moved back to Jakarta 20 years ago. It's been 20 years now, so it's been a long time. But secondly, I would like to see it from the perspective of industry, and lastly, from academic viewpoint. So from the talent perspective, I recall during my time when I spent my time abroad, thinking coming back home was, of course, partly, as always, in the mind of everyone who lives overseas. But the attractive nature of the jobs availability in Indonesia was not really compelling at the time. And at the moment, things are completely different because obviously the governments behind the societies so supporting, also the industry is support that as well. But to look at from flashback what's happening over the last 20 years, I think the opportunity is really quite tremendous for many of the international talents, Indonesian talents who are living abroad, to look into Indonesia as a future perspective, an opportunity for them to come back, not only looking from the family reasons, as one of the key reasons why they wanted to come back. So I think that's something that I can see when you're here, you have that security coming back and you feel that the job is compelling enough for you to come back, and then you'll feel that secured enough to understand there's a lot of opportunity that you can learn, you can actually excel your inner capability in Indonesia than you could have elsewhere. So that's the first angle. And to look back again, the opportunity being a clinician and also establishing a different unique value proposition as a doctor, an overseas doctor, is actually helping me out, and at least something that will help a lot of international talents to build their credibility. And again, namely someone who's very deep into endoscopy, or someone is really quite strong in the oncology, and I have a background in reproductive medicine, so I think that I use that to excel my capability in building my expertise to share amongst my peers, and now actually becoming really quite a big industry in reproductive medicine in Indonesia. IVF obviously is my big involvement. But looking from the industry itself is also nurturing quite well, knowing a lot of hospital sort of companies, hospital business, hospital operators are now looking into really, sort of strong position, particularly in the market. When we see the, listed companies or actually operating hospital are really looking at the positive trends, particularly after pandemic. We can see a lot of awareness about the healthcare industry is really moving forward quite significantly. But the key challenges for any kind of healthcare is, not in Indonesia, but also globally, the resources is always an issue. Particularly in Indonesia, the trend of Indonesian doctors to be accepted to work elsewhere is not as easy as, other doctors who are graduated from Commonwealth countries or US or Australia, and that's something that we need to sort out. And I'm glad that Ibu Ana already mentioned a number of initiatives that the government that I really highly appreciated, that we are now in a very strong position to be able not only to open up to overseas talents to come, but also to allow Indonesians to have the standards to go up. Now, just coming from the last perspective, of course, commercial is always something that will bring talents to come, but there's also another point. Indonesia has a very, very big, diverse opportunity for people who are interested in science. And that's the reason why I involved myself in genomic, and I am thrilled to actually still be part of the Indonesian Genomic Association to really be involved in developing this scientific nature of this academic. And I took the role as a dean of the Faculty of Medicine of IPB University about a month ago, and it's something that actually excited me to see that the opportunity to do research in this field is tremendous. Take for instance, the IPB University is affiliated with 3,400 villages across the West Java region, which for me, that is a really big treasure for you to be able to take this opportunity to do research, to understand about the community behavior, to understand about the chronic diseases. And that's something that will attract many of the healthcare talents overseas if they're coming not only as a clinicians, a successful person, but actually can really utilize the Indonesian capabilities and also the resources that we should really be able to go up as what we've seen in the Vietnam and China and Singapore and probably some other countries that have actually published a number of good international peer-reviewed journals, which I think this is something that I'm really quite keen to get many talents to come back home. So I think overall, in a nutshell, I'm really quite excited to see this opportunity for Indonesia to, to step up. And I think we all here agree that, we all have to work hard for this, but we have the really bright future ahead of us.
Thank you, Dr. Ivan. I think it's all been quite an encouraging message so far from all three of you. I didn't tell them to say everything has to be positive, so that's a good sign, right? There is support on the policy side, there is some positive movements in industry, appetite in academia, and we see a lot of movements in terms of projects and opportunities in Indonesia. I think keen to come to you, Dr. Dini, next. In terms of your role as Chief Medical Officer in Mayapada, you would have received an influx of doctors every single year. I think if you see any trends in terms of what they're hungry for, like their development, what are healthcare talents looking for these days to stay competitive? How do we make sure Indonesian healthcare talent specifically is future-proofed? So as an example, perhaps previously before COVID, like a lot of people don't imagine all of these minute granular scenarios such as a pandemic to happen, right? Now that it has happened, maybe people's view of health has become kind of more on top of their priority list. They've realized, oh, there's this underlying healthcare system that we've taken for granted, for example, that we don't really take notice of. And now that's kind of been dispelled because people realize post-COVID, it is the foundation of a society. It's a foundation of why a society functions, and it's so interconnected. So I think to come to the question in terms of future-proofing the healthcare talents in Indonesia, what are some examples that you've seen as best practice for nurturing talents? Maybe some examples from Mayapada as well, some projects that you can call out. And I think tangibly for the healthcare professionals in the room, what can they do to future-proof themselves at an individual level as well? Over to you, Dr. Dini.
Thank you, Christy. So I think I'm going to echo some of Dr. Ivan's comment. After COVID, I've seen that people change, and we also learn so much from COVID. One thing for sure, the importance of having the clinical research as part of our sustainability program in healthcare, because then we know what type of vaccine, for example, that we need to prevent certain diseases for in the future. That will be huge things that we could do for Indonesia. And I think with the new law and regulations, Indonesia also opened up for research, which is thankful. I'm really thankful for that. So we transform a lot, not only from healthcare perspective, from the medical perspective, but also from the clinical research. So that's the thing that we could do as part of our development. And the thing that I found in my daily experience is like Indonesian doctors really love to have training abroad. So what we do in Mayapada, we send some of our doctors to be trained abroad. For now, we have collaboration with Singapore, and we have collaboration with Apollo Hospital India. And they are very open for the training, and they're very happy. Especially when they have to go to India, because India is offering a hands-on training program, which is very valuable to upgrade the skill set, because by having 1 month or 3 months in India, and they could do certain types of procedure or certain numbers of procedures, when they get back, they feel like they develop a lot in terms of skill set. So this program is from Mayapada, we're going to continue because I think this is the future-proof activities that we need to do at this moment. And last but not least, it's not only about the physicians, but also about the nurses. Because I believe Indonesian patient or Indonesian citizen that goes to Singapore or to Malaysia for medical tourism, they're not only seeking for the doctors, but they're only seeking, they need the support from the nurses as well. So this is the things that we could do in the future, and I'm really glad to see that Ibu Ana presented that there's a lot of scholarships for physicians as well as for other healthcare professionals. Nurses plays a very big role to support the medical services, and we are behind around 20 years, probably, in the Asian Pacific region. Because Mayapada have our benchmark and gap analysis survey with NUH, Singapore. And when the result came, we're not surprised that we need to improve the learning from 20 years of experience from NUH, because what we have done now in Indonesia is something that they have done around 2000, the year of 2000. So this is also a huge opportunities to improve in the future, and not to forget also for other ancillary services, for examples like radiology and then pharmacy, also laboratory, because I believe the type of Indonesian education for physician nurses and also ancillaries are different compared to the board certified educations in the US, UK, or other international countries. So this is the things that we need to achieve in the future, trying to get as much training as possible, trying to be as much, try to be a board certified physician in the future, because when you're being the board certified physician in the future, then it will be a future proof for you, because not only you can practice here in Indonesia, but you can also practice abroad. So that would be my response.
Thank you, Dr. Dini. I'll open up to the audience for Q&A in a few minutes, but a closing question on my side for all of you, actually, to humanize our conversation a little bit. GIPA, we have overseas professional hubs across 15 plus countries, and in each of these professional hubs, there are healthcare professionals, some of them doctors, some of them radiologists, some of them nurses, a lot of different spectrum in healthcare, right? And a lot of them are streaming from wherever they are at the moment. A lot of them are in the room. A quick question to humanize, taking all of these context into account, what advice would you give to these healthcare professionals listening in to you right now with all of these developments in industry, in policy, at the healthcare hospital level? So a quick word of advice, if you may, from each of you to speaking to them directly. What advice would you give to Indonesian healthcare professionals? Maybe if we start from Ibu Ana.
As the government, MOH is very proud that many Indonesians become health professionals all over the world, because even before COVID era, the world already shortage of health professionals, especially doctors, nurses, and now after COVID hit all over the world, the shortage of health workforce even very obvious. Not only in developing countries, but also in developed countries. And that's why now Indonesians also become one of the target from the Indonesia and the developed countries to invite health professionals to come to their countries. On the contrary, we are also expecting our professionals that now having knowledge, expertise, experience overseas to come back to Indonesia to do the transfer of knowledge. And that's why we are previously met many times with GIPA and also other diaspora groups to discuss on how they can help us to create the more applicable regulations that enable our diaspora to come back and contribute to Indonesia. So please, I thank you so much to our diaspora wherever you are, because your contribution is real, and we make new regulation because of your input. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ivan, over to you.
Yeah, again, echoing to Ibu Ana, I think I'm really, I'm glad that we can actually have this opportunity, Ryan, which I did not have 20 years ago. And again, I would, sort of embrace the opportunity for all the diaspora to seek opportunity in Indonesia, but also want to share that, some of you who are still uncertain, not sure, GIPA is a very good example how you can actually use this as a platform to communicate and engage with people who have gone through the experience, and I think their resource individuals like Bu Ana will be able to share to you what the current structure, how you want to get in. But as I said, I'm a very philosophical person as well, that when you want to go into Indonesia, we have to be also compelling enough to attract you guys to come to Indonesia, and one of them is actually in part of the resource, rich resource country that we have, for science, for research, for training, all those things that you can do if you're not sure what to do long term. But again, there are things that we can continue to discuss, and I'm really widely open my phone number, so anyone to email me if you want us to reach out to me. I think that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, over to you.
My counsel would be take every opportunity that you possibly can to invest in yourself. So any opportunity that is presented to you in terms of professional development, take that opportunity. And I mentioned technology before. I think any opportunity that you have to learn about, get exposure to the emerging technologies within the health space, because there's many of them and they're varied, take those opportunities too. And then once you've invested in yourself and you've taken those opportunities, whatever they may be, bring them back to Indonesia and become the leader in that particular field or area of medicine, health, whatever it may be.
Sounds good. Thank you. Dr. Dini.
So, for all diaspora, I think if you could go back and return to Indonesia and help us transform a lot of things in healthcare, I think it's part of being Indonesian, because I think I see differences when I say to someone I'm Indonesian 5 years ago compared to if I say to someone I'm Indonesian now. Because now Indonesia is really emerging country that everyone is look forward to be part of it. So going back to Indonesia, I don't think it's a setback, but I think you will have a lot of opportunities to help us in the future, and also grow yourself and immerse yourself in your own country and see how different it was before you leave them and now when you're coming back after a while. Because to be honest, I'm a bit proud. I'm very proud being Indonesian now. When someone asks, where are you from? I'm from Indonesia. Oh, you're from Indonesia. And then I could see, like, in so many international airports when I have to do the transit, I could see that so many foreigners, coming back, running around, and it's like, where's the flight to Jakarta? Where's the flight to Jakarta? So Jakarta is one of the destination now. So why not come to Jakarta? Why not come to Indonesia? Please. I mean, this is a very open, I think this is a very open opportunity for everyone. And there's a lot of things that we could do together to help this country even, bigger than today.
Amazing. Thank you. Maybe a round of applause for the words of advice. To echo that, I think you're right. I think every time I say I'm Indonesian, the response is no longer, oh, Bali. Like, there's more things to talk about than Bali. So definitely it's on the upward trend. I think to summarize for our diaspora listening, like, congratulations, you're doing great. We're proud of you. But also look at all of these opportunities back home, like develop yourself and then, look at it from a research angle or from a upskilling angle. The opportunities for you can be massive and you can be a leader in a country as big and as diverse as Indonesia coming back home. So thank you for the words of advice. I'll open up the floor for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, we have a lot of hands up. We may not have time for all of them, but please, if we can start with 2 questions, we'll do it at the same time. So the mas there, and then if you keep your hands up so I can see, and then the mbak on this table. Yep. Oh, please introduce yourself. Sorry, go on. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tubagus Albana. I was diaspora like 5 months ago. I worked in Turkey for 8 years as a healthcare talent, maybe, because I studied healthcare management in bachelor and also my master. So I work in hospital like for 2 years. And then I also work as an executive assistant for honorary consul in Turkey. And then after 8 years, I decided to go back to my country. That's like Mr. Ivan said, I see Indonesian as a future prospect. But in these 5 months, it's been a hard time for me. It's, I kind of culture shocked with the situation here. Well, my question is, like, since my thesis is focusing in health tourism, But when I come to Indonesia and health tourism, it was a new topics, I guess. I was studied this in Turkey like for 8 years, and I helped Turkey to improve their health tourism. And then I was asking myself, can I help Indonesia to improve their health tourism? But when I come to Indonesia and I'll try to reach a lot of health tourism sectors in Indonesia, I didn't get any response of it. So my question is like, how's the health tourism prospect in Indonesia? Is it can be improved, or I get offer from Turkey again, or should I go back to Turkey? That's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If we hold on to that thought a little bit and then take the second question together so that we can address both at the same time for time. So the Mbak on this table, please. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Tania. I'm from Ori. We know that in Indonesia, we not only have a doctor for health worker, we also have public health and nurses and the others. So my question deliver for Ibu Ana, what is the strategy of Ministry of Health to maximize the distribution, the other classification of health worker? And then the second question is for the other three panelists. We curious, what is the supervision strategy of private hospital to keep the health worker to keep giving their best to the patient, because we know the health service is not only about quantity but also quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amazing. Okay, good range of questions. If we can start with Ibu Ana, you can weigh in on both health tourism and then the two questions. So over to you.
Thank you for the questions. Wonderful questions. First about the health tourism. You know, actually the government of Indonesia put a lot of effort on how to, improve the health tourism in Indonesia so that it can be said it is at the same level like maybe Thailand in the future or even Malaysia, our neighboring countries. And now, the government opening some special economic zone, for example, now in Bali, because Bali is also still very famous for tourism, right? So with the opening of a special economic zone and also invite some foreign investment in that zone and provide some relaxation regarding the regulation, invite some foreign medical doctors and also other health professionals, as well as diaspora, we right now start to work on how to make health tourism is true. So we also thank you that you have intention to come back to Indonesia because you want to contribute to the health development in Indonesia. So I think with now even MOH also open recruitment for hospitals, because now we are opening new hospitals, vertical hospitals owned by the MOH in some big countries, some big cities like in Surabaya, Makassar, and even we also open hospitals in Kupang, very near to Labuan Bajo. This is also in the future become one of the very famous tourism destination. So I think yes, why not? We have the prospect in the future about health tourism. But of course, we need to work very hard together, like our stakeholders, to make it true. And also contribution from young professionals like you. And I would also answer the second question about how we have the strategy to ensure that equal distribution across country, because this is also one classical problem that we have. And I think not only Indonesian, other country as well. So now with bonding scholarship scheme, of course we do expect that after they completing their study, they will pay with service in certain area that they already agreed in advance when they signing the contract before taking the scholarship. From our experience, even we have contract in advance that it is obligation for them to come back to the rural service as part of the agreement for the scholarship, we found that many of them also do not come back. Because when they are hired, for example, by Dr. Dini, because, or maybe Dr. Ivan from private hospitals, they can repay the scholarship that they already received. They can pay back. That's also allowed based on the regulation. However, now we also have another scheme. So not only from the scholarship side, but also from the licensing. For those that already receive scholarship, the license will be locked that they can only practice in certain locations in the districts where they already agree in advance that they will serve that district after they complete their study. The same thing that now also happened with the medical specialist program through the hospital base. We only open for them to select districts that become priority of the government. So when they select those districts, when they finish the study, even after they receive a certificate of competence from the collegium and also a certificate of registration from the council, the license will be issued by the government, by MOH, only to practice in a certain district. So they cannot go to other district, or just maybe, I just want to pay and go. Not like that. So that's also one of our strategy now by regulating the license to practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Ivan, anything you would like to add on the health tourism bit? And I think the second question around quality of healthcare.
Look, I think with the health tourism, we have to define what does it mean by health tourism, because is it inbound or outbound? At the moment, what we're concerned about is the outbound of Indonesia. So I think from the job opportunity for the health tourism industry is quite tremendous, because obviously everyone talking about the $10 billion out. But I think the message is to be conveyed is that we have to fix our basic infrastructure, which basically the resources, the hospital beds, and also the quality of the services in general. So I think going deep into what type of medical tourism that you're going to get into, I think having a further discussion, elaborating ideas, something that you will continue to engage a number of events such as this. And I think, again, GIPA provides a really good opportunity for engaging many networks to be able to share opportunities that you may be able to get in touch with. So again, from my perspective, see whether the opportunity is there, and I think it's more of a persistent how you can see that engaging more people that you can have a network with, and then really, looking opportunity to share your potential unique value proposition, as I said before, then something that you can continue to convey this as an initiative that you will be persistent to be different in Indonesia at the very least. So again, with health tourism, I'm very quite optimistic. The better infrastructure we have, the better retention we'll end up having. Another part of it is the promotion part, because obviously we are dealing with something that we are competing against our neighbor that they're also competing quite heavily against our medical services. So there's a lot of homework that needs to be done. From the quality perspective, this also goes in line to what the the health tourism, because obviously the lack of resources of the impact of this obviously would influence the patient's perception, which has been embedded into Indonesian healthcare for a long time. But we cannot change everything in one day. So we really have to change the infrastructure. We have to maintain the perception of public that Indonesian healthcare system and also healthcare quality is provided well here. And many of the stakeholders, private, public, we're all working very hard to ensure that we have the better perception of that, not only just perception, but the quality of that. International accreditation, quality assurance processes to professionals, hospitals are already there in place. So I think I do believe that a certain standard needs to be achieved, and we can see an example of us in reproductive medicine. We actually have been standardizing ourselves amongst the international model, which has actually been a very strong proposition to many of the patients who are seeking, why do I want to go to Japan? Why do I want to go to the US? Why do I want to go to Singapore? If they see that the quality has been measured against a standardized and high quality standards, which I think that's very important to for us to work really hard to provide that public perception into Indonesian healthcare quality.
Yep, over to you, Matt. I think you also have a background in healthcare management, and I think that would relate to your background as well.
I think my esteemed colleague summed it up very well then. My first response is, no, don't go back to Turkey. My second response is, certainly from a commercial perspective, the health tourism is a massive industry, massive potential for Indonesia. And again, as the doctor explained, there are two components to it. It's providing the services to a certain standard to encourage those Indonesians that previously may have wanted to leave Indonesia to seek out medical care elsewhere. And then, of course, there's the other component to it, which is offering services that are arguably cheaper than perhaps consumers can access in their home countries, and then encouraging them to come to places like Bali to have their nose done whilst sitting on the beach in Kuta and having to deal with all those horrible Australians. And part of your question is again, as the doctor explained, they're actually they're linked in some regard. And I think that in terms of quality, it starts with your staff, and it's training, it's professional development, and it's not just about training in terms of their clinical skills, it's also training in terms of customer service, it's the quality improvement measures, not only I'm applying the training, but how can I reassure myself that the training's effective? So it's measuring it as you go, it's engaging directly with the consumers, so seeking their feedback, making them part of that feedback loop, so that they are giving you feedback and advice and counsel on how you can improve the services that you're providing.
Amazing. Okay. Now, Dr. Dini, you have the tough job. Going last is always tough to wrap us up. So feel free, Dr. Dini.
Thank you. Can I copy and paste? No.
No.
Okay. So my my answers for you, please don't go back to Turkey. You can have Bali International Hospital and help them. You can have Batam International Hospital from Mayapada as well. So there's a lot of opportunities here in the future, so please come back. And for the quality of our physicians and healthcare staff, I think the first that we need to do is to enhance the quality of the educations, where we need to leverage our, being the board-certified physicians, having the international standards. That will be the first things that we need to do. And if you want to deep down to see how you measure the quality on healthcare professionals, in management there are terms that we call ongoing professional practice evaluations, where we doing on a yearly basis. We will measure we will measure the outcomes that the doctors or the physician provided to the patients. For examples, like if he is a cardiologist and he's just doing a angiography and PCI, for examples, like is there any readmission in between 30 days after they provided the treatment or things like that. So those kind of things we can measure easily. But first thing first that we need to enhance is our education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you for your contribution. I think every year I listen to the health panel and I learn so much more about Indonesia, our healthcare system, and the human capital challenges that's ahead. So thank you for your insights. I'll hand it back over to the MC.
Thank you so much, Christy Zacharias, advisor at GPA and former GPA Leadership Council. To all panelists, please kindly remain on stage to receive our token of appreciation. And the token of appreciation will be given by Christy Zacharias. First of all, thank you so much to Ibu Ana Kurniati, SKM MA PhD, Director for Health Worker Utilization. Can we give a big round of applause to Ibu Ana Kurniati? Thank you so much for your time. The next token of appreciation to Dr. Ivan Sini, Chairman at PT Bunda Medik Tbk and Chairman Asosiasi Geonomics Indonesia. Can we give a big round of applause? Third panelist, Matt Hughes, Chief Strategy Officer at Aspen Medical. Can we give a big round of applause to Matt Hughes? And last but not least, to Dr. Dini Handayani MARS, Fisqua FIPC, Chief Medical Officer at Mayapada Healthcare. Can we give a big round of applause? Can we take a group photo with moderator and all panelists for this panel discussion?
Exactly, Katita. Let's capture this beautiful moment together, a historical moment where thinking forward strategies are made and future are discussed at the GPA Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our notable speakers and of course to our lovely moderator, Christy Zacharias, advisor at GPA, former GPA Leadership Council, for a very valuable discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly return to your seats. Before we move on to our next fireside chat, Bijak, we have another besides panel discussion. Earlier, we talked from the doctors.
Exactly.
And then
precisely.
thank you so much for the engagement question for you.
Such an incredible lineup of people, incredible material, incredible discussion material, and we learned so much about the healthcare sectors of Indonesia and all the strategies to drive forward the Indonesia healthcare talents, of course. Though I'm not coming from a healthcare background, nevertheless, the things that we learned today are very much applicable and very insightful to our life here in Indonesia, yeah?
And now, before we move on to our next session, please kindly, ladies and gentlemen, be seated. Sekali lagi mohon untuk kembali ke tempat duduk.
Exactly. betul
Karena
sekali.
selanjutnya kita akan ada fireside chat. So ladies and gentlemen, besides panel discussion, in Global Human Capital Summit 2024, we have fireside chat with Ansley Mann, President Director of Swire Investments Indonesia. We are about to dive into a fireside chat that promises to deliver valuable insights on strategic investments and industry growth in Indonesia. Leading this conversation is the head of public advocacy for the GPA Leadership Council. With her extensive experience in public advocacy and her deep understanding of the issues at hand. Everyone, please welcome Diva Farzani.
All right, hello again, everyone. So I hope everyone's still excited for this. So I think let's do a little bit of like a icebreaker. So I want to hear a little bit of voice from our overseas professional hubs over there. Can you say hello? Woo, hello. Hi there. So yeah, we're very happy to be joined by our overseas professional hubs. It's been here since the morning, so it's nice to have everyone here today. And yeah, all right. So I will just start to begin our session today, our fireside chat with Pa Ainsley. So I would like to welcome Pa Ainsley Man to join me today in this discussion. Let's give a round of applause. All right, allow me to give a little bit of an introduction to Pa Ainsley. I feel like everybody has been hearing his name throughout the day today about Swire Pacifics, and probably has also been engaged in a conversation with Pa Ainsley. So Pa Ainsley is the President Director of Swire Investments Indonesia. He has a deep connection with both Scotland and Indonesia. He's been here for probably around a decade, right, Pa? Yes, and then like his leadership experience spans various significant roles, including being Scotland's first trade envoy to Indonesia since 2017. So, Pa Ainsley, maybe I would just start first with, what do you think so far about our event today?
Well, the first IPA event I went to was 8 years ago in London at Stephen's office. And every time I go to an IPA or a GIPA event, I always find it very rewarding. The most important thing for me is to meet your members. I've recruited a number of your members over the years. I will continue to do so. But I also think that the areas you're focusing on today are extremely important. I'm a great big believer in bringing back diaspora to this country to work. That's where the talent is, and we need to do more to achieve that. And it's a central part of our company's recruitment strategy. So the event is focusing in the right area. GIPA are a great partner, and I will continue to support GIPA events going forward.
Thank you so much, Pa Ainsley. So as everyone may be aware of this, so you know, like a lot of like GIPA's partners, like Pa Ainsley himself, like has been a very long-standing like connection and partner to GIPA for years, even like long before GIPA has been established in 2019. But Pa Ainsley, I think we had a really engaging conversations that was previously moderated by Christy. But I also wanted to note a little bit from like the Global Inward Mobility white paper that is developed by Henley and Partners, and also Daryl, the economic diplomacy team in GIPA. They kind of mentioned that with Indonesia's global inward mobility strategy projected to contribute to up to 96 billion USD by 2029 to the economy over 5 years and increase GDP growth by 0.4 percentage points. How do you actually envision the return of overseas professionals coming back to Indonesia, and how do you actually envision like how these talents can contribute back to the healthcare sectors, like from your perspective?
Well, when I first came, I actually first worked here in the 90s, and it was a very different country then. I came back 10 years ago. But if you look at the world today and you look at where the opportunities are, this is one of the countries that is a success story. I'm from Europe. Europe is not doing well. Indonesia is continuing to prosper. The opportunities are great there. Why is my company investing in Indonesia and not in the UK? Because this is the future. So if we as investors believe that story, I think as recruiters, we're able to convince people overseas to come back here. The more and more I engage with your diaspora, the more and more I understand there is a willingness for people to come back. In the healthcare sector, I think collectively between the government, organizations like GIPA, and the private sector, we need to do more to socialize the opportunities and also to dispel some of the myths that currently pervade about very, very restrictive environments for recruitment here.
Right, right. So I believe like this is a very interesting thing about the Indonesians. You know, there's a saying in Bahasa where it says like, kemanapun kita pergi, anywhere we go, we will always like come back to our tanah air, which is our homeland. So there's sense of like nationalism within the Indonesian diasporas. However, like as you may also notice, maybe working together with the Indonesian stakeholders and like trying to attract global talents. In your experience engaging with these diasporas, what are the things that becoming their barriers, like especially on the healthcare sector, Pak Ainsley? Like, what are actually the things that becoming their concerns to coming back to Indonesia? Okay, maybe the adaptation process is one thing, but then now like we have a more streamlined process, even more opportunities for them to practice in Indonesia with minimum requirements. So what did you see?
Well, the adaptation process is still an issue. Yes, it's been more streamlined, but you also heard from Anna, there's still some restrictions, okay, where people can work. I think we need to do more and more to streamline that. And particularly if in the last few years the healthcare sector has opened up to foreign investment. Well, you're not going to get more and more foreign investment unless you have a very streamlined process for being able to recruit some of the diaspora to come back here. Human capital is a key component of the healthcare system, and we need the best people. So there's still work to do on the adaptation process, in my opinion. But other things, when I meet with Indonesian healthcare professionals overseas, other concerns, access to the right drugs. There are still some restrictions here. Nursing is a major, major issue. Indonesia doesn't really have proper nursing schools. There is no tertiary education, university qualifications in nursing. And good doctors, good physicians, good specialists, they want to know they're going to be working with a good team of people. And that is something, Dr. Dini mentioned it as well. For a number of us in the healthcare sector, we see that as a major challenge and something that needs to be addressed very quickly. The other thing is, if you're a clinical specialist in Germany or the UK or wherever it is, they often ask, who's my boss going to be? Am I going to be working for someone who's got an international outlook as well? So it's important for investors like ourselves to ensure that we have some very, very high caliber people at the top of our organizations. And these people will also help to attract the diaspora to come back. So there's multi-dimension. The last point is the salary. They haven't, when I ask them, it's the drugs, it's about the supporting nursing infrastructure, it's about who they're going to be working for, and the last point is the salary.
Right. I mean, the last point, I think we can all come to an agreement because, you know, perhaps like everybody's working for a cause, like for a good reason. However, in return, we will always have to like consider what is it, you know, for us. But, you know, I think, yes, we agree, like reflecting from our previous like panel discussion with Dr. Ivan and also like representatives from the other hospitals and Ministry of Health, it is true that in order for us to build like a great future of like future healthcare in Indonesia, it has to be holistic, like you said, like the use of drugs itself needs to be more probably like explored, not being limited, and I think that has been like quite a concern for like the overseas qualified doctors. But Pak Ainsley, I'm actually quite curious, perhaps like all the audience here is also would like to know like what has been actually the driving force for Swire to be investing such a noble, you know, like this purpose for supporting the Indonesian healthcare in the future. I mean, as you can say, as you said yourself, like some of the challenges that are still existing in Indonesia, but also there are other potentials that are coming from Indonesia as a developing country is also promising. But you know, what is the behind the scene of this collaboration with Swire in the special economic zone in Bali?
It's not just in the special economic zone in Bali. But Swire's a 200-year-old company. We were originally founded in the UK, but for the last 150 years, our main focus has been in Asia. Historically China, and in the last 10 years or so, more of a strategic move into Southeast Asia, and Indonesia's been a key pillar of that. About 5 years, we actually have run hospitals on and off for about 50 years, but not as a strategic business. And 5 years ago, we decided to exit the energy sector and reinvest into the healthcare sector. So the healthcare sector is a key investment strategy for us. And Indonesia is very much up there on the radar. And as to why we ended up investing in Indonesia, we were presented with a very, very unique opportunity, not just to invest in one hospital or two hospitals, but a network of 37 hospitals. That type of opportunity comes up very, very rarely. And included in that portfolio was the opportunity to get involved in the special economic zone in Bali. And we hope that that investment in Bali will really set the benchmark standard for Indonesian healthcare going forward. So there's multiple aspects as to why we were attracted to invest in healthcare in Indonesia. It's the growth story. It was the opportunity. It's also our partners. Indonesian Investment Authority, which effectively a sovereign wealth fund, is a very, very strong strategic partner. So there are multiple components that made the story compelling when we're moving forward. But I need good people.
Right. So that's very great. So yeah, I mean for companies like Swire been operating for even like a long time, it's such a great thing to know that Swire is now investing in a lot of like health initiatives and all. So but Ainsley, actually maybe this question is more a little bit about your we wanted to know your experience, you know, as a Scotland trade envoy to Indonesia. I mean, I know that you've been here in Asia and probably in Indonesia for quite a while, so you are very familiar with the culture and all, but I'm sure it's also like a very different approach between Indonesia and Scotland, Europe and Asia. However, we wanted to know, like, what are probably the successful advocacy practices that you saw in other countries, or maybe you see in Indonesia that can be adapted into our future healthcare system in the future, and especially relating to attracting our overseas qualified healthcare workers in Indonesia?
Well, as I said at the beginning, we have to get the story right. So that's together with the government, it's together with organizations like GIPA. There's an awful lot of socialization that needs to happen with the diaspora, so they understand the opportunities that are now presenting themselves in Indonesia as the regulations have been relaxed. There's more investment coming in from the private sector. The healthcare landscape has changed significantly in the last 10 years. So that's going to be a key component of it. Healthcare is a public-private partnership, essentially. Always has been, always will be. And it's very, very important that private investors like ourselves present this united front with the government. We are very involved in advocacy. We need to work with all the different stakeholders. So selling this story to the diaspora, wherever they are out there, is absolutely critical. In terms of my role as a trade envoy, well, I'm from Scotland. Actually, it's not that different from Indonesia. We're a country full of islands. We're a country that has, it's very difficult to reach some of the islands. We have a great sense of humour. Come and visit. I'm a proud Scot in the same way you people are proud Indonesians. Right. So my motivation to represent Scotland is probably the same as Gipa's motivation to represent Indonesia.
Right. Okay. Actually, Pa Ainsley, I mean, I'm sure we do have like a little bit of a time, so I wonder if there's any, like, I can cater one question from the audience, maybe if anybody wants to ask anything to Pa Ainsley. So, well, while talking about that, like, yeah, I think it's a very nice thing to say, but I would really love to visit Scotland one day. Anyways, Pa Ainsley,
earlier I was very happy to be able to be given like the chance to launch like the initiative by Swire in collaboration with GIPA and advancing our existing advocacy and also working together on how we can collaborate in the future. But looking ahead, like we want to hear like how do you see this collaboration with GIPA and Swire? I mean, you mentioned earlier like the power of our diaspora. It's also very, very dynamic, and you see like the spirit of Indonesian diaspora is also different. But we want to hear like what are your hopes for the future, and also for this particular collaboration itself with GIPA going forward.
And I can't be everywhere all the time, so which is why it's good to partner with people like GIPA who have representation in different countries. But I'll tell you a story. I was back home a couple of weeks ago, and I went to one of the probably top 2 or 3 medical schools in the UK. The head of the nursing faculty, Indonesian. 2 of the other senior faculty, Indonesian. I also met a number of students, Indonesian, going to universities there. What are you going to do afterwards? Oh, we'll probably continue to work in the UK or wherever. I said, no, you need to come back home. And this is why I need to work with people like Stephen and GIPA to get the story right. The talent is out there. There are people who can make a significant leap forward in terms of capability building in Indonesia if we get them back. To me, it's very frustrating that Island Hospital in Penang, probably by far its largest customer base, is Indonesian. 80% of its doctors have got UK degrees. So why are we not bringing the Indonesians, doctors and specialists that have got UK qualifications? We should be bringing them back here and replicating the success story elsewhere in Southeast Asia and stopping the leakage of $7 to $10 billion a year of outflow from Indonesia to your competitors in ASEAN. We really need to work together to promote Indonesia, to explain now that the landscape, the environment has changed for recruitment and employment of healthcare professionals, and start to bring this talent back, because there's considerable talent out there.
Thank you so much, Pak Ainsley. I think we actually do have a question from Wilbert, right? So is anyone can pass the microphone to the gentleman in the front row? Yes.
Thank you, Pak Ainsley, for sharing with us all the exciting insights on what Swire has done in helping Indonesia moving forward. I think my question is, we are going to enter into new administration pretty soon this year, and I would like to know, probably from Swire perspective, what is the investment appetite going forward for Indonesia, for example, probably in the healthcare industry? Thank you.
It's a good question. I mean, my interaction with the various political figures would indicate that the investment environment from healthcare will continue to be positive. So we won't be seeing a retraction of any of the regulations, and probably over time more relaxation of the regulations. I do think that whatever any government that comes in, they need to have more interaction with the private sector to make sure that the relaxation or adjustment or any new regulations are well considered. That typically hasn't happened so much in the past. It's happening a bit more now. But in terms of our appetite to invest in Indonesia, the fact there's going to be a government transition is not impacting that appetite. If you look back, I think Indonesia's actually had remarkably smooth transitions of power compared to many of its neighbours. And I think, in reality, Indonesia's a relatively stable country compared to many other investment prospects, and I don't see any reason why that won't continue.
Right. Thank you so much, Pak Ainsley. So I think let's give a round of applause to Pak Ainsley, and also ladies and gentlemen. So, Ainsley, I think I would like to hear like one last, probably like a closing statement from you, about the future hopes and also probably the potential or prospective collaborations that you may do in the future also with Indonesia's government and also Swire's initiatives in the future. So we would like to hear that from you.
One very simple message to all your members overseas, your healthcare members overseas: come back. Your country needs you, and there are many willing employers. The situation's changed. We need to do something about it. Please come back. That's my
Thank you
message.
so much. A round of applause for Ainsley. Thank you. So that's the end of our conversation. So I hope that we will be still in touch, because furthermore, we will have like future collaborations. So stay tuned, everyone, and we'll be waiting for you back in Indonesia. Thank you.
Once again, can we give a big round of applause to Pak Ainsley Man as the President Director of Swire Investments Indonesia. Please kindly remain on the stage because we have token of appreciation was given by Diva Farzani, Head of Public Advocacy, GPA Leadership Council. Once again, can we give a big round of applause? And kindly to be seated back, Pak Ainsley Man, President Director of Swire Investments Indonesia. Once again, thank you so much to Mr. Ainsley Man for such an insightful discussion. And thank you so much, Diva Farzani, for leading us through this conversation.
Exactly, Tira. I think we've gone through a very resourceful, very insightful discussions under the themes of advancing health and biotech talents to boost Indonesian prosperities and welfare. Strategic discussion were unveiled all under the notions of healthcare in Indonesia. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to explore the pillars of Indonesia's future growth, we now turn our focus to another critical area, which is the digital talents. Our next session, which is the last thematic planner session of today, will dive into how we can harness the power of AI and digital innovation to drive Indonesia's digital economy forward. Let's continue with the third and the last thematic planner session of the day with the title of Redoubling Digital Talent to Unleash AI-Enabled Digital Economy in Indonesia.
Can we give a big round of applause to our last thematic plenary session, ladies and gentlemen? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to dive into a fireside chat that promises to deliver valuable insights on strategic investments and industry growth in Indonesia. Leading this conversation is the Executive Director at IPA Netherlands. With her extensive experience in public advocacy and her deep understanding of the issues at hand, everyone, please welcome Vanessa May.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to reintroduce myself. My name is Vanessa May, currently working as the Global Privacy Coordinator at Universal Music Group. So digital talents and digital world is definitely a topic that's close to my day-to-day activities. So I'm very excited right now to open the last section of today's summit with the topic of redoubling digital talents to unleash AI-enabled digital economy in Indonesia. And we are joined by Pa Eddie Chan, all the way from San Francisco.
Good to see you all.
Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Please allow me to introduce you to the audience. So Pa Eddie Chan is the founding partner of Intudo Ventures in Indonesia. an independent venture capital firm with approximately $300 million in committed capital. With strong background in corporate finance and extensive experience in venture investments and technology companies, Paedi focuses on supporting high-growth startups in Southeast Asia and beyond, where he is a venture investor at prominent digital companies including PayPal, Palantir Technologies, Sendit, Pintu, and Halodoc ID. His career includes leadership roles in global investment firms where he developed expertise in venture capital and strategic business development. And hello again, once again, Paedi. I think I would just like to start with our conversation today by asking you if you could start by sharing your perspective on the current state of Indonesia's digital economy and the role AI plays in its growth.
Yeah, it's certainly been quite a journey. I mean, here at Intuito, we've been at it for about 10 years, and I still remember we first started in 2015. I think digital economy, or at least in venture, there's a total of about $150 million raised in the whole market. And even last year, in a very bad year, down year, I think we were around $1 billion. So it's really been quite a journey. I think the four key components for successful digital ecosystem have kind of come into play. I think one, first and foremost is on the talent side. I think when we first started out, I think that to find a middle manager that had experience scaling businesses was quite challenging. You'd have to find people out of IBM, SAP, but really thanks to a lot of the local heroes today, right? Whether it be Nadim, obviously with Gojek, Tokopedia, Varia, Traveloka, et cetera. The next generation of talent and entrepreneurs no longer necessarily is challenging to find, and that we're spinning out of a lot of these great companies that the forefathers started, if you will. I think that the follow-on capital environment is dramatically different. When we started, I think in 2016, 17, call it between, you could get your pre-A done, but from call it $40 to $400 million valuation, it was kind of really an empty state. So at least as a firm, we brought on, call it about 50 of the top venture firms from Silicon Valley to invest in our firm, whereby today, I think 80% of our deals are followed by our global LP base and 40% are led by our global LP base. And certainly the government policy in the last 10 years, really advancing digital infrastructure as well as physical infrastructure, I think has really created a lot of jobs and really, an understanding that it's critical to have, these digital jobs in order to not end up in a situation, whether it be like China and other markets where you have some disarray from an employment perspective. And last but not least, I think private sector has really, viewed, technology, if you were a digital economy, as a must-have post-pandemic versus a nice-to-have, pre-pandemic. So I would say once you have these four, forces moving all the same direction, with private sector adoption by whether it be conglomerates, et cetera, government policy, with tech talent that now is excited, to come back. When we first started our program, call it 10 years ago, we launched what we call the Bulk-On program, or a Southeast Asia Turtle program, to really encourage, super talented returnees to come back and market and build. And, I think back then there's less to point to as, to success stories, but having those, I think the conversation dynamics when I'm on campus at Harvard, Stanford, at a lot of the different, corporate campuses, Microsoft, Google, et cetera, is quite different than a decade ago. And last but not least, talent side and also funding side. So pretty excited in general. Feel certainly last couple of years a little bit shaky, but I think we're back to more sustainable growth that we're seeing, call it in 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Thank you very much for that remarks and perspective. We've heard about your Pulcom Sea Turtles before from your partner, Patrick. And
Sure.
I understand that program focuses mostly on returnees of Indonesia's diasporas and returning back to Indonesia. But
Sure.
now, currently, I'm also the director of IPA the Netherlands, and we have members in the Netherlands who are now more proactive in creating their own businesses. So I would actually like to ask, we've been focusing today more on Indonesian returnees, but perhaps in what ways can the Indonesian diaspora contribute to the development of AI and digital economy sectors also from abroad? And can you maybe provide examples of successful diaspora-driven initiative or collaborations?
No, absolutely. And it's wonderful to hear about the Netherlands, given the historical history. And I was just in Amsterdam myself. It would have been a month or two sharing kind of the Indonesia story at Super Return Emerging Markets. So if you were saying, diaspora, I mean, back then we put out a thesis, this whole POCAM program in 2016, 17. I'd like to say at the time there was 3 companies with a valuation over 100 million in Indonesia in technology. I would say that today, call it maybe there's about 100. And I kid you not, we predicted that no different than what I saw firsthand in Taiwan from 1983 to 1990, right? With, Morris Chang and, TSMC, as folks that grew up in market, got global exposure, saw some opportunity set and brought their learnings back home. I saw that similarly in China from 2000 to 2007, right? Clients of ours like Sequoia China, where Neil Shen was at C-Trip, at Yale, then C-Trip, and moved back in market, right, to build Sequoia China, right? Same with Robin Lee with Baidu. So I think Indonesia, we've seen that firsthand play out. And if you're to ask how we feel, diaspora can really influence, is that, yeah, definitely, back in the day, it could be just, during their breaks, coming back, sharing some of their learnings. But in this current world, we're even seeing often diaspora even work for some of our companies a little bit later in the stage remotely. I think pre-pandemic, I think we moved in a direction where companies were comfortable having even people not necessarily in Indonesia, but just in the similar time zone, if you will. And I think that post-pandemic, we've certainly seen, more remote, even more remote builds. And certainly a lot of the top, if you will, AI talent, digital talent, may not necessarily reside in Indonesia yet. And a lot of folks, we also are seeing certain of our companies, bring on folks from Silicon Valley, this, that. Obviously, sometimes these are companies that are a little bit later in the stage, a little bit more well capitalized. But I think diaspora take a huge role, right? Folks that currently could be at OpenAI, at Anthropic, certainly more of the, call it, if you feel, the foundational and the infrastructure base, right? Or the NVIDIAs, et cetera, that can take some of their global learnings and impart them into, a lot of the homegrown business where, in Tudo, we exclusively focus on, Indonesian homegrown businesses. And we do spend a lot of time with a lot of this talent and encouraging them to contribute back to the Indonesia venture ecosystem. And do they need to be physically based in the market? I think the answer is no. I mean, physically, whether it be in Singapore, yes, closer in time zone, versus in Silicon Valley, in Netherlands, in London, I think there's quite a lot of flexibility in this day and age with some of the digital and communication tools.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely would agree on that. We do have 2 of our members in the Netherlands who started their own digital transformation businesses, and their employees are actually located in Indonesia. So hopefully with that encouragement and remarks, more Indonesians abroad and diasporas would be more encouraged to even start their own business and initiatives, because a lot of barriers back then are no longer barriers now. So thank you for that. So looking ahead, what do you think are the trends that you foresee in Indonesia's AI and digital economy landscape? And what future talents does Indonesia need to keep up with and capitalize on these Silicon Valley trends?
Yeah, so when we talk about trends, I think as an investor, we sometimes try to avoid them, kind of like the plague. I think sometimes by the time you're reading about it, it's already kind of in place. So, but I would say I think this whole AI trend, if you will, what we're seeing at least firsthand is that I think more that kind of AI foundational layer businesses, the infrastructure businesses it's an incumbent play, right? These are businesses that are coming up are in excess of $1 trillion market cap, whether it be TSMC, right? Or NVIDIA, right? Or call it OpenAI / Microsoft, Anthropic, Amazon, et cetera. So we're seeing at least, the companies is that our businesses, at least in Indonesia, maybe will play a little bit more at the application layer, I would say. Really, sometimes putting a wrapper or leveraging a lot of these already, other tools, if you will, and applying it to kind of our unique needs in the market as to build a foundational layer, AI business, is quite cash, quite cash guzzling, if you will. So I would say that where we're seeing firsthand in our businesses would be, for example, in optimization and kind of reducing human error. For example, in our Sharia-compliant neobank, Hydra, we've certainly found, loan applications, the speed that we can approve them at, the accuracy, et cetera, enhanced pretty dramatically, right? Or, for example, if we look at our shrimp aquaculture business, really some of the predictive analysis on both, I call it yields, as well as, avoiding, plagues and disease, right, with shrimp. So I think it's very uniquely, local use cases where we're seeing stuff where it's also on customer success, for example, and delighting the customer, where maybe, given the cost structure in Indonesia today, still, not necessarily a fully developed economy yet. I think that automation saves some money, but more so, I think it's more so that customer experience and keeping the customer very sticky. So we've seen that in our truck and logistics platform on the customer service side. So I would say where we're seeing it is really delighting that customer and bring them back for retention versus massive, massive cost savings when the cost of infrastructure maybe is not as high in some developed countries. B, once again, on just reducing human error and increasing speed in the context of Sharia-compliant bank. And lastly, also with predictive analysis. And I think it's more the application layer where we're seeing a lot of the kind of incorporation of AI, if you will. And then as to your second question, you're saying, could you repeat that as to the digital piece? I think you had a second question, correct?
Yeah, so the second question was, what future talents does Indonesia need to keep up with and capitalize on these trends, essentially?
Yeah, I think that this type of stuff is just continually, I think that interaction of, folks coming back for a certain time, interacting, moonlighting and supporting our businesses. And also this whole concept of increasing what I call Indonesia to the world and the world to Indonesia. I think, this tech ecosystem is in kind of its like third rendition. When we first started, I guess in 2000, early 2010s, if you will, I think it was more internet 1.0, right? So it's like e-commerce, hence, Tokopedia, akin to Alibaba, akin to Amazon, online travel, whether it be Traveloka, akin to Ctrip or to an Expedia, right, if you will. I think that 2.0 was like basic infrastructure to support, e-commerce. Hence, you had payments like our portfolio, Zendit, logistics, whether it be our portfolios like cargo, et cetera, with packages, et cetera. I think as we think about 3.0, what we're increasingly see is uniquely Indonesian businesses. And I think that we're no longer necessarily building, Indonesian business for Indonesia or for Southeast Asia, increasing what I call Indonesia to the world and the world to Indonesia to create a larger total addressable market. I think that is where we're able to, showcase a lot of this opportunity set in the cross-pollination across geographies. So, in the context of that, we have, business and aquaculture like the shrimp business, which are to the world and applying a lot of these AI technologies from Silicon Valley, et cetera, for predictive analysis, right? I think the biggest risk with aquaculture naturally is, I think, disease, right? Where you've had like wiping out the whole crop, right? And vice versa, we have businesses that say in the carbon space or whatever it be in solar, we're adopting, where global players want access to Indonesia's market, whether it be like blue carbon, where given the long coastline, if you will, and the mangroves, et cetera, kind of $40 billion in carbon credit. So I think it's adopting both global practices, but applying that specifically to local use cases, right? So where stuff that Indonesia is the leader in the world in, whether it be in shrimp, in seaweed, et cetera, in carbon. And I think that the more that we have this interoperability across geos, then it only will place, Indonesia in a better place. And, we've already seen just in the last 10 years where maybe on day one, even just in early days of the ecosystem, whether it be Gojek and others had so much leverage on, India's, tech ecosystem, right? And the engineering talent. But today you see a lot of homegrown talent, really thanks to a lot of the government's initiatives as it pertains to, let's say, education being a larger, raw dollar amount of GDP, et cetera. So I think it's both this global, piece on the diaspora side, but also, at Intudo, we have what we call the Boomi program, which is very heavily localized, where, my 11, 12 team members day in, day out are on campus, university, corporate campus in country. And also working with a lot of these global titans, right? You have Apple's, App Academy, right? You have, NVIDIA setting up, the partnership with Indosat, right? You also have certainly, each of AWS as well as, Microsoft with their efforts on the data center side. So I think the interaction between global players, both locally and globally, I think is mission critical. And that's what, we as a firm really focus on, being both hyper local, playing tennis at the net with Patrick and, our 12 associates, And then also global, being the only firm with a presence in Silicon Valley, right? Where I spend about 6 to 8 months a year on university and corporate campuses, really fostering that relationship. And can't be more grateful to, our friends over at INA, right? The Indonesian Investment Authority also, for really putting the name out there. When we started our firm a decade ago, I could walk up and down Sand Hill Road, and often people would be off by a magnitude of 10 in terms of the volume or the scale of Indonesia from a population perspective, et cetera. And now just increasingly, it's no longer as a, if you will, a hidden gem.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great ideas and opportunities. I think that gives a lot of ideas to our diaspora abroad and everywhere moving forward. So I think I would like to wrap this up by maybe if you can give us a closing statement, maybe with how you envision Indonesia's digital economy evolving in the next 5-10 years, and how what role will digital talent play in shaping that future?
Yeah, I personally couldn't be more excited. I mean, I think the 4 key pillars I mentioned earlier were kind of very much, baby steps. I think we're just crawling back then. From a talent perspective, it's night and day today that we had no reference points. Why would talent be that excited to come back and market? But today, thanks to local heroes, people are excited to come back. So I think that's been great. On the capital side, we have a full stack of capital. No longer are we very nervous. Oh, we put money in at pre-A and this whole vacuum from, call it 20 to 400 million before you get the KKR and Warburg Pincus. So that's really, really encouraging. I think that the government policy, the last 2 administrations and going forward, I think very aligned from a digital infrastructure perspective, whether it be palaparing, et cetera, as physical infrastructure, as well as digital infrastructure, right? Really encouraging with, the various scholarships, et cetera, and getting a lot of the best talent to come back and market. And also private sector adoption, right? Where we're here not to disrupt, if you will, a lot of the incumbents. We're really to provide a technology solution and really to scale them up really quickly. A lot of the diversified conglomerates. I think the key piece that I think we need to solve over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, at least I think in the digital side, really is the exits, right? We get that question day in, day out from investors. And if we just see when we started the firm in 2017, there were 600 publicly traded companies in Indonesia. Today, there's call it 900 or 1,000. And I have to give the exchange and the commissioner and the team a lot of credit. They've really deregulated very aggressively to allow, let's say, not profitable businesses to list, loosen asset requirements, have multiple voting share class so that founders can continue dictating the future of their business. So I do think that as the exits happen, which we've already seen several listings, right? Whether people Galapa, Goto, kind of Blibli, et cetera. I do think that is a key piece that we need to continue working hard on, not just proving that we can raise the capital on the exchange, which I think has been very clear, but I do think improving liquidity. And as we see more of that, I think that's only going to, if you will, just be quite a virtuous cycle. And as to digital talent, I really think that it's changed dramatically. Now we have these training academies, if you will, where so many great businesses have been launched in market that have listed or on the verge of. And as that happens, we're going to continue to get more spillover of digital talent. And I do think that it's mission critical for Indonesia to really capitalize on this, if you will, demographic dividend. And if there's no jobs to support it, it could be pretty disastrous. And we've seen that in many other markets where you get really stagnant. So I do think it's mission critical for all of us to continue pushing down this road on the digital economy, which over time, I think is really the growth engine for the country. And so we're really bullish, and I couldn't be more excited by the next 5 to 10 years. If what we've seen has transpired over the last 10 years, I can only imagine what the future holds.
Well, thank you very much. Please give Paidi a round of applause. And thank you very much once again for your time and joining us all the way from San Francisco. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much to Vanessa May and Mr. Eddie Chan. Once again, behalf of GIPA, thank you so much for keep awake at this time from San Francisco. Can we give a big round of applause once again to Mr. Eddie Chan? Mr. Eddie Chan, please kindly stay on cam because we will have a group photo with moderator and all participants today at the Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
Exactly, and to all esteemed participants that attend offline here at the Pullman Tamrin, Jakarta. Please kindly rise up, stand up, and be prepared to capture this beautiful moment with a group photos together. We're trying to capture this energy at best, so we can capture all the smiles, all the energies that are present here at the Pullman Tamrin, Jakarta. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Make sure everyone appears on the camera. This is such a historical moment build up. We'll take a group photo together with our dearest Mr. Eddie Chan.
Squeeze in, please, everyone. For all honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants, to take a group photo with Mr. Eddie Chan. Mr. Eddie Chan, kindly smile on your camera. Three, two, one, smile, freestyle, say hi.
3, 2, 1. Okay, round of applause for each and every one of you, dear ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
once
Mr.
again,
Eddie Chan.
dear Mr. Eddie Chan, for making the time out of your packed schedules to attend the Global Human Capital Summit 2024. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a very important notice just before we proceed. We will now have around 15 minutes of coffee breaks. Please come back to this exact venue at 5:45. Once again, I repeat, please kindly return to the venue, to the main venue at 17:45, because we will continue our panel sessions, which is lined to the brim by all knowledgeable, all highly distinguishable speakers from all sort of regions, all sort of factory, all sort of expertise that will surely enrich us in the teams of digital talents, yeah?
Yes, please come back to this hall at 5:45.
Exactly, 17 or 5:45, and enjoy the
Your
refreshment
coffee
that is
break,
being
everyone.
served. Exactly.
lebih-lebih kok. Kalau itu ya nggak mau daripada dibuang. Berdua bapak dia di mana ya? DPR. emang harus banyak biar mantap. Tapi aku nggak kuat banyak, jadi kayak cuma 2 sendok, 3 sendok. Iya, sendok, habis itu sendok lagi. Iya. Tapi badan kamu? Biasa aja. Badanku, palaku kenapa-kenapa, bang sakit. Dalam sakit. Ngomong sedikit batuk sakit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, sebentar lagi kami akan memulai sesi terakhir dari Global Human Capital Summit. Please be seated. Silahkan bagi yang masih coffee break yang ada di ruangan ataupun yang ada di luar ruangan untuk kembali ke tempat duduk. Karena sebentar lagi kami akan memulai sesi plenary terakhir dari Global Human Capital Summit. Dear ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated because we're about to start our last plenary session of Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
Just one bit left until we completed the amazing race of Global Human Capital Summit 2024. Therefore, we would like to kindly invite all esteemed ladies and gentlemen, all delegates, all partners, all participants, either online, either offline, to convene back into the venue because we would like to restart our agenda again. We will jump in right into the next event, a very exciting panel discussions that will invite countless, an amazing lineup of speakers to discuss a very important topics, again, in the world, in the realms of the digital talents of Indonesia to advance the human capital. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, once again, good evening, everyone. Good evening, thank you so much.
Yes.
Once again, to light up, are you already have your coffee?
Oh my God, I needed those coffee. Up until now, I feel alive again. Finally.
Indeed, I think we are feeling alive again.
Exactly.
Once again, I want to say hi and good evening to each and every one of you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Thank you so
We're
much.
going to move on to our last plenary session of the
Exactly.
Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
And of course, just before that, we would like to kindly invite all participants, all delegates, all ladies and gentlemen to come again into this venue of ours in the Pullman Tamrin, Jakarta. Be seated again in your places because we will jump back into our amazing agenda. And also to our amazing participants that joining us all across the world from our online platform, Zoom, to be seated again, to focus again on your screens because an impeccable, amazing session will commence very, very, very shortly.
Indeed. And what is our next session, Bija?
Exactly. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are now back and we will jump right into another insightful panel discussions that will feature distinguished speakers from various sector, from various company, but once again with one shared commitment and dedication to advance Indonesia. For that, we are, as always, pleased to have a representative from GIPA to moderate today's conversations. Leading this conversation is the Secretary General of GIPA and also a part of the GIPA Leadership Councils. Please join me in welcoming Hans Topril!
Hi everyone, thank you so much for still being here. And I'm really excited and then so grateful to be a part of this event, especially becoming a moderator for this session. So let me introduce myself a bit. By way of introduction, my name is Hans Topril and I'm part of GIPA, Secretary General of GIPA, working as International Tax Consultant at EY Amsterdam. And I've been living in the Netherlands for 6 years. But back then I lived in Jakarta 5 years for becoming like a tax consultant at KPMG and also Deloitte Jakarta. And in parallel, I'm also part of Indonesian Professional Association in the Netherlands, in which we are the go-to platform for Indonesian professionals that base in Amsterdam, Den Haag, Rotterdam, and other cities in the Netherlands. So if you are, by any chance, wanted to visit us in Amsterdam or other cities in the Netherlands, please feel free to connect with us, Indonesian Professional Association in the Netherlands. And if you require my services for tax advice, how to maximize profit, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. No, I'm just joking. So yeah, I'm very excited for this opportunity. And today's topic, we're going to talk about redoubling digital talents to unleash AI-enabled digital economy in Indonesia. So, more importantly, we want to talk about the strategic importance of the digital talents to unleash AI digital economy in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our great speakers for today. The first one is Pak Edi Danusaputro, CEO of BNI Ventures and Chairman of Amvest Indo. Please give applause, everyone. Thank you so much, Pak Edi. And the second speaker is Pak Naudi Valdrino, atau bisa dipanggil Rino. He is a country director of AN International. Please give applause for him. Okay, and the next speaker is Dr. Ahmad Aditya, Executive Director of Solo Techno Park. Please give applause to him. Lastly, we have Pak Budi Ganda Subrata. He is the Chief Compliance Officer of GoTo Financials. Please give applause to him. Okay, thank you so much, Pak. Really grateful to be here to discuss about this interesting topic in which we want to know the strategic importance of digital talents to unleash AI-enabled digital economy in Indonesia. So maybe I want to start from the general question. How do you see the current state of digital talent in Indonesia, particularly in the context of AI innovation? And what kind of skills and expertise that you believe the most critical for Indonesia to stay competitive with the global tech hubs like in Silicon Valley? Maybe I will start with Pak Edi.
Okay, thank you, Hans. Thank you, Gipa, for inviting me. Thank you for all of those who stayed until the very last. I think half of it is my team at the office, so thank you. Good question, yeah. I think in Indonesia, again, don't shoot the messenger, but I think we're still a little bit shallow compared to other countries here. If you take not AI only per se, but deep tech, and when I say deep tech, just in general, I mean A, B, C, D. A is artificial intelligence, B is blockchain, C is cloud, and D is the data analytics, which are the building blocks of the new digital wave. Yeah. You see the startup population or the talent population in Indonesia still not enough in that regard. AI, again, AI itself, not enough players in Indonesia. It's not easy, yeah, because you have to have a lot of server bandwidth to run a proper AI company. So we're lacking in that. Talent, we're definitely lacking. That's why a lot of AI is conducted not only in Indonesia, but mostly outside of Indonesia. I think the talent in terms of digital talent in Indonesia still basic, yeah. I mean, don't quote me on this, but still we're at the level of, programmers, yes, we have programmers, but we go deeper for systems analysis, cybersecurity, and so forth. still there's there, but not enough. Yeah, so we need not only more talent, but more quality and the type of talent that is needed to take it to the next stage. And a lot of that is transfer knowledge, and this is a good initiative from GPA, is that we need a lot of transfer knowledge from overseas. So do we have enough talent? No. Are we getting there? Hopefully. And not only when people talk AI, it's not only the programming side. You know, it's because at the end of the day, AI is programmed by humans, right? It's the humans behind and inputting the parameters that then conduct machine learning AI and such. And the humans have to be smarter. So it's not only always about programming. It's understanding the other knowledge, for example, psychology, behavioral economics, game theory, standard economics. That will drive what we input into the machines, which will then execute machine learning AI and such. So we have to take a step back and go to the fundamentals. Sorry.
Thank you so much. And Pak Budi, do you want to add on this respect?
I'll probably add a little bit. I think what Pak Ade said is basically spot on. But if you look at it from a glass half full perspective, especially with what's been happening in the past 10 years, right? So for all of those diaspora, right, just to let you know, I came back home 12 years ago, and it was the best decision in life. So I encourage you to go back. Long story short, when I came back home in Indonesia in 2012, e-commerce was the big thing. And back then, the problem is also the same, right? We don't have enough programmer, even basic programmers like, do you have Ruby on Rails programmer for front-end development? And then it sort of evolved to fintech after e-commerce. Then the question started, do you have infra engineers that are able to operate cloud service providers, different kinds of databases like MongoDB and what have you. And then after that came the crypto hysteria. Then the question sort of evolved, okay, do we have enough engineers who understand cryptography, not only cryptocurrency, right? Those who understands, you know, how market makers work, the blockchain technology and what have you. And over time, like even in e-commerce, we see more and more programmers. We see more and more experts in database infrastructure engineers. And I believe it's going to be the same also for AI. It's a very complex and very nascent technology. It will need a lot of revamping, not only, you know, having more people coming back to Indonesia and having that transfer knowledge, but you also need a complete revamp in the Indonesian education system, right? Which I think, for example, today you see more and more computer science program offering programming, but how do you take it up to a next level so that people have the basic fundamental skills to be able to understand data science? Because AI, the fundamental is, you know, how do you make sure that you get insights and knowledge from data? That in itself, you need data engineering to make sure that you segment the data into useful pieces and then you gain insights. But ultimately, right, the action that you take from that data, which is, you know, the machine learning part, eventually the artificial intelligence part. So that will require skills to be developed over time, and it's not going to happen overnight. We still need a lot of investment in terms of human capital, both internally, you know, the education system of Indonesia, but also having more transfer knowledge from outside of Indonesia coming back. So therefore, yes, those who are outside of Indonesia, come back home. It's a good opportunity back home here in Indonesia. There's a lot of opportunities, not only AI, but even across different fields as well.
Nice point. Thank you so much, Pak. And next question to Pak Rino. For example, what role do you envision the Indonesian diaspora playing in the development of AI, talent, and digital and innovation within Indonesia?
All right. Thanks, Mas Hans. And I think I would like to step back before answering that question, right? If we put the context into numbers, and I like your first question that still stated global tech hub in Silicon Valley, right? To me now, the global tech hub has moved to our closest neighbor, Malaysia, right? So if you look at two different perspectives, the first one is that most of the tech companies' data centers have now moved to Malaysia. Google has opened one, and from my time in Meta at Facebook, and now in Ant International from Ali Group, they've all have backbone operations in Malaysia. So I think when we look back to Indonesia, the problem with developing talents in Indonesia is actually the last mile skills. So our digital talents have very good standards when it comes to technical, but when it comes to last mile skills, then they lack the access to sufficient trainings. And this is very expensive. And for those of you who might never heard about last mile skills, it's skills about collaboration, partnerships, communication, and so on and so forth. And it requires a professional trainings for people to be really good at this, right? So the role of Indonesian diaspora abroad, I mean, we can always say, tell a lot of things about technology transfer, right? But I think more than that, there needs to be a thought leadership from the diaspora abroad, right? I think when we are not in the country, you can actually look at your country in a broader level, right? For me, Mas Budi, who have come back to Indonesia, I came back in 2018, Pak Edi, Mas Adit, we're all like, we're living in this country, right? So the role of Indonesian diaspora is, I think, at the very least, to provide that thought leadership. So then we know where we're lacking, we know what's the latest technology there is, and we know how we can move the country forward, right? Forward here meaning not competing in the current industry, because that's very, very hard, right? Malaysia has also become the biggest semiconductor exporters to the US, not Taiwan, right? So if we want to compete not in semiconductors, what industry do we want to compete in? And I think that's one of the role that people who live abroad and have a connection with the local industries in each of the countries that you live in can provide back to us and say, hey, actually there's, after Gen AI, there's this technology that we can still compete in. So I think that's one knowledge center that we don't have currently.
Thank you so much. And do you want to add on this, Pak Adit?
Thank you, Hans. So I got a lot of position actually. So I'm currently executive director of Solo Techno Park, which happened to be also advisor to Mayor of Surakarta, which happened to be elected vice president right now. So I'm just going to spill a little bit my discussions about AI with the vice president elect. So I think you're asking very interesting questions about the talent of AI in Indonesia. I'm reflecting from my own experience managing Solo Techno Park. So as you know, that Solo Techno Park is built by President Jokowi, then creating a very famous product at that time, what's the name of the car, I forgot, SMK car, and then it was carried over by his son, which happened to be vice president-elect now. But before I answer your question, maybe I will ask the audience, how many of you are using Copilot now? How many of you are using Copilot? Or maybe you don't even recognize what is Copilot. How many of you are using ChatGPT? Very little. Sometimes. So that's answered the question. You know, we were building a very nice infrastructure. The investment that we bring to Solo Techno Park is around $10 million US. So we built a very nice infrastructure. So we have game working space, working together with Acer. We are building a very ambitious project, a smart city with Huawei. We are creating a cybersecurity lab. We are working together with Amazon and many, you name it, the top notch of the organizations that we are working together in Solo. But the problem is, we are creating this very nice training. We are even make it free with the international certificate, but we couldn't even get a good participants joining that training program. And then we are wondering why. Because we know that the demand of the talent is so high. Even Goto has to compete with other startup, right? Try to get talents to work on this industry. The question is why? Why we couldn't get enough participants to join this free, international standard, very qualified trainer provided them. It's because I think the use of AI, just like what the audience said, is not a lot. So we don't know what kind of training are we joining, for what purpose. So that is the challenge. So we have to enlighten the people, we have to inform the people about the importance of the AI in the industry. A couple of weeks ago, we met people from Google, and they are explaining this nice program for Indonesian governments on the AI things, and we are thinking that it is very good programs. But again, the challenge is to get the best talents from nice programs. I think that's something that we have to work on. That's our biggest homework, to explain the people that the AI, the digital talents, is something that is very important for the future, and you have to join the bandwagon. Otherwise, we are going to be left out from these competitions.
Yeah, I really agree with you, Pak, because I almost use ChatGPT every day. It's really important to write a client email. But then you have to paraphrase it in your way. And then even sometimes I share my problems. Hey, do you have any solution for this issue? And then it's instantly provide you with responses. So I really agree with you that we have to make sure that AI can be maximized use by Indonesian people, especially in the business context and digital transformation. One thing that you mentioned is to integrate the AI technologies into existing industries. It sometimes presents some kind of challenges, especially, for example, let's say automotive industries or financial sectors. It's also somehow challenging for Indonesian companies to implement a new model of AI or technology. So how do Indonesian companies can overcome this kind of situation? And do you have any suggestion on this? Perhaps dari Pak Edi dulu.
Okay. Innovation needs trial and error, yeah. And this is applicable everywhere. As a venture capitalist, we invest in startups, we invest in technology. We know that there's a certain level of trial and error, and you won't necessarily immediately get the right product or product mix or pricing or positioning or whatever. It takes time. Same with AI. Financial services, which has been my focus for the past almost 10 years, is even more difficult because it's highly regulated. And people generally think it's AI, it's what you type and there's an answer, which is correct. But there's other forms. Like in banking, for example. Theoretically, we can use AI to scan, when people go to the branches, scan their faces to see what their reactions, are they happy or not. Or not, maybe the customers, maybe the employees, the customer service staff. How often do they smile? What's the reaction to this and that? And we can do that through AI. Right? We can do a scan, and we've all seen the movies. You walk into a store and immediately somebody said, "Oh, this is on promo. This is your size, and we recommend this." But that eventually will happen anyway. Right? It's already happened, but eventually they will make customized suggestions for us, not only on retail but in financial services. So that is going to happen. It's already happening. But it's also highly regulated. Because then, the question of, are you invading somebody's privacy by, scanning their faces and, getting their personal data with or without their consent. Consent normally happens way, way before anyway. And then suddenly it's all there, right? What if there's a breach? Datanya hilang, dicuri, gitu, whatever, yeah. So there's an element of, yes, technology can make everything faster, better, hopefully cheaper, but there's also an element of where is the consent? At what level does the consent happen? Yeah. And financial services, and then you talk about other sectors, retail and such, maybe it's a completely different. FMCG, you go to a store, it's already AI, they already have our buying, shopping habits, they use that to recommend products to us, and so forth, right? So a lot of good, some risk also, and we have to manage that.
So following up your statement, so in terms of regulation, what do you suggest to Indonesian government, especially in financial sector, right? You are part of BNI Ventures, and what would you suggest for Indonesian government? Because we know that this is highly regulated sector, and a lot of consideration have to be taken into account for these purposes.
Ada yang dari OJK? Ada yang dari BI? Kalau nggak ada, bagus lah. Karena as a VC, as somebody who's in the VC/startup ecosystem, less regulation is better. Why? Because the startups, the technology, they need to, for lack of a better term, a sandbox, trial and error. Ya. Tapi trial and error kan ada resikonya. Resikonya itu ya uang nasabah dan sebagainya. Not only banking gitu kan, we have insurance, we have personal financial management, we have multi-finance and so forth, right? But my professional view as a VC is harus sandbox, you try and error, gitu. Ada risiko pasti ada, gitu. Tapi ya memang, ya sometimes, ya sorry to say, the regulator belum nyaman. We all know that blockchain is a good technology, and financial services companies should use blockchain for smart contracts, decentralized finance, and whatever products that can help ease the way to do business. Very simple. For example, blockchain should be used for agraria itu apa namanya, surat kepemilikan tanah, sertifikat hak SHM tanah dan segala. Itu paling gampang kan, ya seharusnya pakai blockchain. You should use blockchain for land ownership titles. Right? Now, kadang-kadang SHM-nya ada dua. Mana yang asli? Dua-duanya asli, karena orang BPN-nya nakal. Jadi dia memasukkan, dia nambah. Jadi sebenarnya ada orang punya tanahnya satu, SHM-nya dua. Mana yang asli? Dua-duanya asli, karena diterbitkan oleh BPN, karena orang BPN-nya nakal. Extreme example, which has happened. And I've heard horror stories. That with the blockchain technology, that should be eliminated because there's a timestamp, there's people who can access it and so forth. And this blockchain technology can be used not only for this, various, but it needs a sandbox approach lah, gitu, to happen, which is not easy.
Mungkin Pak Budi, do you want to add on this? For example, maybe you work at GoTo Financial, right? And what kind of challenges that you see from AI perspective, and what would you recommend to overcome this issue?
I wouldn't say recommendation, but my learning is the old saying of think big, start small. So the tendency of us when we talk about AI technology that it's going to revitalize financial market infrastructure. Can AI actually help me in making better decision in investment, for example, right? No, at least not in the near future. But when I say start small, we know with AI you can do incremental improvements when it comes to business processes. It can help you to optimize your business process. It can help you eradicate manual work, repetitive work, automate a lot of stuff. In payments and financial services, yes, it is highly regulated, but there are elements that perhaps you can already start implementing AI. For example, speech recognition can perhaps be used for customer call center, for example. You optimize it to ensure that the level of dropout, the question that is being answered by call centers are higher than usual. Financial services sector can also use AI, for example, to predict fraud transaction, to predict money laundering activities, right? There are enough data points and behavior in the sector itself. And of course, with data sharing, if let's say one bank can share it to another bank with another fintech and vice versa, we can help eliminate, not eliminate, but also minimize fraud and also mitigate risk. Again, we're not saying that AI can help, predict what's the best interest rate, can eradicate, not inflation, can actually help control inflation, make better decision in fiscal and monetary policy. Perhaps not today. You may think big, but start small. What are the improvements that you can do in terms of business processes, risk management, and other activities that is more achievable?
Thank you so much, Pa. And based on this board information, the time is up. We are open for questions. So if you have any question, please let us know. Raise your hand. Oh yeah, di situ. Panitia boleh tolong.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know why all the good event is always in the last.
Thank you for the compliment. Yeah.
Yes, actually, I'm here as the Artificial Intelligence Association, Korika. I've been involved also in the digital transformation for industry in Kementerian Perindustrian also. I think when I come back like 3 years ago from Europe, I left Indonesia actually 2000. So it's not because of working or studying, but it's because of I found my wife actually from Italy. So my question will be then, in Indonesia, it's like at the end, after 3.5 years, I'm running here accelerator, incubators, some investments, also venture builder. There are so many people making the dots, but they never connect. So if you analyze the several ministry here, they are all different programs for startups. And as a premature or young startups, they don't have capital, they don't have any experience, and they want to solve the whole world problems. Yeah? So my question will be then, it's like everyone is doing grooming things, but when they come to a value of that, it seems nobody wants to take care of it. Yeah? I mean, in the advanced country, usually you help them, you accompany them during these really tough periods. Yeah? But not just left with them in this mud, and then you just wait until they come out from the mud, who's dying, who's survive from this mud. So I think this is a very interesting. I know what do we call it, Steve? For sometimes GIPA, I think is very potential. We need to do something as a low-hanging fruit, something that you can really collaborate. Because sometimes for me, collaboration is just an easier said than done. Yeah? I mean, look at what we have, 27,000 of apps, 7 trillion of budgets of the governments. I mean, now they will close all the budget and all the apps will be gone, and then all the startup will be gone. Yeah. So, while we have a very distinguished guest here, speakers, different, what do we call it, ecosystem, I think we should to find somehow, I mean, like what Ibu Sinta, action, really actions together. Thank you so much.
Pak Budi, maybe if you want to add.
No, I completely agree. I think there are lots of learnings that can be done, especially with collaboration, right? So again, I'm not talking in the context of AI, but I think it's just in general. For example, in Goto, right? I use the example of Goto because I think I can only speak on behalf of Goto. People often ask, okay, do you want to do everything? Do you want to become a bank? The answer is no. I don't want to become a bank because one, I don't have an expertise of becoming a bank, right? Neither do I have the willingness, you know, to be highly governed and highly supervised by OJK, for example. But we want to extend our services, banking services, also to our users. That's why we have collaboration. I mean, first with the, you know, the private bank, the state-owned banks, but eventually we also have a partnership, a strategic partnership with one of the, you know, first digital banks in Indonesia, Bank Jago. And simply because, one, we realize very early that we don't have the expertise, but we want to have an end-to-end solution for our users. The only way to do it is through partnership and collaboration. So there's this will. First of all, there's this. I wouldn't call it humility, but there's a self-realization that you can't do it all, right? Back then, if you remember, back in 2016, 2017, during the heyday of Gojek, we used to claim ourselves, we want to become the super app. We want to be the app of everything, right? I mean, God, we even created our own streaming services, GoPlay, right, at one point. But then we realized that if you don't focus on the things that you do and also collaborate with other players who are much better in doing things than you do, collaboration is always better, right? That's why for banking and financial services, we work together with Bank Jago. That's why with, you know, a lot of the top-up and services like multi-finance, we work with non-banking financial institution as well as our channeling partner. And even now in the context of AI, right? A lot of tech companies have this tendency, you know what, I want to build everything myself. Yeah, that's okay, but you don't have the expertise. That's why we've been collaborating with a lot of companies, both domestic and international, to be able to offer these services to our users. Perhaps in the future, if we do build this expertise, we may do it ourselves, but at least in the short and the medium term, collaboration is definitely key in order to make sure that that expertise is also complemented and also fulfilled from a company business and economic standpoint.
Thank you so much, Pak. Pak Rino, do you want to add on this? Maybe you can also tell a bit on collaboration that your company has done, especially in financial technology sector.
Yeah, before the collaboration, I think it's also interesting to know what are the big companies doing with AI. Because we've been talking about competing and integrating and all that. So I'll share my experience with Ant. Ant is the owner of Alipay, right? Alipay and Alipay Plus. So it's one of the biggest fintech companies in the world with 1.8 billion users in China. The problem is that this company, or I shouldn't say a problem, it's the advantage of my company is that they've done AI research not from 2024, but from the early 2000, so around 06, 07. So we're not competing in an equal playing field, right? So what they've done is, for example, we've been trying to increase lending for MSMEs in Indonesia. Our access to lending in MSMEs is way behind the developed countries, right? The latest rate, and you guys are free to look at this from Peta Jalan Indonesia Emas, created by Kadin. In that research, we found out that our access to lending is only around 20 to 25%, whereas the required access to lending is actually around 60 to 70%. That's the healthy percentage, right? And we need to chase that before 2045. So one of the biggest hurdle or difficulties is how do we provide lending to those who can really level up, the farmers, right? It's very hard to provide lending to farmers because when they go to the banks, they're always asked for collaterals, SHM-nya, certificate-nya, and all this. And International or Alipay with their app, they have a satellite, yeah, and there is a principle 137. They have a satellite that if a farmer goes to the app, they can say, hey, this is my farming area. And then the satellite will look at from above with AI, it calculates the possible yield. Hence, they can calculate the potential of the amount of loan that can be given to this specific farmer. So it doesn't need collaterals because they already certify the collaterals, and they basically is able to calculate the amount of lending not based on the size of land, but the potential of yield. Something that we haven't done. We are not able to do that yet, right? So I think when we do want to collaborate, we know that these companies, these institutions have actually started using AI since 2007, 2012. Yeah. Meta, on the other hand, is, I think, 2015. They already started. They built the largest supercomputers in the world, RSC, if you want to look at that. So these are all the things that we have to be aware. And I say, the Indonesian companies, what we can do now is to adopt some of these best practices, yeah, and then localize to Indonesia. So don't reinvent the wheel all the time. There are a lot of companies coming to Kadin, sorry, I switched head, to Kadin, and then they say, Mas, we founded this company, AI company, we want to be building our own language in customer service, right? And there are a lot of companies already doing that. So adopt these best practices and localize to the needs of Indonesia market. So I think that's the mindset that we have to switch a little bit from reinventing the wheel to adopting and creating a product specified for Indonesian market.
Thank you so much, Pak Rino. Maybe Pak Adi.
So 137. 137 is a principle used. So one app, so you open the app in 3 seconds, in 3 steps, within 7 seconds, you get the loan. The decision, yeah. So within 7 seconds, 3 steps.
Thank you so much. This is something that we have to remember, 137, if you are interested in AI and technology. And Pak Adit, if you want to add.
I would like to add to Pak Danus, Pak Budi, and Pak, sorry, what's your name? Pak Rino, sorry, Pak Rino, I have short, bad memory. So you're asking very important questions, you know, like we are doing a lot of good things, everyone's are doing everything good, but how we cannot collaborate, or why collaborations is not really impactful. Me and Pak Edi Danus happen to be the same program in MIT, MIT RIP programs. So one thing that I learned from collaboration, if you want to make collaboration works, it needs, number one, a good incentive. You are not going to be able to make collaboration without providing incentive. It's only going to become a buzzword. So for example, if government said that, let's collaborate, or someone come to you and say, let's collaborate, but no incentive, it's not going to happen. I'm taking example when Pa Edi Danus and me visit in one of the lab in MIT. So MIT create a very good and modern laboratory. It's a very high technology that they put in that lab. Everyone can use it for free. But the MIT is not stupid. They create an incentive. So they put all of the big companies in the world that is scouting everyone that create products in that lab. And they make it happen. When they find good technology, they invest billions of dollars that they invest. So they create incentive. Number two, for example, I happen to be supporting Ministry of Education programs called Kedai Reka. Have anyone heard about Kedai Reka program or not? Okay, maybe not. So Kedai Reka program is a program created by the minister to provide incentive for the industry. We are, in the first early year when I lead Kedai Reka, we only have like, I don't know, maybe like 15 million US dollars. So in order to access that 150 million US dollars. So in order to access that 150 million US dollars, industry has to create a collaboration with the university. Clear incentive. You want to get the money, create collaboration with university. Simple business model. So from the first year, from 150 million US dollars, Kedaireka is raised funding almost 400 million US dollars. Very easy. You get clear incentive, not a rigorous process, you get your collaborations. I take one other example. You know, I'm not going to mention the name of the organization, but one of the organization in Indonesia, very strategic, is managing 10 billion US dollars. 10 billion US dollars. And he couldn't get any collaborations. Because just like what Pak Rudiono said, that when I tried, okay, let's collaborate. I said, I got like 150 million US dollars. I want to access your funding. And he said, yes, you can do that. But I had this 50 pages long of requirements that you have to do, then you can access our funding. I said, this is crazy. No one is going to collaborate with you if you do it like that. So number one, you have to create clear incentive. Number two, it has to be organic. You are not going to be creating collaboration if every time you want to make collaboration, government has to jump into that process. No, it's not going to happen. So it has to be organic. So it has to be something tangible that people are needed. So I think that two formula, number one, you have to create clear incentive. Number two, it has to be organic. Then you will have your collaborations. You can imagine that if MIT has to call everyone, please come to the lab and visit that, it's not going to happen. But since it has clear incentive, the students know that they can get funding, they can get investment from these big companies, it is organic. So it happens naturally, that collaboration.
Thank you so much, Pa. And we also open a question from the floor. So if you have any further question, just raise your hand, because I think this is a very interesting topic to discuss with our great speakers. Yes, from that side. Will AI replace human?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I have to agree with Bapak. I've been waiting for this session for almost over than 10 hours since this morning. So this is, I think, what I expect to. So I have many questions, but let me ask you only two questions. It's very easy question. Number one, because we're talking about how canggih AI and everything, yeah, but how can Indonesia address the digital talent gap to support its AI-driven economy? That's number one. Number two, what future trends in AI should Indonesia be prepared for to maintain its competitive edge? Only two questions. Thank you.
So, Pak Budi, if you
I'll
want
take
to.
a crack because it's actually a very difficult question. I think one can I open ChatGPT?
Yeah.
So I think one thing that I realize is that AI right now is highly dependent on the availability of the data, right? But one often forgets that data is also very biased. I'll give you a very simple example. If you use Sora.ai, right, which is like, an image generator AI, and then you say, you prompt the AI, please generate me an image of a young Muslim woman from Java, right? More often than not, the image that you see is an image of a Middle Eastern feature woman with a headscarf. So did it get the headscarf correct? Yes, because the data normally suggests if you wear headscarf, you're basically from the Muslim faith. But because of the bias in the data that still thinks that most Muslim people are from Middle Eastern origin, instead of like a Javanese feature that is being generated, it's like it takes the Middle Eastern feature. So how Indonesia, at least my hope is that given that a lot of business case, especially if you want Indonesia to be quite advanced and implement AI, there's definitely going to be local flavors needed, right? And I'll give you one example, right? If you are lucky enough, if you use the GoPay app, so this is where I do my sales pitch, right? If you use the GoPay app, we just released a speech recognition or voice recognition feature called DIRA, Dikte Suara, right? You just prompt the app, isi pulsa 08 sekian sekian, and then it will automatically redirect you to a prepaid top-up page, right? With the number already filled in for you, right? What if I say it in Javanese? What if I say it in Bahasa Batak or Minang or Bahasa Sunda, right? And again, if you want to be all-inclusive in Indonesia, especially in the mass market segment and the rural area, you need that, right? So how do we train our data to be much more inclusive, especially with the local flavor? Not any company in the Silicon Valley, no company in Silicon Valley or in Europe or in any parts of China can do it. Only Indonesia can do it. Why? Because we have the local knowledge and the local flavor and hopefully expertise in the future. So that's my hope, right? And that's where I see the trend is, especially if you want AI to be implemented in Indonesia. There's a lot of local flavors, local wisdom that needs to be implemented, and the data can only be trained, hopefully, by Indonesians that really understand the Indonesian market. So in a way, I hope that answers both questions with one simple sentence, but that's my hope. Thanks.
Pak Edi?
I think it's a good question. Budi mentioned on the B2C aspect, yeah, which I agree. Definitely a need 280 million population, urban, rural. Tapi we all know juga problem di Indonesia seringkali kan nggak hanya B2C ya, B2B. Dan a lot of the AI is not really used yet for B2B. I had a discussion with Adit earlier, or even Rino's story, which is a very good story. What are the necessary problems or the big problems in Indonesia? Agri is one. So we should try to use AI to solve Indonesia's bigger problems. For those living in Jakarta, maybe traffic is one, pollution. For those in the rural area, maybe agri. And getting better quality harvest or increase the yield. We should be using AI for that, not using AI like my students, because I teach also, mereka sih pakai untuk jawab essay gitu kan, gitu. Pikir dosennya nggak ngerti gitu kan, tapi ya that's okay gitu, B2C gitu ya. But the B2B problems or the G2G or the government level or the country level problems, ya kalau kita mau allocate our resources ya, the bigger problems hopefully ya. But ya itu AI kan doesn't come cheap, it's not Indonesian homegrown. We have to rely on foreign partners juga ya untuk menyediakan ini, which is not. I hope we have I wish we had a homegrown AI platform, but we don't have right now. Unless Adit ada di Solo Technopark mungkin lagi dikembangin gitu.
Thank you Pak Edi. Dan Pak Rino.
Aku tambahin satu poin aja ya. I think the first question about digital talent gaps. Unfortunately, this is one of the biggest homework. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at our national IQ, right? 73, but
out of
unlimited. But the context is a jellyfish is 80. Our national IQ is 73, a jellyfish is 80. So then the gap is not only about digital talents, but how do we bridge the gap in the quality of our education? Jadi, I own a small school di Bali. The way we introduce tech is we introduce tech usage from level 1. So then they get used to being digital savvy, which doesn't always mean using social media all day. Karena a lot of parents have mistaken when their children, they say that it's digital savvy because their children are using TikTok and Instagram for 8 hours a day. This is about building robotics idea, using computer basic codings and stuff. So I think to bridge that gap, firstly, education, replicate Solo Technopark in other regions, because it cannot always be Jakarta. And this is going back to education, Pak, di NTT, NTB, anak SMP belum bisa baca tulis. It's general, common. So let alone technology, right? In Kalimantan, I just visited, from grade 7 to grade 12, SMP 1 sampai SMA 3, they only get ICT once in grade 10, and after that, it's gone. So this is the problem that we have to address. And before we go to digital talents, how do we prepare them from grade 0 until they become a professional? It's the biggest homework that, well, AI can solve that, right? And I think AI can play a big role in helping us to solve this issue. So in 2045, hopefully 85 lah IQ-nya. Yeah, 85 to 90 gitu. So I think that's the situation. Yeah. I hope this also brings all of you back to Pak Budi's first message, which is this country needs a lot of support from every one of you. So wherever you are, come back home. Come back home atau contribute back to Indonesia lah. Do mentorships, in to I think
transfer knowledge.
Yeah,
also.
transfer their knowledge. I think GPA is a good platform if you guys want to do mentorships for our fellow Indonesians. Outside of Jabodetabek area, they really desperately need it. Gitu. In basic English, doesn't have to be extremely advanced skills.
Come home, transfer knowledge or transfer money juga nggak apa-apa.
Yeah.
Just this is. I'm not trying to be funny, but we look at our neighbors, Vietnam, A lot of American-born Vietnams whose parents or grandparents maybe were refugees from Vietnam to America. But now they've made their money, they have a little bit of savings, they come back to Vietnam. They invest in technology, in startups. So it's not only always about coming home physically. And sometimes you can do it through knowledge also, transfer knowledge. But sometimes, if you have money, it's capital is fine also. We need it.
Right? Speaking about Vietnam, FPT Software is now one of the largest software companies in Asia Pacific, only behind Tata Consulting. Jadi everybody comes back, their tech talents comes back. So now it has become a major tech company.
Yeah, maybe I would like to add something. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe we do it this whole thing is wrong, right? Maybe we make it too complicated. I was attending MWC conference in Barcelona this year, and when I joined that MWC conference, we come from an Indonesian delegation. We go there and we see that the use of AI is very amazing and it is very limitless. From something very complicated until it's something that can help your child to do their homework. So it's an amazing thing, the use of AI. So what I was thinking is, maybe we should introduce this technology, digital talent, AI, in a more simple way that people can understand and digest, and they understand, okay, this is important, you have to learn. So a mother can tell their children that this is going to be the future. You have to learn this. People are going to attend very nice training that has been built in many places. I remember that 1 month ago, I have discussion with Mas Gibran in Solo, and I was trying to explain to him that this is how we should do the downstreaming, the innovation strategy, the roadmap for the future of Indonesian innovation. And then at the end of our discussion, he said, Mas Adit, let's start simple. Mulai dari yang simple dulu deh, kata dia. So then I understand that maybe we make things too complicated, like we are telling people that this digital talent, AI technology is something out of reach from the community. But if we can make it more simple, make it more like what Pak Budi said, that have a local flavor in that one, then maybe it will create interest from the people. And once we get interest from the people, then you will have your ecosystem, right? Because the demand started, the industry is going to jump in, the talent is going to be developed, the infrastructure is going to be built. So maybe that's how we should do this, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak. So this is going to be the last question about future initiative. So what kind of future initiative that your company will do in order to accelerate the digital talents and AI itself?
Okay, well, we're investors. We're venture capital, so we invest in innovation. You can say a startup, you can say company, individuals, founders, but at the end of the day, we invest in innovation. So in this particular topic, which is digital AI, and so we don't really see much of a population or supply of innovation. That's just the reality, right? Because the bandwidth, the servers, power is not there yet. But we can do other areas of digitalization. So we're still investing, and we're actively investing. Granted that there's a tech winter nowadays, and we're much more selective, but we as investors, we take money from our investors, from our shareholders, and we invest into technology. And in this context of diaspora, then yeah, if we can make that into a formal structure or product, why not? We don't mind helping manage investors, angel investors or corporations from overseas with Indonesia diaspora, and then channeling that towards Indonesian startups or technology innovation. So that's what we have done and will continue to do.
Thank you so much, Pak Edi.
I'll keep it brief because it says please wrap up. So I think what I've said earlier, right, just to summarize, I think we will continue investing. We'll try to optimize the business process. We'll try to mitigate risk. What I said earlier, right, think big, start small. I think what Padit mentioned, right, I mean, keep it simple, right, with local flavor as well, because if you want to implement AI in Indonesia, then it's important to have that, local flavor Indonesian to ensure that the data is not being biased and then the usage of that AI is relevant.
Thank you so much. Pak Rino, do you have anything to add? Future initiative?
I think just medium-term initiative. From the national, our commitment to the Indonesian government is that we're going to help in policy formulation. So one of our commitments is to create a policy, sorry for using this word, lab, yeah, because it's been used so much, policy lab to transfer the knowledge that other countries that we operate in, how they govern policies and how to still enable innovation while doing regulation, which is, I think, still a big question mark in Indonesia. So that's the commitment for now.
And lastly, Pak, future initiative from Solo Technopark.
Yes, I think I'm just going to make it brief. AI is the future, digital talent is the future technology, something that we are going to look for. So I think we have to seriously prepare and embrace the future, and we have to be seriously put some investment and preparations to embrace this new future. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give applause to our great speakers today. And I will give it back over to the MC. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions or if you want to connect, feel free to add our LinkedIn, and happy to discuss with you about this topic further.
Thank you so much, Hans Topril, Secretary General of GPA Leadership Council. To all panelists, please kindly remain on stage to receive our token of appreciation and photo session. The token of appreciation will be given by Hans Topril, Secretary General of GPA Leadership Council. The first one, token of appreciation to Edi Danusaputro, CEO of BNI Ventures and Chairman of AMIFES. Can we give a big round of applause to Bapak Edi Danu Saputro? The second one, to Budi Ganda Subrata, Group Head Compliance, Payments and Financial Services at Goto Financial. Can we give a big round of applause to Bapak Budi Ganda Subrata? The third token of appreciation to Bapak Nodi Valdrino, Country Director of AN International. Can we give a big round of applause to Bapak Nodi Valdrino? Last but not least, the token of appreciation to Dr. Ahmad Aditya, Executive Director of Solo Technopark. Gentlemen,
Let now us continue together to take a group photo together and capture this historical moments where strategics are formed in the Global Human Capital Summit 2024.
kindly needed help from the multimedia team to capture this moment.
In 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, a round of applause for all the panelists in our amazing session.
Thank you to our notable speakers and of course to our moderator for a very valuable discussion. Gentlemen, please kindly return to your seats.
Tita, when I say to you, we save the best for last, I really mean it because our last session really captured the energy, the enthusiasm of all the participants of the Global Human Capital Summit 2024, yeah?
Yes, indeed, a very insightful discussion. Fellow participants, we also want to announce that we have ongoing parallel session. The title of it is Forging the Future, the role of youth in achieving Golden Indonesia 2045. From 6:30 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. It's still ongoing at mezzanine second floor. So fellow participants, or for those of you who interest at this panel, Forging the Future, the role of youth in achieving Golden Indonesia 2045.
Exactly, and to all esteemed ladies and gentlemen participants that are staying here at our main venue, please kindly return to your seat because we will wrap up this agenda, this amazing agenda today. Once again, to all esteemed delegates and ladies and gentlemen that remain on this main venue, we kindly ask you to return to your seat, be seated again because we will officially wrap up this amazing agenda today. Such a remarkable event. We've been going through all sort of discussions from the very morning to the very evening, all packed up with insight, all packed up with new knowledge that we can bring home and obviously enrich our life here in Indonesia. Yes, Tira?
Agree to that. Sekali lagi kami ingatkan sebelum kami memasuki closing segment, kami himbau untuk Bapak dan Ibu sekalian untuk menempati tempat duduknya masing-masing.
Exactly. Well, we've been here throughout the whole day at Tita, yes? From the very beginning in the morning to the evening up to the wraps up. What do you think is your favorite session so far?
I think my favorite session is the last one, indeed.
All right.
Yes, it's a very engaging, and the speakers are have an insightful discussion as well.
Exactly. I think it's a very relevant topics to what we experience today in this modern world.
I agree.
AI has been in every single thing that we know. Everything is AI, this AI, that AI. And to hear from the expert, the esteemed lineup of experts, what is AI all about, what is the potential, what is the strategic is truly amazing for us today.
Okay, and how about you, Bijak?
Oh, my personal favorite is of course about the what we call GIM, or the Global Inward Mobility, because I think it's very relevant to my line of works. All about mobility, both inbound, both outbound, and it truly triggers me to think. It is an enriching food for thought for me. It triggers a lot of strategic thinking, a lot of knowledge, and I will surely be eager to learn more and to apply that into my job, into my life, and to obviously make an impact outside of this agenda.
Thank you so much for the sharing, Bijak. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, kindly back to your seats because we will proceed the closing segment.
Exactly. I can really feel the excitement of everyone. I think this is where the amazing peoples all meeting together. Yes, this is a remarkable forums where all the change makers, all of the impact drivers, all of the leaders of all amazing organizations come together, discuss together, talk together, and I can feel the sense of urgency. I can feel the sense of camaraderie that really bonded us together. So now, as we want to wrap up, once again, we please to all participants to return to your designated seats because we want to proceed with the wrap-up agenda. Once again, it has been a truly remarkable day, but it needs to put to end, of course. So we kindly ask you to return to your seats to proceed with the closing remarks and closing agenda of the day. Following on, dear ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of today's enlightening discussions and inspiring speaks, we want to take a moment to reflect, of course, and to reflect the valuable insight and ideas that have been continuously, generously shared and poured to us and in this beautiful evening. Yes, Tira, it has been a day filled with impactful dialogues, of course. We've seen countless speakers, countless experts have shared their expertise, and it's an invaluable thing that we cannot ever gain anywhere else. Forward-thinking strategies has been continuously developed and discussed, and hopefully will make a real-world impact outside of this forum as soon as possible. And of course, a shared commitment to forward Indonesia's development. And as the theme of this forum is to use diaspora as the strategic secret weapon, the nuclear weapon of Indonesia. Forward thinking is the diaspora that we have all across the globe, all of the amazing peoples that share the same blood, the same nationality that Indonesia, but keep on careers outside of Indonesia. From mobility to healthcare, and ended just perfectly with AI. We are truly grateful for all speakers, moderators, and all participants. Now we move into the final segment of our event. Let's bring together the key takeaway and look ahead of how we can continue to collaborate and innovate for a brighter tomorrow.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's impactful event, it's time to offer our closing remarks and express our gratitude to everyone who made this gathering a success. To conclude this, and the one who delivered the closing address and share final reflections on today's discussion, please welcome Chairman of GIPA, Stephen Marcelino.
Well, I will not take too long. 3 call to action from us, the Global Indonesia Professional Association. But before that, hopefully you enjoyed the Global Human Capital Summit plenary and side events. Hope you enjoyed meeting like-minded individuals. So the 3 call to actions that we would like to share. 1, if you're working abroad and living abroad, and you want to start your own associations of professionals, let us know. We would love to empower your journey. 2, if you just came back and returned to Indonesia, stay connected with us. You can connect with Hilmi, our country head of Indonesia, and can regularly join our Global Connect series based in Jakarta. We run quarterly events, so let's stay connected. 3, for you running corporates of your institutions, and if you wish to do more in the diaspora professional space and tap into our brilliant network, let us know. WhatsApp me straight away, and I'm sure we can chat more. Now, allow me to wrap this up The Global Human Capital Summit is organized by GIPA in collaboration with Indonesia MOFA, powered by Swire Pacific. We're pleased to, for the first time, to have Area as our knowledge partner, as well as our corporate sponsors, Living by Bank Mandiri, Intudo Ventures, Bank BNI, Henley and Partners, Georgetown University, and ITC. Now, lastly, I want to say thank you to GIPA Leadership Council, especially to Hilmi and Diva. Also, huge thanks to GIPA management team. I know Amel and Jason been working really, really hard to put all of this together. Let's give a round of applause. All of GHC Summit volunteers and our MCs here that's been working, many hours already. So huge thank you. And hope to see everyone at the next year GHC Summit 2025 in August. Bye-bye.
Once again, can we give a big round of applause to Steven Marcelino? Ladies and gentlemen, before we officially close the Global Human Capital Summit 2024, we would like to invite you to continue the conversation during our networking session. This is a great opportunity to connect and discuss today's insights in a more informal setting.
Precisely, I personally can't wait. And as we wrap up now, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude and recognition to all of our partners, Swire Pacific, Mandiri, Area, Henley and Partners, BNI Ventures, Intudo Ventures, International Task Center, and Georgetown University. Your support has been invaluable in making this summit a huge success. Not to forget all of the speakers, all of the moderators, all of the partners, and especially all of our dearest participants that have joined us throughout the day. This summit is nothing without the contribution of you.
With that, we officially close the Global Human Capital Summit 2024 on the theme Diaspora as Indonesia's secret weapon towards a sovereign, sustainable, and developed Indonesia. We kindly remind you to take your belongings. Enjoy your networking session. My name is Patricia Elizabeth.
My name is Bijak Sabara, and
see you at the Global Human Capital Summit 2025!
Dalam era di mana inovasi menjadi tulang punggung perubahan, BNI Group terus bergerak maju, beradaptasi, dan memenuhi kebutuhan yang terus berkembang dari masyarakat modern. Banyaknya pertumbuhan startup di Indonesia menawarkan potensi besar untuk berinovasi dan berkontribusi positif terhadap pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, mulai dari teknologi, layanan, keuangan, hingga yang berkomitmen untuk menciptakan dampak sosial dan lingkungan positif. Karenanya, BNI Venture lahir dan telah aktif memperkuat kehadiran dan pengenalan startup di Indonesia. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2022, BNI Venture telah mendukung perkembangan ekosistem startup melalui berbagai aktivitas investasi, menciptakan sinergi antara startup dengan ekosistem BNI Group untuk mendorong pertumbuhan bisnis yang berujung pada peningkatan kinerja keuangan. Perjalanan kami di industri venture capital telah banyak membantu dan mendorong inovasi perkembangan startup Indonesia. Hal ini menarik banyak startup untuk bermitra dengan kami. BNI Venture memiliki 4 pilar, yaitu investment, venture fund, sinergi, dan innovation. Kami tidak hanya memberikan investasi finansial, tetapi juga berbagi pengetahuan dan pengalaman kami dalam pengelolaan keuangan dan pengembangan bisnis melalui berbagai acara seperti workshop, networking, dan innovation program. BNI Ventures berkolaborasi dengan regulator, pemerintah, universitas, korporasi, startup, investor, dan stakeholder lainnya. Kedepannya, BNI Venture akan terus berinvestasi dan mensinergikan inovasi-inovasi ke dalam ekosistem BNI Group, memastikan kami tetap menjadi pelopor dalam industri modal ventura dan startup. Dengan visi global dan semangat untuk berinovasi, BNI Ventures bertekad untuk menjadi yang terdepan dalam menginspirasi dan memajukan pertumbuhan ekonomi di Indonesia.
In 2008, an international research organization was founded that would seek to have a positive influence on relationships and policymaking within and between the countries of ASEAN and East Asia. This is AREA, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia.
When AREA was first mooted, the thinking was we need a very substantial economic research body.
It's very important for an organization like ASEAN to have the backing academically for what it wants to do. And that's where AREA fills in the gap and helps provide the research.
It's more about providing the information that's needed for the negotiators or for the political decision makers.
We are not a pure academic institution. We must do the more practical policy recommendation.
And AREA's role, of course, is also to promote the talking through of sensible policy developments, and it plays a fundamentally important role in that respect.
And AREA is now accepted as one of the major research institutes in East Asia as a whole.
After its first decade of input into the development of ASEAN, AREA must now be ready to meet the challenges of the future.
We believe that issues like sustainable development, like environment, issues like education, humanitarian aspect of it, which we think AREA has the capacity to develop expertise and provide policy recommendation to ASEAN.
AREA, hopefully in the not too distant future, will become like the OECDs of our region.
Together, we will work for the future of this region.
Welcome to the SFS, the oldest school of international affairs in the United States.
I really cannot overstate the impact that this school has had on America's foreign policy.
When you travel around the world, you immediately see the reach of the school, the network of the school, and if you're lucky enough to come across someone who's also been there as well, it's an immediate bond with that person.
We were created with a mission to build new generations of leaders with the capacity to truly understand the world and with the passion to change the world.
From the students to the facilities workers to the guest speakers, there were so many moments at Georgetown where I was completely in awe of the people around me.
Those conversations really prompted me to think very actively about the world in which we live in, but also what I wanted to do to play part in this bigger whole.
One of my proudest moments was getting the chance to speak on immigration and share how being undocumented has impacted my life. I was able to share the stage with Dennis McDonough, President Obama's former chief of staff.
I've done a mix of research jobs on and off campus and government internships during my 4 years. And being in DC, you have so many fantastic opportunities to intern on Capitol Hill or in a government agency.
I would do it all again in a heartbeat at Georgetown University at the School of Foreign Service.
I, every day, through my work, get to live Georgetown's values.
I came to and was drawn to Georgetown because of its social justice principles and its tradition for promoting active citizenship, mutual understanding and inclusion.
I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about what I wanted to do with my life.
I am still grateful and still convinced that had I never come here, I would not have become president.
Our leaders are in business, they're in NGOs, they're leading human rights efforts, they're in humanitarian efforts, they're in government, they're in healthcare.
I think it also introduces you to a lot of really interesting, passionate people who can serve as inspiration, as springboards, as sounding boards for your future career.
The broad curriculum that Georgetown has, the liberal arts background, and then the focus on international relations is really a terrific combination for diplomacy.
It's more about building well-rounded thinkers.
Every experience I had here made me who I am today as a foreign minister.
I hope that that sense of solidarity with fellow human beings
is at the core of what drives you and inspires you and motivates you, and it's certainly at the core of the values that I learned here.
Why become a resident or citizen of another country? Enjoy visa-free travel and international flexibility. Protect your family. Give your children the best education and safety. Peace of mind. Henley & Partners are the world leader in residence and citizenship planning. Become a global citizen. Henley & Partners.
Check.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just found a laptop. For those of you that feel that you are missing your laptop, please kindly approach the stage. Oh, our chairman of the Global Human Capital Summit. Okay, sama-sama. Kalau 3 kali absen, saya bawa pulang, Pak. Baik, aman ya? Thank you. All right, the winner is confirmed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take care of your belonging and do not leave unattended. Please kindly attend to your belonging. Do not leave unattended. One more time.
These are the tools you want. Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Solusi falas dalam satu aplikasi kini hadir di Livin by Mandiri. Dengan Livin by Mandiri, kamu bisa buka rekening tabungan falas dimanapun dan kapanpun. Cukup klik buka tabungan, pilih tabungan falas, pilih mata uang, verifikasi wajah, dan rekening langsung jadi. Setoran awal rekening tabungan falas bisa dari rekening tabungan rupiah yang otomatis terkonversi ke jenis falas tabunganmu cukup dari smartphone. Selain prosesnya mudah, tabungan ini juga tersedia dalam belasan valuta asing sesuai kebutuhan kamu. Biaya hanya dibebankan ke rekening falas utama dan bunga diberikan ke semua rekening falas sesuai suku bunga yang berlaku. Dengan Livin by Mandiri, kamu bisa hitung kalkulator kurs tanpa pindah aplikasi, transfer ke luar negeri, dan transfer ke sesama rekening falas Bank Mandiri dengan belasan mata uang asing. Transfer dolar Australia buat biaya kuliah anak di Sydney, atau transfer British Pound untuk rekan bisnis di London. Kamu bisa transfer uang kapan aja, dana diterima dengan cepat, utuh, tanpa selisih biaya. Transfer tidak ada biaya tambahan dan kurs nggak pakai mahal. So, tunggu apa lagi? Buka tabungan falas di Livin by Mandiri dan nikmati kemudahannya. Solusi falas dalam satu aplikasi. Livin around the world, Livin by Mandiri. Download sekarang.
Livin by Mandiri.
Ada inovasi baru lagi dari Livin by Mandiri. Livin by Mandiri menghadirkan fitur transfer falas untuk kirim uang ke puluhan negara. Transfer ke luar negeri makin mudah hanya dari genggaman. Transfer ke rekanan bisnis di US. Biayanya murah, uang diterima tetap utuh. Transfer belanjaan dari Paris dan Singapura jadi makin mudah. Cukup pakai satu aplikasi Livin by Mandiri. Perlu segera bayar uang kuliah kakak di Aussie? Kirim uang ke luar negeri kapan aja, 24 jam sehari, 7 hari seminggu, hanya di Livin by Mandiri. Dengan 5 valuta utama, transaksi jadi makin super untuk semua kebutuhan. Cuma dengan Livin by Mandiri, transfer ke luar negeri jadi cepat, murah, utuh, dan mudah. Livin around the world with Livin by Mandiri.
Wahai netizen dan citizen seluruh dunia, dengarkan. Mulai hari ini, kita akan mengerti bahwa kita tak butuh kata-kata indah atau motivasi. Kita hanya butuh sebuah solusi pasti. Dan solusi nabung valuta asing adalah
buka tabungan multi-currency di Livin. Bahkan bukanya bisa di luar jam kerja.
Tapi, kalau soal itu, apa kamu tahu?
Of course.
Ya, kok tahu? Kurs juga murah dan biaya admin hanya dibebankan ke main account.
Können Sie die Gebühr jetzt überweisen in Euro?
Wahai pebisnis dunia, bukalah tabungan multi-currency. Bisa transfer valuta asing 24 jam, dana diterima utuh, biaya transaksi dan kurs murah.
Of course.
Kok dia tahu juga?
Dan real time kan?
Wahai para orang tua di seluruh dunia, Anda juga bisa transfer falas karena tercinta di luar negeri.
We know.
Hicks, mereka tahu juga. Oke, perfect. Wahai para shopping lovers level internasional, bukalah tabungan multi-currency, maka kamu bisa transaksi falas dengan mandiri debit Visa. Sambungkanlah di aplikasi Livin.
I know, bisa langsung dipotong dari rekening Thailand, Mbak, tanpa biaya konversi kan?
Hey, saat butuh cash, solusinya tarik tunai pakai mandiri debit Visa.
Sir, I know. Sumber dananya dari tabungan multi-currency kan?
Semuanya aja udah tahu. Bisa. Wahai para traveler mendunia, sesungguhnya solusi perjalanan tak ribet bawa dompet adalah
buka tabungan multi-currency kan? I know. Transaksi bebas biaya konversi pakai mata uang negara tujuan dan bisa tap to pay kan?
Ternyata banyak yang sudah tahu kalau mandiri adalah solusi pasti kebutuhan valuta asing. Apa gunanya aku di iklan ini?
Hey, it's okay. Karena Anda yang nonton iklan ini jadi mengerti bahwa mandiri solusi pasti kebutuhan valuta asing. Teruskan speech Anda.
Jika kamu butuh solusi pasti beragam kebutuhan valuta asing, dari nabung, transfer, pembayaran contactless, hingga tarik tunai, jawabannya ada di Livin by Mandiri.
Wahai motivator, jangan lupa call to action-nya.
Oh iya, download aplikasi Livin by Mandiri dan buka tabungan multi-currency sekarang.